AITA for refusing to donate my kidney to my sister after she stole my identity years ago. I'm 34-14, and my older sister Maya is 38-14. We've had a complicated relationship our entire lives. Maya was always the golden child, the one who could do no wrong in our parents' eyes, while I was constantly compared to her and found lacking. She was prettier, more outgoing, more successful in their eyes. I learned to live with it, built my own life, kept my distance from family drama. When I was 26 and Maya was 30, something happened that I've never fully forgiven her for. I applied for a mortgage to buy my first home and was rejected despite having good credit and stable income. When I investigated, I discovered someone had opened multiple credit cards in my name, maxed them out, and defaulted on the payments. My credit was destroyed. After weeks of investigation, I discovered it was Maya. She'd stolen my identity to open the accounts, racked up over $40,000 in debt, ruined my credit score from 780 to 510. When I confronted her, she broke down crying, said she'd been desperate, her business was failing, she'd meant to pay it back before I noticed. Our parents begged me not to press charges, said it would destroy the family, that Maya was suffering enough with her business problems. I was young and conflict-averse. I didn't press charges. But I did make Maya sign a legal agreement that she'd pay back every cent plus the cost of credit repair. I also told her we were done as sisters until she made things right. Our parents were furious with me for abandoning family over money, but I held firm. Maya paid back about $15,000 over 3 years, then stopped. Made excuses about her business, her expenses, her life being hard. I took her to small claims court for the remainder, won a judgment, but she declared bankruptcy, and I never saw another cent. It took me 4 years to rebuild my credit. I never got to buy that house when the market was good. By the time my credit recovered, prices had doubled. I've been low contact with Maya and minimal contact with my parents since then. We see each other at major holidays, are polite but distant. Maya has never truly apologized, just made excuses about how desperate she'd been. My parents still think I should let it go and be the bigger person. Now, 8 years later, Maya has kidney disease. She's been on dialysis for 6 months and needs a transplant. She's on the donor list, but the wait is years long. Living donors are her best option for getting a kidney sooner. My parents called me last week, asked if I'd get tested to see if I'm a match. Said Maya's health is deteriorating, that she might not survive the years-long wait for a cadaver kidney, that I'm her sister and her best hope for a living donor match. I said no immediately. Told them that after what Maya did, destroying my financial life and never making it right, I wasn't interested in giving her one of my organs. That I'm sorry she's sick, but kidney donation is a major surgery with lifelong implications, and I'm not doing that for someone who stole my identity and showed no real remorse. My parents exploded. Called me heartless, cruel, vindictive. Said I was letting ancient history prevent me from saving my sister's life. That holding a grudge over money while Maya could die makes me a horrible person. That family means sacrifice, and refusing to even get tested proves I never really loved my sister. Maya called next, crying, begging me to reconsider. Said she knows what she did was terrible, that she's lived with the guilt every day. That she's dying, and I'm her only hope since our parents are too old to donate, and no other relatives are compatible blood types. That if I let her die over a mistake from 8 years ago, I'll regret it forever. I told her it wasn't just a mistake. It was a deliberate crime that had profound effects on my life. That she's never truly apologized or taken real responsibility. That I'm sorry she's sick, but my answer is no. Extended family has gotten involved. Aunts and uncles calling to tell me I'm being unreasonable. That Maya paid her debt to society by paying back what she could. That I'm essentially murdering my sister by refusing to donate. My cousin told me that kidney donation is safe and routine, that my refusal proves I'm petty and small-minded. My friends are split. Some say family is family, and Maya's life is more important than old grudges. Others say I don't owe her anything after what she did, that it's my body and my choice, that nobody is entitled to my organs regardless of relationship. I'm starting to question myself. Is she really dying versus just uncomfortable on dialysis? Am I being vindictive by refusing? Would donating make me the bigger person? Or would it just enable someone who seriously harmed me and never made real amends? Am I the for refusing to donate my kidney to my sister who stole my identity and ruined my credit years ago? The responses to my post have been overwhelming, split about 60-40. The majority say I'm NTA, that my body is my choice, and I don't owe Maya an organ after what she did. The minority say I'm TA, that her life is more important than financial crimes from the past, that I'm letting pride kill my sister. But the responses made me think harder about my actual reasons. Am I refusing because of legitimate concerns about the surgery and lifelong health implications? Or am I refusing primarily to punish Maya? The truth is probably both, and I'm not proud of that. Several commenters pointed out things I hadn't fully considered. Kidney donation is major surgery with real risks, complications, longer recovery than they tell you, potential for kidney disease in my remaining kidney later in life, difficulty getting health insurance, impact on any future pregnancies I might want. One commenter who donated to her brother said she's had chronic pain and fatigue for 5 years post-surgery. Another said her insurance premiums skyrocketed. Other commenters noted that Maya has other options besides me. She's on the transplant list. She has friends, presumably, who could be tested. There are paired kidney exchange programs. She could explore those options instead of immediately demanding her sister's organ. But some responses hit hard. One person said their sibling died waiting for a kidney, that they'd give anything to go back and donate. Another said, I'd be making a medical decision based on vindictiveness, which makes me an asshole regardless of what Maya did. Several people said 8 years is long enough to hold a grudge, that Maya's paid enough even if not in full. I decided to do something I should have done initially. I talked to an actual transplant coordinator to understand what donation would really mean. Got a consultation, learned about the process, the risks, the recovery, the lifelong implications. The coordinator was honest. Yes, it's generally safe, but there are risks. Surgical complications, reactions to anesthesia, blood clots, pneumonia, infection. Recovery is 4 to 6 weeks minimum, often longer. Some donors have chronic pain or fatigue. Having one kidney means increased risk of kidney disease later in life. If my remaining kidney fails, I'd face the same situation as Maya. She also said something that stuck with me. You need to donate for the right reasons. If you're donating out of obligation or guilt, you'll likely regret it. If you're refusing out of spite, you might also regret it. This decision needs to come from a clear place. I also consulted my therapist, who I've seen on and off for years. She asked me to imagine 2 scenarios. One where I donate and Maya lives, one where I don't donate and Maya dies on dialysis waiting for another kidney. How would I feel in each scenario? If I donate and Maya lives, I'd have permanent surgical scars, potential health complications, and I'd have saved someone who seriously harmed me and never fully made amends. Would Maya be grateful? Would this repair our relationship? Or would she just take the kidney and continue being the person she's always been? Would my parents finally appreciate me? Or would this just become expected, with no acknowledgement of the massive gift I'd given? If I don't donate and Maya dies, I'd live knowing I could have saved her and chose not to. My parents would never forgive me. I'd be the daughter who let her sister die. Extended family would blame me. Every holiday, every family event would be shadowed by Maya's absence and my perceived role in it. Neither scenario feels good. Both have profound regret potential. I decided to talk to Maya directly, without our parents involved. Asked to meet in person at a neutral location. She came looking hopeful, probably thinking I'd changed my mind. I told her, "I need you to understand what you did to me wasn't just about money. You stole my identity. You violated my trust in the deepest way possible. You damaged my financial future at a critical time in my life. And you never really apologized or took full responsibility. You paid back some of the money, then abandoned the rest when it became inconvenient. That's not making amends. That's doing the minimum." Maya started crying, said she knows, that she's thought about it constantly. But I pressed, "Do you though? Because every conversation we've had about it, you've made excuses. Your business was failing. You were desperate. You meant to pay it back. Those are explanations, not accountability." I continued, "If I donate a kidney to you, I'm putting my health and future at risk for someone who seriously harmed me and showed minimal remorse. I need to understand why I should do that. I need to know that you actually understand what you did, and that you're genuinely sorry, not just sorry that you need something from me now." Maya was quiet for a long time. Then she said something that surprised me. "You're right. I've never fully apologized because I've been too ashamed to face what I did. It's easier to make excuses than to admit I deliberately hurt you out of desperation and selfishness. I stole from you. I ruined your credit. I damaged your future. And then I couldn't face the consequences, so I declared bankruptcy and walked away from my responsibility to you." She continued, "I don't know if I can ever make that right. The money's gone. I can't give you back those years of financial struggle. But I am genuinely sorry. Not just because I need a kidney now, but because what I did was unforgivable. And I've never said that plainly. I was a coward then, and I've been a coward since by not fully owning it." It was the first time she'd acknowledged it without excuses or defensiveness. It didn't fix everything, but it was something. After that conversation with Maya, I didn't immediately agree to donate. I told her I needed time to process everything and make a decision that wasn't based on emotion or pressure. She said she understood, which was more grace than I expected. I spent the next 2 weeks doing a lot of soul-searching, talked to my therapist extensively, did research on kidney donation beyond what the transplant coordinator had told me, read accounts from donors who regretted it, donors who were glad they did it, recipients who were grateful, recipients who weren't. One thing that struck me: several donors said that giving a kidney to someone they were ambivalent about or had complicated feelings toward led to resentment when the relationship didn't magically improve post-transplant. The kidney didn't fix the underlying issues. It just added another layer of complexity. I also realized something uncomfortable about myself. Part of my refusal was absolutely about punishing Maya. Not entirely. The medical risks are real. But I'd be lying if I said there wasn't satisfaction in finally having something she desperately needed that she couldn't just take. For once, I had the power in our relationship dynamic. That's not a noble motivation. My parents kept up the pressure, which actually made my decision harder. Every call was about Maya's health decline, about my moral obligation, about how I'd feel if she died. They've never once acknowledged what Maya did to me, never validated my right to be angry. It's all about Maya's needs, as always. That dynamic made me realize something. Even if I donate, I'll never get what I actually want from this family, which is acknowledgement that I was wronged and that my feelings about it are valid. They'll just see the donation as me finally doing the right thing and becoming the selfless sister I should have been all along. I decided to set conditions. Told Maya that if I'm going to even consider donation, several things need to happen first. 1. Family therapy with her and our parents. We need a mediator to address the fundamental dysfunction in our family, the golden child dynamic, and the way my pain has been consistently dismissed. If we're going to have any relationship going forward, we need to address these patterns. 2. Maya needs to write a detailed, specific apology letter, acknowledging what she did, the impact it had, and taking full responsibility without excuses. Not for me to forgive her, but for her to actually process what she did to me. 3. Our parents need to acknowledge their role in enabling Maya and dismissing my hurt. They pressured me not to press charges, supported her through the bankruptcy that screwed me, and have spent 8 years telling me to get over it. That needs to be addressed. 4. If I donate, we establish clear boundaries about our relationship going forward. This doesn't automatically make us close sisters. This doesn't erase what happened. This is a medical procedure I'm choosing to undergo, not a symbol of complete forgiveness and family reconciliation. Maya agreed to all of it immediately, probably because she's desperate. My parents resisted hard, said I was making Maya jump through hoops while she's dying, that I was being manipulative and cruel. But Maya told them she'd do it, that she wanted to do it, that my conditions were fair. We've had 3 family therapy sessions so far. They've been brutal. Our parents are being forced to confront their favoritism for the first time, and they don't like it. The therapist called them out on dismissing my trauma around the identity theft, on prioritizing Maya's needs over mine consistently, on the pattern of expecting me to sacrifice without acknowledgement. Maya wrote the apology letter. It was 7 pages long, specific, painful, and honest. She detailed what she did, admitted the excuses she'd made, acknowledged the full impact on my life. She wrote about her shame, her cowardice in not facing it, her regret for letting me carry the burden alone. Reading it made me cry. Not because it fixed everything, but because it was finally real accountability. Our parents have been slower. Dad, sort of, gets it. Has started acknowledging that they treated us differently and that it wasn't fair. Mom is still resistant, still defensive, still thinks I'm overreacting to one mistake Maya made years ago. But at least it's being discussed openly for the first time ever. Through all of this, I got tested. Turns out I'm a match. Good kidney function, compatible blood type, tissue match is decent. Medically, I could donate. But should I? That's the question I'm still grappling with. The medical risks are real. The recovery will be difficult. There's no guarantee Maya and I will have a real relationship afterward. My parents might revert to their old patterns once the crisis is over. I might regret this for the rest of my life. But I might also regret not doing it. I might spend decades knowing I could have saved my sister and chose not to. That's a heavy weight, too. I've decided. I'm going to donate. Not because I've completely forgiven Maya, not because my family has magically transformed into healthy and supportive, not because I think it'll fix our relationship. I'm donating because when I imagine being 60 or 70 and looking back at this choice, I want to be able to say I acted from values, not vindictiveness. My value is that saving a life, even a complicated life belonging to someone who hurt me, is more important than punishment. But I'm doing it with clear boundaries. This is a one-time medical procedure, not an emotional reconciliation. Maya and I will likely never be close sisters. Our parents will likely always be somewhat dysfunctional. I'm not expecting gratitude or for this to change anything fundamental about our family. I'm doing it because it's who I want to be, not because of who they are or what they deserve. That distinction matters to me. The surgery is scheduled for next month. I'm scared. Scared of the medical risks. Scared of regretting this choice. Scared that I'm being manipulated into doing something I'll resent forever. But I'm also at peace with the decision in a way I wasn't before. So, after all of this, am I the? I honestly still don't know. Maybe the question doesn't matter as much as I thought it did. Maybe both things can be true. I don't owe her my kidney, and I'm choosing to give it anyway. Maybe I get to be both the wronged party and the person who acts with compassion despite that. Maybe life is more complicated than asshole versus not asshole. Update. Surgery went well. Both of us are recovering. Maya is already showing improvement off dialysis. I'm in pain, but okay. The family dynamics haven't magically fixed, but we're still doing therapy. I don't regret my choice, but I also don't regret taking the time to make it on my terms. Sometimes you can be right and still choose generosity. I'm trying to be okay with that complexity. AITA for revealing my sister faked cancer after she stole my college fund for treatment. I'm 22-year-old and my sister Madison, 27-year-old, convinced our family she had cancer and needed expensive treatment. My parents drained my college fund, $45,000, to help pay for it. Last month I discovered she'd been lying the entire time. I exposed her to everyone, and now she's been disowned and is having a mental breakdown. My parents think I should have handled it privately. 2 years ago, Madison announced she had stage 2 breast cancer. She showed us doctor's notes, talked about chemotherapy, shaved her head. Our family rallied around her. My parents started fundraising and dipping into savings to cover what insurance supposedly wouldn't. I was a college sophomore, and my parents sat me down, explaining they needed to use my college fund temporarily for Madison's treatment. They promised they'd repay it once Madison recovered. I was devastated but agreed. What else could I do? My sister was dying. I took a semester off to work and help with Madison's care. She was tired a lot, complained about nausea, wore scarves. She posted about her cancer journey on social media, getting thousands of supportive comments. Our church held fundraisers. People donated money directly to Madison for medical bills. Last month, I ran into Madison's oncologist at a coffee shop. Except she wasn't an oncologist. She was Madison's friend from theater school. I confronted her, and she panicked, admitted Madison had asked her to pretend to be a doctor for family meetings. Everything was fake. I checked Madison's medical records she'd accidentally left at our parents' house. All forgeries. I hired a PI who confirmed Madison had never been treated at any hospital she claimed. She'd been taking the money, over $100,000 total, and spending it on clothes, trips, and her boyfriend. I gathered all evidence and called a family meeting, showed everyone the proof. Madison broke down admitting it, saying she'd gotten in over her head after one lie spiraled. My parents were shattered. Madison's been cut off by everyone. She's staying with her boyfriend's family who barely tolerates her. She's in therapy for what her psychiatrist calls a factitious disorder. My parents say I should have told them privately instead of exposing Madison in front of the whole family. Am I the? The aftermath has been catastrophic. Madison attempted suicide 2 weeks after the exposure. She's in inpatient psychiatric care now. My parents blame me for humiliating her publicly instead of handling it with compassion. My mom said I could have come to them quietly with the evidence, letting them confront Madison privately. That exposing her in front of grandparents, aunts, uncles, and family friends was unnecessarily cruel. That mental illness drove Madison's behavior, and I treated her like a criminal instead of someone who needed help. But the thing is, Madison stole my college fund. She manipulated me into taking a semester off to care for her cancer. She accepted thousands in donations from our church community. She wasn't just lying, she was committing fraud on a massive scale. My dad has been cold to me since Madison's hospitalization. He said, "You were right about what she did, but the way you did it might have killed her." Those words haunt me. If Madison had succeeded in her suicide attempt, would I be responsible? Madison's psychiatrist called me asking to visit Madison in the facility. She said Madison is severely depressed and needs family support, that her factitious disorder is a serious mental illness, not moral failure, that public humiliation exacerbated her condition. I refused to visit. I told the psychiatrist that Madison victimized me and dozens of other people, that mental illness doesn't excuse fraud. The psychiatrist said Madison's disorder is complex. She convinced herself the lies were true, lived in the delusion. I said that's not my problem to solve.
Friends are divided. Some say Madison is mentally ill and needed intervention, not public shaming. Others say she committed fraud and deserved exposure. One friend asked, "Did you really need to tell everyone at once, or did you want maximum impact?" Honestly, I wanted maximum impact. I wanted everyone who'd supported her cancer journey to know they'd been manipulated. I wanted my parents to see what their golden child really was. I wanted Madison to face consequences publicly, the way she'd publicly played victim. The church that fundraised is considering legal action against Madison. People who donated want their money back. Madison's facing potential fraud charges. My public exposure started a domino effect I didn't fully anticipate. It's been 3 months. Madison is out of psychiatric care but barely functioning. She lost her job, most of her friends, and is living with our elderly grandmother, who's the only family member still speaking to her. She owes money to dozens of people, and our parents have been quietly repaying some donations to avoid legal action. My college fund is gone. My parents say the money went to Madison's treatment, and they can't recover it. She spent everything. I'm drowning in student loans now while Madison gets sympathy for being mentally ill. That's what bothers me most. Madison faked cancer, stole money, manipulated everyone. But now she's the victim because she had a breakdown when caught. My mom actually said to me, "She tried to kill herself because of what you did. Can you live with that?" Can I? I don't know. Madison chose to fake cancer. She chose to take my college money. She chose to defraud our community. I just chose to expose her. But her suicide attempt makes me the villain somehow. My therapist says I'm not responsible for Madison's mental health crisis, that exposing fraud isn't the same as causing someone's breakdown. But she also asked, "Knowing what you know now about the consequences, would you still do it the same way?" I don't have a good answer. Part of me says yes, Madison deserved public exposure for public fraud. Part of me thinks about her in that hospital bed after trying to end her life and wonders if I went too far. AITA? The responses show clear patterns. Half say Madison is a fraud who got what she deserved, that faking cancer for money is unforgivable, that mental illness doesn't excuse victimizing dozens of people, that I exposed the truth and Madison's consequences are her own fault. Half say I handled it cruelly, that Madison clearly has serious mental health issues and public humiliation was vindictive, that I could have achieved the same outcome, stopping the fraud, getting truth, without destroying her in front of everyone, that I chose the nuclear option because I was angry, not because it was necessary. My sister's psychiatrist sent me research about factitious disorders. People who fake illnesses often have deep psychological trauma driving the behavior. They're not sociopaths. They're profoundly sick people who need treatment. But Madison used that sickness to steal $45,000 from me specifically, my entire college fund. I'm 22 with massive debt because my sister pretended to have cancer. Am I supposed to have compassion for her mental illness when I'm the one suffering her consequences? Madison sent me a letter from therapy. Said she's sorry, that she understands what she did was wrong, that the lies consumed her, that she doesn't expect forgiveness but hopes one day I'll understand she was sick, not evil. I burned the letter, because even if Madison was sick, I'm still broke. My education is still delayed. My family is still destroyed, and I'm still the one everyone blames for exposing her instead of her being blamed for lying in the first place. Maybe we're both assholes. Madison for the fraud, me for the public exposure. But I'm the one drowning in student debt, while everyone feels sorry for the mentally ill sister who stole from me. That's the part nobody wants to talk about. Am I the time for exposing that my family has been secretly recording my therapy sessions to use against me in custody court?
I'm a 27-year-old mother going through a divorce who just discovered my parents have been hiding recording devices in my home for 6 months to capture my therapy sessions, then sharing the recordings with my ex-husband's lawyer to use against me in our custody battle. I've been separated from my ex, Ryan, for 8 months. We have 2 daughters, ages 5 and 3. The divorce is contentious. Ryan wants full custody, claiming I'm unstable and unfit. I've been in therapy for the past year working through the trauma of my marriage. Ryan was emotionally abusive throughout our relationship, and I'm processing that with my therapist. I have sessions via video call from my home office. My parents have been supportive during the divorce, visiting frequently, offering to help with the girls, being present for moral support. Last week, my lawyer received discovery documents from Ryan's attorney, including transcripts of my therapy sessions, verbatim quotes from private conversations with my therapist about my marriage, my mental health, my parenting doubts. Someone had been recording my sessions. I found hidden recording devices in my home office, 4 of them, placed by my parents. When I confronted them, they admitted Ryan asked them to help gather evidence that I'm unstable, and they agreed because they think Ryan is a better parent. They said therapist-patient privilege doesn't apply when children's welfare is at stake. I reported them to police for illegal recording and wiretapping. My family says I'm overreacting to their attempt to protect my children from an unfit mother. Am I the tie? My name is Sophie. I'm 27 years old, and 8 months ago I left my husband Ryan after 7 years of marriage. We have 2 daughters together, Emma, who's 5, and Claire, who's 3. Leaving Ryan was the hardest decision of my life, but staying would have destroyed me. Ryan was never physically abusive, so people don't understand why I left. But emotional abuse is real, and it's devastating. For years, Ryan controlled every aspect of my life: who I saw, what I wore, how I spent my time. He'd criticize my parenting constantly, tell me I was incompetent, make me doubt my own sanity. Classic gaslighting, though I didn't recognize it at the time. When I finally understood what was happening and left, I thought things would get better. Instead, they got worse. Ryan is fighting for full custody, claiming I'm mentally unstable, that I abandoned the family, that I'm unfit to parent. His lawyer paints me as an erratic woman who left a loving husband for no reason. I have a good lawyer who's building a case around Ryan's emotional abuse, but it's hard to prove. There are no bruises, no police reports, just years of psychological manipulation. I've been in therapy for the past year, even before I left Ryan. My therapist, Dr. Martinez, helped me recognize the abuse patterns, supported me through leaving, and has been helping me process the trauma. She's also helping me work through my own parenting anxieties, the voice in my head that sounds like Ryan, telling me I'm doing everything wrong. Therapy sessions happen via video call from my home office. Every Wednesday at 2 p.m., I close the door, log into the secure video platform, and talk to Dr. Martinez for an hour. Those sessions are my lifeline. The one place I can be completely honest about my fears, my doubts, my struggles. My parents have been supportive during the divorce. At least, I thought they were. My mother visits several times a week, helps with the girls, brings meals. My father stops by to check on me, offers to handle house repairs. They've been present, involved, seemingly on my side. "We're here for you," my mother would say, "whatever you need." "We want what's best for the girls," my father would add. I appreciated their support. Going through a divorce while parenting 2 young children is overwhelming. Having family help felt like a blessing. 3 weeks ago, my lawyer called with disturbing news. "Sophie, we received discovery documents from Ryan's attorney. There are transcripts in here that concern me." "What kind of transcripts?" "Transcripts of what appear to be your therapy sessions, verbatim quotes from conversations with your therapist." My stomach dropped. That's not possible. Therapy is confidential. "Someone recorded your sessions. The transcripts are detailed. They include your discussions about parenting doubts,
medication you're considering, moments where you expressed frustration with the girls. Ryan's lawyer is using them to paint you as unstable. How did Ryan get recordings of my therapy? That's what we need to find out. This is a serious violation of privacy laws and therapist-patient confidentiality. I went home and searched my office. If someone was recording my sessions, there had to be a device somewhere. I checked my computer. No spyware. Checked the room for cameras. Nothing obvious. Then I found the first device. A small recording unit hidden behind a picture frame on the shelf behind my desk. It was positioned perfectly to capture audio from my therapy sessions. I found 3 more. One in a fake plant on the bookshelf. One inside a decorative box. One tucked behind books. 4 recording devices, all aimed at my desk where I sit during therapy sessions. Someone had deliberately placed multiple recorders to ensure they captured everything I said. I called my lawyer immediately. I found recording devices in my office, 4 of them. Don't touch them. Call the police. This is illegal wiretapping. The police came and documented the devices, checked for fingerprints, asked who had access to my home. My parents visit regularly. My ex-husband hasn't been in the house since we separated. A few close friends occasionally. Who would have motive to record your therapy sessions? My ex-husband is fighting for custody. These recordings are being used against me in court. The investigation moved quickly. The devices were relatively sophisticated, voice-activated, wireless, uploading to cloud storage. Police traced the purchase to an electronics account belonging to my father. I confronted my parents at their house. Brought the police report showing the devices were purchased by my father. Did you put recording devices in my home office? My mother looked at my father. My father looked guilty. We need to talk about this, my father said. There's nothing to talk about. Did you put recording devices in my office? Yes or no? Long silence. Then my mother. We did. Why? Ryan asked us to help gather evidence for the custody case. Evidence of what? That you're not stable enough to have primary custody of the girls. So you recorded my private therapy sessions? My confidential conversations with my therapist? My father spoke up. Sophie, we watched you struggle in that marriage for years. We thought you were happy. Then you suddenly left and claimed Ryan was abusive. We didn't believe it. Ryan is a good father. He loves those girls. And you seem erratic. Erratic? You're in therapy. You're on medication. You talk about how hard parenting is. You left your husband with no warning. From our perspective, you're the unstable one. So you spied on my therapy to prove it. My mother. We didn't spy. We gathered information to protect our granddaughters. If you're truly unfit to parent, Emma and Claire deserve to be with their father. I'm not unfit. I'm processing trauma from an abusive marriage. You say it was abusive, but we never saw evidence. Ryan always seemed like a good husband. Emotional abuse doesn't leave bruises. Or maybe there was no abuse and you're rewriting history to justify leaving. So you recorded my therapy sessions, my private, confidential therapy, and gave them to Ryan's lawyer? My father nodded. Ryan is fighting for custody. He needed evidence that you're unstable. Your therapy sessions provided that evidence. Did you listen to the recordings? Some of them. Ryan's lawyer reviewed them all. You heard me talking about the abuse? About what Ryan did to me? We heard you talking about your feelings, but feelings aren't facts. You could be exaggerating or misremembering. I was talking to my therapist, in confidence, about trauma. My mother looked defensive. You also talked about doubting yourself as a mother, about feeling overwhelmed, about considering medication for anxiety. Those aren't things a fit parent should be struggling with. Every parent has doubts. That's why I'm in therapy, to work through them.
A mother who's constantly questioning herself isn't stable. Emma and Claire need stability. They need a mother who's working on her mental health, not one who pretends everything is fine. My father stood firm. We did what we thought was right. If recording your therapy sessions helps protect our granddaughters from an unfit mother, then we'd do it again. I left and immediately filed a police report for illegal wiretapping. In my state, recording someone without consent in their home is a felony. Recording therapy sessions specifically violates federal laws around healthcare privacy. The police charged my parents with illegal wiretapping, recording, invasion of privacy, violation of healthcare privacy laws, conspiracy, coordinating with Ryan. Ryan was also charged as a co-conspirator. He'd provided the funds for the devices and received the recordings knowing they were obtained illegally. Their defense was that they were protecting children from an unfit parent. The prosecutor wasn't sympathetic. The defendants illegally recorded privileged therapy sessions. The victim's parenting ability is a custody court matter, not justification for committing felonies. The recordings were deemed inadmissible in custody court. Evidence obtained through illegal wiretapping can't be used in legal proceedings. Ryan's entire case built on evidence from my therapy collapsed. More than that, the judge sanctioned Ryan for participating in illegal recording. The father's willingness to violate privacy laws and therapist-patient confidentiality to gain advantage in custody proceedings demonstrates poor judgment and disrespect for legal boundaries. Custody determination shifted dramatically. The judge granted me primary custody with Ryan having supervised visitation until he completed parenting classes and therapy. My parents were convicted of wiretapping. Both received jail time, 60 days each, plus probation, fines, and restraining orders preventing them from contact with me. Ryan's custody case was destroyed by his own illegal actions. Dr. Martinez had to file complaints with healthcare privacy authorities about the violation of our therapeutic relationship. Having sessions recorded and used in court is a profound breach. It damages the therapeutic alliance and creates lasting harm. The emotional impact was severe. Knowing my parents listened to my most vulnerable moments, heard me cry about the abuse, talk about my darkest fears, express doubts about parenting, and used those moments to call me unfit was devastating. The family response was divided. Some relatives understood. They illegally recorded therapy sessions? That's horrible. Others defended my parents. They were trying to protect their granddaughters from a potentially unfit mother. But therapists, lawyers, and domestic abuse advocates were unanimous. Recording someone's therapy is a profound violation. Using it in custody court is abuse by proxy. Your ex used your parents to weaponize your mental health treatment against you. That's classic abuser behavior. Seeking therapy is a sign of strength. Your parents punished you for taking care of your mental health. I posted in a divorce support group. AITA for pressing charges after my parents recorded my therapy sessions to help my ex in our custody battle. Every response supported me. NTA, they violated your privacy in the most intimate way possible to help your abuser. That's unforgivable. NTA, using someone's therapy against them is recognized as emotional abuse. Your parents enabled your ex's abuse. NTA, they betrayed you, violated healthcare laws, and tried to take your children based on illegally obtained evidence. Not one person thought I overreacted. 3 months later, I'm still in therapy, with a new therapist, Dr. Chen, because continuing with Dr. Martinez after such a violation felt impossible. We're working through the trauma of having my parents betray me in such a fundamental way. Emma and Claire are adjusting to the new custody arrangement. They see Ryan on weekends with supervision. They're with me during the week. They don't understand why they don't see their grandparents anymore. "Where's Grandma?" Emma asks. "Grandma made some choices that hurt Mommy. We're taking a break." "Will we see her again?" "I don't know, sweetie. Maybe someday." My relationship with my parents is destroyed. My mother sends letters from jail begging me to understand they were protecting the girls. My father maintains they did nothing wrong, but I can't forgive this. They recorded the most vulnerable moments of my life. They listened to me process trauma from an abusive marriage and decided I was the problem. They gave those recordings to my abuser to use against me. Am I the per pressing criminal charges against my parents for recording my therapy sessions? I don't think I am. Therapy is sacred. It's where we process trauma, acknowledge fears, work through doubts. Using someone's therapy against them is weaponizing vulnerability. My parents chose my abuser over me. They helped him build a case to take my children based on my honest work in therapy. Some relatives say I'm being vindictive, that family makes mistakes and deserves forgiveness, that jail time is too harsh. But this wasn't a mistake. It was a months-long conspiracy to violate my privacy, my healthcare rights, and my custody rights. They're not sorry they did it. They're sorry they got caught. Am I the asshole? Not to my therapist, not to my lawyer, not to domestic abuse advocates, not to other survivors. Only to people who think protecting children justifies any violation of privacy. And I can live with that. Because my daughters deserve a mother who's working on her mental health. Not one who's afraid to seek help because family might weaponize it. They tried to take my children by recording my path to healing. Instead, they destroyed their relationship with all of us. And I'm okay with that. Because some betrayals are unforgivable. Some violations are permanent. Recording someone's therapy to use against them in court? That's both. Am I the A for not giving my bone marrow to my half-brother I never knew existed? I'm 26 male, and until 3 weeks ago I thought I was an only child. My parents divorced when I was 2, and my dad, Frank, 54 male, moved across the country. We've had minimal contact my entire life, awkward birthday calls, occasional Christmas cards with checks. He remarried when I was 5 to a woman I met once at their wedding and never saw again. I was raised by my mom, Patricia, 52-year-old female, who's been an amazing single parent, and I've built a good life without much input from Frank. 3 weeks ago, Frank called me out of the blue. We hadn't spoken in over a year. He was crying, which I'd never heard before, and he told me he had a son, Dylan, who's 19. Dylan is sick with aplastic anemia and needs a bone marrow transplant. Frank and Dylan's mother aren't matches, neither are any other relatives they've tested. They're searching the donor registry but haven't found a match yet, and Dylan's condition is deteriorating. Frank asked if I'd be willing to get tested to see if I'm a match. Said he knew he hadn't been a good father to me, that he'd failed me in countless ways, but he was begging me to consider helping my half-brother. That Dylan was a good kid, in his second year of college, had his whole life ahead of him. I was completely blindsided. I didn't know I had a half-brother. Frank had never mentioned having another child in our sporadic communications. I felt ambushed and manipulated. Suddenly I have a sibling I've never met who needs a major medical procedure from me, and I'm supposed to immediately agree because we share DNA? I told Frank I needed time to think. He started crying harder, said time was something Dylan didn't have much of, that every day without a transplant increased the risk of complications or death, that he understood this was a shock, but hoped I'd have compassion for an innocent kid who'd done nothing wrong. After we hung up, I did research on bone marrow donation. It's not a minor thing. There's testing, procedures, recovery time. The donation itself can be painful and has risks, though they're relatively small. It's not like donating blood. It's a significant medical procedure that would affect my body and my life. I talked to my mom about it. She was furious with Frank for springing this on me, for having another child he'd never told me about, for only reaching out when he needed something from me. She said the decision was mine, but that I shouldn't feel obligated to undergo a medical procedure for someone I'd never met just because Frank was suddenly playing the desperate father card. I talked to my girlfriend, Simone, 25-year-old female, about it. She was more sympathetic to Dylan, pointed out that he's innocent in all this, that he didn't choose to have Frank as a father any more than I did. That if I'm a match and don't donate, I'd potentially be letting someone die who I could save. That's heavy to live with regardless of family
dynamics. After a week of thinking, I called Frank back and said I'd get tested, but was making no promises about donation even if I matched. That I needed to meet Dylan first, understand the full medical picture, make an informed decision without pressure. Frank agreed, seemed relieved I was even willing to test. I got tested. The results came back yesterday. I'm a near-perfect match. The transplant coordinator said my bone marrow would give Dylan excellent odds of recovery. Frank called immediately after the results, crying again, thanking me, saying I was saving his son's life. But I haven't agreed to donate. I told Frank I needed to meet Dylan and think about it more. Frank got upset, said what was there to think about, that I'm a match and Dylan needs the transplant urgently. That meeting Dylan shouldn't be necessary. This is about saving a life, not about bonding with a brother I didn't grow up with. I insisted on meeting Dylan anyway. Frank arranged it, and last week I drove 4 hours to their city to meet my half-brother for the first time. Dylan is a nice kid, obviously scared and sick, polite and grateful that I'd even gotten tested. We talked for 2 hours. He told me about his life, his major, computer science, his girlfriend, his hopes for the future if he beats this disease. Meeting him made it more real, but also more complicated. Because now he's not an abstract half-brother. He's a specific person, with dreams and fears, who's looking at me like I hold his life in my hands. Which I guess I do. But I'm still not sure I want to donate. This feels like Frank only reached out because he needs something from me. That if Dylan weren't sick, I'd have gone my whole life never knowing he existed. I'm being asked to undergo a painful medical procedure, take time off work, deal with recovery. All for someone I don't have a relationship with, at the request of a father who abandoned me. Frank is now calling me daily, increasingly desperate and angry, saying I'm killing Dylan by delaying, that any decent person would have agreed immediately, that my hesitation proves I'm selfish and heartless. The responses to my post have been more mixed than I expected, probably 60-40. The majority says NTA, I'm not the asshole, because bodily autonomy is absolute and no one is obligated to donate organs or bone marrow regardless of relationship. The 40% saying I'm TA, the asshole, argues that I have the ability to save someone's life at relatively low risk to myself, and refusing makes me morally culpable for Dylan's death if he doesn't find another donor. The responses, saying I'd be responsible for Dylan's death if I refuse, have really gotten to me. One commenter wrote, "You're not obligated, but if you can save a life with minimal risk to yourself and choose not to, you're valuing your resentment toward Frank over an innocent person's survival. That's technically your right, but it makes you an asshole." That framing haunts me because it's true that Dylan is innocent. He didn't choose Frank as a father, didn't choose to get sick, didn't choose to have a half-brother he'd never met who might be his only chance at survival. None of this is his fault, and yet my decision will determine whether he lives or dies. But other commenters pointed out that this framing is manipulative, that it removes my autonomy and treats my body as a resource that Dylan has a claim to just because we're genetically related. One person wrote, "If Dylan needed a kidney and you were a match, would everyone expect you to give him one? Where's the line for bodily autonomy when someone's life is on the line?" That's a good question. Bone marrow regenerates, kidneys don't. But both are significant medical procedures with risks. Would I be expected to give Dylan a kidney if I were a match and it was his only option? What about a liver lobe? At what point does someone else's medical need override my right to refuse medical procedures on my own body? I've been researching bone marrow donation more thoroughly. The process involves either a surgical procedure to extract marrow from the hip bone, which is painful and requires general anesthesia,
or a PBSC donation, where they harvest stem cells from blood after injections to increase stem cell production, which has its own side effects and risks. Neither is risk-free. Both would require me to take time off work, arrange my life around Frank's and Dylan's medical needs, put my body through stress and discomfort. And for what? For a half-brother I never knew existed until 3 weeks ago? At the request of a father who's been essentially absent from my life? Because I happen to have the genetic match that could save him? My mom has been supportive of whatever I decide, but clearly thinks I shouldn't donate. She keeps pointing out that Frank only contacted me when he needed something, that he's never been there for me, that I don't owe him or his other son anything. That Dylan has access to the National Bone Marrow Registry and might find another match. But the transplant coordinator I spoke with was honest. While they're continuing to search the registry, matches like mine are rare, especially among young, healthy donors. Dylan's best chance is me. They found some partial matches, but nothing as compatible as my bone marrow. Every week they search without finding a better match is a week Dylan's condition potentially worsens. So I'm Dylan's best chance, possibly his only real chance. That's a lot of weight to carry. I've been talking to a therapist about this decision. She's been helping me separate my anger at Frank from my feelings about Dylan, figure out what I actually want versus what I feel obligated to do. She asks good questions. If Dylan were a stranger on the registry, not your half-brother, would you donate? If Frank had been a good father, would this feel different? What outcome would you feel best about in 5 years? Those questions don't have easy answers. If Dylan were a stranger, I probably wouldn't even know he needed marrow. The registry match would be anonymous until after donation. But he's not a stranger. He's my half-brother, and I do know. That knowledge creates responsibility I can't unknow. If Frank had been a good father, would this feel different? Absolutely. If I'd grown up knowing I had a younger brother, if Frank had maintained a relationship with me, if this request came in the context of family that had actually functioned as family, I think I'd have agreed immediately. But that's not our reality. What outcome would I feel best about in 5 years? I don't know. If I donate and Dylan survives, do I feel good about saving a life or resentful that I was guilted into a medical procedure for someone I barely know? If I don't donate and Dylan dies, do I feel relief that I maintained my boundaries or crushing guilt that I could have saved him? Neither future feels good. Both have significant emotional cost. Frank has escalated his pressure tactics. He sent me photos of Dylan in the hospital, videos of Dylan talking about his hopes for the future, messages from Dylan's mother, a woman I've never met, begging me to save her son. He's called my mom, my girlfriend, even reached out to my workplace somehow, trying to get anyone with influence over me to pressure me into donating. The workplace thing crossed a line. Frank called my manager claiming to be my father dealing with a family medical emergency and needed to reach me urgently. My manager, concerned, gave him my direct work line. Frank then called me at work to cry about Dylan's deteriorating condition and my moral obligation to save him. I had to explain to my manager that this was not, in fact, a family emergency I was involved in, but rather my estranged father pressuring me about a medical decision. Humiliating and infuriating. I told Frank if he contacted my workplace again or continued harassing my family and friends, I'd block him entirely and refuse any further communication. He apologized, said he was desperate, that watching his son die while knowing there's a donor match refusing to help is torture. I understand that. I do. But his desperation doesn't obligate me to undergo surgery. Dylan has sent me messages too, which Frank probably encouraged but feel genuine. He says he understands if I say no, that he doesn't want to guilt me, but that he's scared and wants to live. He thanks me for even getting tested, says that was more than I had to do. His messages are kind and understanding, which somehow makes this harder. Because if Dylan were demanding or entitled, it would be easier to refuse. But he's scared and grateful and polite. And I'm the person who could save him who's choosing not to, if I refuse. That's not a comfortable position morally. My girlfriend has been increasingly frustrated with me. She thinks I'm overthinking this, that the right answer is obvious: donate. The marrow, save the kid, deal with the family complexity later. She says my hesitation is about punishing Frank, not about legitimate concerns about the procedure. Maybe she's right. Maybe I am punishing Frank, using Dylan's life as leverage in a decades-old resentment about my absent father. That's an ugly possibility to consider. But it's also true that I'm being asked to undergo a medical procedure I don't want, for someone I don't know, at significant inconvenience and some medical risk. Even if the risk is low, it's my body, my risk, my choice. That should matter regardless of the stakes for Dylan. I made my decision this morning. I'm going to donate. Not because Frank deserves my help. He doesn't. Not because I owe Dylan anything. I don't. But because when I imagine being 35 or 45 or 55 and looking back at this moment, I want to be able to say I saved a life when I had the ability to do so. That my anger at my absent father didn't stop me from helping an innocent person who happened to be related to me. This doesn't make Frank a good father. Doesn't repair our relationship or mean I'll have a relationship with Dylan afterward. I'm doing this for me, so I can live with my choice, not for them. I told Frank today. He was overwhelmed with relief and gratitude, immediately started talking about arrangements and scheduling. I stopped him and set clear boundaries. I'll donate, but Frank needs to understand this is the extent of my involvement. After this, I don't want ongoing contact unless I initiate it. This donation doesn't make us family in any meaningful sense, doesn't obligate me to future relationship with him or Dylan. Frank agreed to everything. Whether he'll actually respect those boundaries long-term is questionable, but I've made my position clear. The donation is scheduled for 3 weeks from now. I'm terrified of the procedure, resentful that I'm in this position, grieving the fantasy that my father might have reached out for any reason other than needing something from me. But I'm also at peace with my decision in a way I wasn't when I was refusing, because at the end of the day, I can save someone's life at relatively low cost to myself. That my father is terrible and the circumstances are complicated doesn't change the fundamental equation. I can help or I can refuse. Helping feels right, even though it shouldn't be my responsibility. So, am I AITA? I don't think so, regardless of whether I donated or refused. Bodily autonomy is absolute. No one can demand access to your body or organs or bone marrow for any reason, even if refusing costs someone their life. That's uncomfortable, but true. But I am choosing to donate, and I'm choosing to feel okay about that choice. Not because I'm obligated, but because I want to be someone who helps when I can, even when circumstances are messy and emotionally complicated. That's my choice to make, and I'm making it. And I'll live with whatever comes next. Dylan's recovery, Frank's inevitable boundary violations, the weird half-brother relationship I'll need to navigate, knowing I made the choice that lets me sleep at night. Am I there for refusing to be my best friend's surrogate after she lied about why she needs one? I'm 30-year-old F, and my best friend, Vanessa, 32-year-old female, and I have been close since college. We've been through everything together: breakups, career changes, family drama, celebrations. She's the person I call first with good news and bad. When she got married to her husband, Aaron, 35-year-old male, 4 years ago, I was her maid of honor. They're one of those couples everyone describes as perfect together. Last year, Vanessa told me they'd been trying to have a baby for 2 years without success. She said they'd done fertility testing and discovered she has a condition that makes pregnancy dangerous for her. something about her uterine lining and high risk of miscarriage that could be life-threatening. Her doctor strongly advised against attempting pregnancy, saying the health risks were too severe. Vanessa was devastated. She'd always wanted to be a mother, talked about having kids since we were in college. She said they were looking into surrogacy, but the process was overwhelming. Finding the right person, the legal complications, the cost. Then she asked if I'd consider being her surrogate. I was honored, but also hesitant. Surrogacy is huge. 9 months of pregnancy, physical changes, medical risks, impact on my life and career. I'm single, work in marketing with a demanding schedule, wasn't sure I wanted to be pregnant even for someone I loved. I told Vanessa I needed time to think about it. She was understanding, said she knew it was a massive ask, that she'd support whatever decision I made. Over the next few weeks, she'd occasionally bring it up gently, talking about how much it would mean to have someone she trusted carry their baby, how she'd cover all medical expenses and compensate me generously, how I'd be giving them the family they desperately wanted. I did research on surrogacy, talked to my therapist, consulted with a surrogacy lawyer about the process and legal protections. The more I learned, the more comfortable I became with the idea. Vanessa was my best friend. If I could help her become a mother when medical issues prevented her from carrying a pregnancy safely, wasn't that what friendship was about? I agreed to be their surrogate. Vanessa and Aaron were overjoyed. We started the medical screening process, met with fertility specialists, began legal paperwork. I was preparing my life for pregnancy, scaling back at work, getting healthy, mentally preparing for the physical changes ahead. Then 3 weeks ago, I ran into Vanessa's sister, Claudia, 29-year-old female, at a coffee shop. We're friendly but not close. She mentioned how excited she was about Vanessa's pregnancy plan, then said something that confused me. "I'm so glad you're doing this so Vanessa doesn't have to ruin her body. She's so worried about weight gain and stretch marks." I thought I'd misheard. "What do you mean? Vanessa can't carry a pregnancy safely. That's why I'm being a
Surrogate. Claudia looked uncomfortable. "Oh, I thought you knew it was more about the physical aspects, the impact on her career and body." My stomach dropped. I pressed Claudia for details. She reluctantly told me that, as far as she knew, Vanessa didn't have any medical condition preventing pregnancy. The real reason for surrogacy was that Vanessa didn't want to experience pregnancy. The weight gain, physical changes, time off work, impact on her body and career as a yoga instructor and wellness influencer. I confronted Vanessa immediately. At first, she denied it, said Claudia was confused, but when I told her I'd call her doctor directly to verify the medical necessity, she broke down and admitted the truth. There was no dangerous uterine condition. Vanessa and Aaron could conceive and carry a pregnancy naturally. She'd lied about medical necessity because she didn't want to be pregnant herself, but desperately wanted a biological child. She'd seen surrogacy as a solution, but knew I'd never agree if I knew it was elective rather than medically necessary. She said she was sorry for lying, but that her reasons were still valid. That pregnancy would derail her career as a wellness influencer where her body was her brand. That she was terrified of weight gain and permanent body changes. That she'd never felt particularly maternal about being pregnant, just about having a child. That she thought if she was honest about her reasoning, I'd judge her as selfish and refuse. She wasn't wrong. I was furious. I told her that asking someone to be pregnant for you when you simply don't want to experience pregnancy yourself is completely different from asking when pregnancy poses serious health risks. That I'd agreed to surrogacy as a medical necessity, not as a convenience for someone who wanted to avoid the physical realities of childbearing. Vanessa got defensive, said her bodily autonomy and career concerns were just as valid as medical issues. That she shouldn't be forced to destroy her body and livelihood just because she wants to be a mother. That surrogacy, for any reason, is legitimate, and I was being judgmental about her choices. The argument with Vanessa escalated quickly from there.
I told her the issue wasn't her desire to avoid pregnancy. Plenty of people use surrogates for non-medical reasons, but that she'd lied to manipulate me into agreeing. That if she'd been honest from the start about wanting surrogacy for career and body image reasons, I could have made an informed decision. Instead, she'd fabricated a life-threatening medical condition to make me feel like I'd be saving her life by carrying her baby. Vanessa argued that she'd lied because she knew I wouldn't understand, that society judges women who don't want to be pregnant as selfish or vain, that she was just trying to present her situation in a way that would generate sympathy because her actual reasons, not wanting to sacrifice her body and career, would make people think she was a terrible person. She said, "Would you have agreed if I'd told you the truth? If I'd said, I want a baby, but I don't want to gain weight and take time off work and destroy my abs and deal with stretch marks? You would have said I was superficial and refused. So yes, I lied, because the lie was the only way to get you to help me." That admission made me even angrier. She was acknowledging she'd manipulated me because she'd known honesty wouldn't work. She'd calculated that inventing a medical crisis would get her what she wanted, and she'd been right until her sister inadvertently exposed the truth. I told Vanessa I was withdrawing from the surrogacy agreement, that I couldn't carry a baby for someone who'd fundamentally violated my trust, that even if her reasons for wanting surrogacy were valid, her method of obtaining my agreement, through deception, was unforgivable. Vanessa started crying, begging me to reconsider. Said they'd already told their families I was going to be their surrogate, that she'd been planning the baby's nursery, that I was destroying her dream of motherhood over a technicality about why she needed a surrogate. Aaron got involved, called me and tried to smooth things over. Said Vanessa had made a mistake by lying, but that her underlying desire for a family was genuine. That they were willing to be completely honest going forward, that we could restart the process with full transparency. He admitted he'd known Vanessa was lying about medical necessity, but had thought it was a white lie to help me feel better about agreeing. So Aaron had been in on the deception from the start. Both of them had conspired to manipulate me into pregnancy by fabricating a medical condition. That made it even worse. I remained firm. I was not going to be their surrogate, not after being lied to so extensively, not when the trust foundation of our friendship had been shattered. They'd have to find another surrogate and be honest with that person about their actual reasons. The fallout has been intense. Vanessa is telling friends and family that I'm abandoning her in her time of need, that I agreed to help her have a baby and now I'm backing out and destroying her family plans. She's framing it as me being unsupportive and cruel, leaving out the part where she lied about having a dangerous medical condition. Some mutual friends are sympathetic to me once they know the full story. Others think I'm being too harsh, that Vanessa made a mistake, but I should still help her since I'd already agreed, and they've planned their lives around my surrogacy. One friend said, "Yes, she shouldn't have lied, but does that really change the fundamental ask? She needs a surrogate. You agreed to be one. The reason she needs it doesn't change what you'd be doing for her." That argument almost swayed me, because functionally, being a surrogate for medical reasons versus non-medical reasons is the same physical experience for me. I'd still be pregnant for 9 months, regardless of why Vanessa can't or won't carry the baby herself. But it's not the same. Consent obtained through deception isn't real consent. I agreed to surrogacy because I thought my best friend had a life-threatening condition, and I was her only option for safely having a biological child. That's a very different emotional and ethical position than my best friend doesn't want to deal with pregnancy, so she's asking me to do it for her. The latter is a valid reason for surrogacy, but it's not one I would have agreed to. I'm not interested in being pregnant so someone else can avoid the inconveniences of pregnancy. If Vanessa had been honest from the start, I would have said no, and we could have preserved our friendship. Now, because she lied, I'm saying no, and our friendship is likely destroyed. My family is split on whether I'm doing the right thing. My mom thinks I should follow through since I'd already committed, that withdrawing now makes me look flaky
and hurts Vanessa unnecessarily. My sister thinks Vanessa's deception was serious enough to justify my withdrawal, that you can't manipulate someone into surrogacy and expect them to follow through once the truth comes out. I've been doing a lot of soul-searching about my own motivations and reactions. Am I genuinely hurt by Vanessa's deception? Or am I judging her for not wanting to be pregnant? Am I being self-righteous about the importance of honesty, while secretly thinking she's selfish for prioritizing her career and body over experiencing pregnancy? Maybe both are true. Maybe I am judging her priorities while also legitimately feeling manipulated. Those things can coexist. Vanessa sent me a long letter last week trying to explain her perspective more fully. She wrote about the pressure women face to sacrifice their bodies for motherhood, about how pregnancy would genuinely derail her career as a wellness influencer, where her physique is her brand, about her genuine terror of permanent body changes like weight gain and stretched skin. She wrote, "I know I should want to be pregnant. I know good mothers are supposed to embrace the physical sacrifice, but I don't. I want a baby desperately, but I don't want to be pregnant. That doesn't make me a bad person. It makes me honest about my limitations. And yes, I lied to you about my reasons because I knew you'd judge me for them, which you're doing right now by refusing to be my surrogate once you learned the truth." She's not wrong that I'm judging her. I am. Because asking someone to undergo pregnancy so you can avoid it while still getting a biological child does feel different to me than asking because pregnancy would kill you. The stakes feel less serious, the sacrifice less justified. But Vanessa would argue that's societal pressure talking, that women should be able to have biological children without being forced to gestate them personally, that her career and body autonomy are as valid as anyone's medical condition. She's probably right on principle. Theoretically, I support people accessing surrogacy for whatever reasons they choose. But being asked to be that surrogate changes my perspective. Theory becomes practice, and in practice, I don't want to be pregnant for 9 months so my friend can have a baby without experiencing pregnancy herself. The legal ramifications have been messy too. We'd signed preliminary agreements that the lawyer says I can withdraw from since we hadn't begun the medical procedures yet. But Vanessa and Aaron are threatening to sue me for breach of contract, claiming they've incurred expenses based on my agreement and suffered damages from my withdrawal. My lawyer says their case is weak. Surrogacy agreements typically include provisions allowing either party to withdraw before embryo transfer, and the fact that their agreement was obtained through misrepresentation, lying about medical necessity, would likely invalidate it anyway. But the threat of lawsuit adds another layer of stress and animosity to an already destroyed friendship. I miss Vanessa. I miss our friendship, our easy communication, the version of us that existed before she asked me to be her surrogate and lied about why she needed one. But I don't know if we can come back from this. The deception was too fundamental, too calculated, too sustained. Several commenters on my AITA post have asked what I would have said if Vanessa had been honest from the start. That's a hard question because I'll never know for sure. Maybe if she'd approached me vulnerably and honestly about her fears of pregnancy and its impact on her career and body, if she'd acknowledged it was a big ask without medical justification, I might have considered it differently. Or maybe I would have said no immediately, which is what Vanessa feared and why she lied. She knew honesty wouldn't work, so she manufactured a crisis that would compel my sympathy and agreement. That calculated manipulation is what I can't forgive. The AITA consensus is largely NTA, not the asshole, with most people saying Vanessa's deception justifies my withdrawal. But about 30% think ESH, everyone sucks, or that I should follow through despite the lie, since I'd already committed, and Vanessa's need for a surrogate is still real, even if her reasons aren't what she originally claimed. I'm sticking with my decision to withdraw, not just because of the lie, though that's significant,
but because going through with the surrogacy now would be doing it out of guilt and social pressure, rather than genuine desire to help. That's not a healthy foundation for 9 months of pregnancy and bringing a child into the world. Vanessa and Aaron are looking for another surrogate. I hope they find someone and are honest about their reasons this time. I hope they have the family they want, even though I won't be the one to help them achieve it. And I hope, eventually, Vanessa understands that you can't build something as profound as surrogacy on a foundation of lies. That manipulation, even when motivated by desperation, destroys trust in ways that can't be repaired by apologies or explanations. I'm 30, former best friend to someone I don't know if I can forgive, processing the end of one of my most important relationships because she lied about needing my body to save her life, when really, she just wanted my body to spare hers. Neither of us is who the other thought we were, and that's the loss I'm grieving. Not just the friendship, but the version of it that was apparently always built on her willingness to deceive me when the truth wouldn't get her what she wanted. So no, I'm not the asshole for refusing to be a surrogate after discovering I was manipulated into agreeing. But I am sad and hurt and disappointed that this is how our friendship ended. Not with a fight or growing apart, but with the revelation that my best friend thought lying to me about a life-threatening condition was an acceptable strategy for getting me to be pregnant with her baby. Am I the A for refusing to change my wedding date after my sister's baby was stillborn? I'm 27 for million, engaged to my fiancé Marcus, 29 for male, and we've been planning our wedding for 14 months. We set the date for October 14th about a year ago, booked a venue that we loved, sent save the dates to family and friends, put down non-refundable deposits totaling about $18,000. This date was carefully chosen because it's the anniversary of our first date. It's peak fall foliage in our area, and it worked with Marcus's work schedule as a teacher who has limited time off. My older sister, Bethany, 31 further female, has been married to her husband, Kyle, 33 for male, for 5 years. They've been trying to have a baby for 3 years, went through IVF, finally got pregnant last year. The whole family was thrilled. Bethany was due in late August, about 6 weeks before our wedding. Everything seemed to be progressing well with her pregnancy until 3 weeks ago, when Bethany went into labor at 37 weeks. Something went terribly wrong during delivery. The baby, a boy they'd named Owen, was stillborn. The umbilical cord had become compressed, cutting off oxygen. By the time they got her into emergency surgery, it was too late. The loss devastated our entire family. Bethany and Kyle are understandably shattered. I've been trying to support them as much as possible, while also giving them space to grieve. It's the worst thing I can imagine going through, and I feel helpless watching my sister suffer something so profound and unfair. Last week, my mother called me. She said Bethany was struggling badly with grief, that seeing anything related to celebrations or joy was extremely triggering for her, that the thought of attending a wedding, any wedding, but especially her sister's, just 6 weeks after losing her baby, was more than she could emotionally handle. Mom asked if Marcus and I would consider postponing our wedding to give Bethany more time to heal. Said that October was too soon after the loss, that Bethany needed at least 6 months to a year before she'd be able to attend any kind of celebration without it being traumatic. I was sympathetic but also immediately resistant. Postponing our wedding would mean losing all our deposits, rebooking everything, sending out new dates, dealing with guests who'd already made travel arrangements. It would also mean waiting potentially another year or more to get married, since most venues book up far in advance. I told my mom I was so sorry for Bethany's loss, but that postponing our wedding wasn't feasible, that we'd understand completely if Bethany couldn't attend, that we'd miss her terribly, but wouldn't want her to do anything that would harm her grief process, that we could arrange for her to participate remotely via video if she wanted to feel included without the emotional weight of being there in person. Mom got upset, said I was being selfish and insensitive, that a good sister would postpone her wedding to support Bethany during the worst time of her life.
That my wedding date was just a date, but Bethany's grief was a life-altering loss that should take priority. That the family would be heartbroken watching me get married while Bethany was suffering, that it would cast a shadow over the entire day. I maintained that we couldn't postpone, that I understood Bethany's pain, but that our wedding had been planned for over a year, and we'd made significant financial and logistical commitments. That life doesn't stop for everyone else just because one person is grieving, as harsh as that sounds. My mom said that's exactly the kind of attitude that shows I don't really care about my sister. That if I loved Bethany, I'd want to wait until she could be there to celebrate with me. That getting married while she's in such fresh grief is cruel and thoughtless. Bethany called me herself yesterday. She was crying, said she can't imagine watching me be happy and celebrate when she's just buried her baby. That every time she thinks about my wedding, she feels sick because it reminds her that she should be preparing for Owen's arrival instead of attending celebrations. That she's begging me to postpone, not forever, just until she's in a better place emotionally. I told Bethany I love her, and I'm devastated by her loss, but that we can't postpone the wedding. That I understand if she needs to skip it, that there would be no hard feelings, that we'd find ways to include her if she wanted to be involved from a distance. Bethany said I was choosing a party over her well-being, that I clearly don't care about her pain if I'm willing to celebrate while she's grieving. She said if I go through with the wedding on October 14th, she'll never forgive me, that it will permanently damage our relationship because it will show her I valued a wedding date more than her emotional health. Now, my parents, Bethany, and several extended family members are pressuring me to postpone. They're saying I'm heartless, that a decent person would wait, that material losses, deposits and rebooking fees, are nothing compared to emotional trauma. The pressure from my family has intensified since that conversation with Bethany. My father, who'd been mostly quiet until now, called to say that he's disappointed in me, that he raised me to put family first, and that watching me prioritize a party over my sister's grief makes him question what kind of person I've become. He said, "Your sister lost her child. Your wedding is important, but it's just one day. Bethany's pain will last the rest of her life. Show some compassion and postpone until she's ready." I tried to explain again about the financial and logistical impossibilities, but he cut me off. Said money and convenience don't matter when family is suffering, that I'm hiding behind practical concerns to avoid admitting I'm being selfish. I've been doing a lot of soul-searching about this. Am I being selfish? Is my refusal to postpone really about practical concerns? Or is there a part of me that's frustrated at having my wedding overshadowed by Bethany's tragedy? I hate myself for even thinking that way, but I also resent being asked to dismantle a year of planning and thousands of dollars because my sister can't emotionally handle attending. Marcus has been supportive of whatever I decide, but gently pointed out that if I postpone, I'll likely resent Bethany. And if I don't postpone, she'll likely resent me. There's no winning scenario here where everyone ends up happy and our relationships stay intact. I consulted with our venue and vendors about postponement options. The venue has no availability for another 18 months and won't refund our deposit. The photographer is booked solid for the next year. The caterer would charge a cancellation fee, plus we'd lose our deposit. Postponing would mean losing close to $20,000 and essentially starting over with planning, possibly for a date 2 years from now. I presented these facts to my mother, hoping she'd understand the impossibility of what she's asking. Her response was, "So you're saying your sister's grief is worth less than $20,000 to you? That's what you're telling her?" That framing made me furious. It's not about the money being more important than Bethany's grief. It's about the money representing a year of planning, a date that's meaningful to us, commitments made to 150 guests, a timeline we've built our lives around. Losing all of that isn't a small sacrifice. It's dismantling our entire wedding plan with no guarantee that whenever we reschedule, Bethany will be in a better place emotionally. Because here's something no one wants to say, but I'm thinking,
When will Bethany be ready? Grief from losing a child doesn't have a timeline. She might not be ready in 6 months, or a year, or even 2 years. If we postpone once, what's to stop her from asking us to postpone again if she's still not emotionally prepared when the new date arrives? I feel terrible even thinking this way. Bethany's loss is real and devastating, but I also can't put my life on indefinite hold waiting for her to be okay enough to attend my wedding. Several of my friends who aren't involved in the family drama have said I'm absolutely not the asshole, that it's unreasonable to expect me to postpone a fully planned wedding, that Bethany should simply not attend if it's too painful. They point out that people get married all the time when family members are grieving other losses, deaths of parents, divorces, illnesses. Life continues even when someone is suffering. But my family sees it differently. To them, this isn't just any loss, it's the loss of a child. And it's so recent that having a joyful celebration feels disrespectful and cruel. My aunt said, "Imagine how Bethany will feel seeing wedding photos and knowing she was too grief-stricken to be there. Every photo will remind her of what she lost." I understand that perspective, but I also think Bethany's absence from our wedding will be her choice. We're not excluding her. We're giving her the option to not attend if it's too painful. The alternative, postponing indefinitely, punishes Marcus and me for circumstances completely beyond our control. Marcus and I had a long conversation about whether we should just elope or do a tiny ceremony to avoid the family drama. But we don't want that. We've planned this wedding, invited people we love, created something we're excited about. Why should we have to give up the wedding we want because my sister is grieving? That sounds heartless even as I write it, but it's also true. Her tragedy is real, but it's not our tragedy, and it shouldn't dictate the major life events that Marcus and I have planned. I made my final decision yesterday. We're keeping the October 14th date. I called Bethany to tell her personally before she heard it through other family members. She was silent for a long time after I told her. Then she said, "So, you're really going to do this? You're really going to celebrate the happiest day of your life 6 weeks after I buried my son?" I tried to explain again about the deposits, the logistics, the impossibility of postponing. Bethany interrupted me. "I don't care about your deposits. I don't care about your logistics. I care that my sister is getting married while I'm barely surviving each day. And you've decided that's acceptable." She told me not to expect her at the wedding, that she wouldn't be watching remotely either, that she wanted nothing to do with it. Then she said, "I hope it's everything you dreamed of. I hope it's worth losing your relationship with me." And she hung up. My parents called shortly after. They're not coming to the wedding either. They said they can't in good conscience celebrate while Bethany is in such anguish, that attending would feel like betraying her in her time of greatest need, that they love me, but they're choosing to support their daughter who's suffering rather than their daughter who's celebrating. I'm devastated by their absence, but also angry. Angry that they're framing this as a choice between supporting Bethany or celebrating with me, when it doesn't have to be either or. They could support Bethany in her grief and attend my wedding. But they've decided that attending my wedding would somehow diminish their support of Bethany, which feels like emotional manipulation. Several extended family members have also declined to attend in solidarity with Bethany. My grandmother called crying, said she wanted to be there for me but felt she had to stay with Bethany. My uncle said he'd be there but his wife wouldn't be, that she felt it would be inappropriate to celebrate so soon after their nephew's death. So my wedding, which was supposed to be a joyful gathering of 150 people who love us, is now fractured by grief politics and family members choosing sides. Marcus's family will be there in full support. My side will be noticeably incomplete. I posted about this situation, with details changed, on a grief support forum, trying to get perspective from people who've experienced child loss. The responses were mixed, but leaning toward understanding my position.
Several people who'd lost children said that while they understood Bethany's pain, they wouldn't have expected siblings or friends to postpone major life events for their grief. That part of healing was learning to exist in a world where joy and celebration continue even when you're suffering. One woman wrote, "When my daughter was stillborn, my brother got married 3 months later. I didn't attend. It hurt too much. But I never asked him to postpone, and I don't resent him for having his wedding when he did. My grief was mine to manage, not his to accommodate by stopping his life." That perspective helped me feel less guilty about my decision. Bethany's grief is real and valid, but it's not my responsibility to put my life on hold to accommodate it. The AITA responses have been about 65% NTA, not the asshole, 25% NAH, no assholes here, and 10% YTA, you're the asshole. The NTA crowd says, I'm not obligated to postpone a fully planned wedding, that Bethany's grief, while tragic, doesn't give her veto power over my life events. The NAH group says both my desire to keep the date and Bethany's inability to attend are valid. The YTA minority says family should come before weddings, that a compassionate person would wait. I'm proceeding with the wedding. Marcus and I are getting married on October 14th as planned. My sister won't be there. My parents won't be there. Large portions of my extended family won't be there. And I'm trying to make peace with that, while also grieving the family relationships that are fracturing over this. My therapist says I'm not responsible for managing everyone else's grief, that setting boundaries around my own life events is healthy, even when those boundaries hurt people I love. That Bethany's loss is tragic, but doesn't obligate me to sacrifice my wedding. I'm trying to believe that. Trying to hold on to the knowledge that I offered compromises, remote attendance, understanding if she couldn't be there, offers to include her in ways that felt manageable. That I didn't exclude her. She's excluding herself because attending is too painful. That's valid, but it's her choice, not my obligation to prevent. The wedding is in 3 weeks. I'm alternating between excitement about marrying Marcus and profound sadness about the family members who won't be there. Between certainty that I made the right decision and guilt about moving forward with celebration while Bethany grieves. I don't know if my relationship with Bethany will recover from this. She said, I'm choosing my wedding over her, but I see it as refusing to sacrifice my wedding for her grief. Those might sound like the same thing, but they feel different to me. One positions me as cruel and selfish. The other positions me as setting reasonable boundaries around my own life while acknowledging her pain. Maybe I am the asshole. Maybe a good sister would postpone without hesitation. Maybe my insistence on keeping the date proves I value celebration over compassion. But I also think, if I postpone, when would be okay? Would 6 months be enough? A year? 2 years? And what happens if we postpone, and Bethany still isn't ready when the new date arrives? There's no good answer. Just a terrible situation where someone I love is suffering, and there's nothing I can do to fix it. And my attempts to continue with my own life plans are being framed as cruelty. So, we're getting married on October 14th, with or without my sister, with or without my parents, with joy and grief coexisting in ways I never anticipated when we chose this date a year ago. And I'm trying to forgive myself for not being willing to dismantle everything to accommodate someone else's timeline for healing, even when that someone is my sister, who's experiencing unimaginable loss. Am I the asshole? Maybe. Probably. But I'm also a person with my own life and plans and limitations around what I can sacrifice for others' pain. And that has to be okay, even when it feels terrible. Am I for telling my stepdaughter she can't walk me down the aisle at my wedding to her father? I'm 37 Filtinel, engaged to Tom, 42 for male, father to Emma, 16 female. Tom and I have been together for 3 years, living together for the past 1.5 years. Emma's mother passed away from cancer when Emma was 11, and it's just been Tom and Emma for the 5 years between her death and when Tom and I started dating. My relationship with Emma has been complicated from the start. She was 13 when we met, still grieving her mother, deeply attached to Tom, and not particularly interested in her dad having a girlfriend. I tried to be patient and understanding, gave her space, never tried to replace her mom or force a relationship. Over time, we developed something cordial, not close but not hostile. We coexist peacefully, have pleasant conversations, do family activities together without tension. Tom proposed 6 months ago, and we're planning a wedding for this December. Emma seemed okay with the engagement, said she was happy for her dad, helped look at venues with us. I interpreted her involvement as acceptance, maybe even the beginning of a closer relationship between us. Last month, Emma came to me privately and asked if she could walk me down the aisle at the wedding. She said she'd been thinking about it a lot, that it would mean a lot to her to have that role, that it would symbolize us becoming a family officially. She got emotional, said her mom would have wanted someone to be there for me on my wedding day, and since my own parents are deceased, maybe she could fill that role. I was completely taken aback. The request felt presumptuous and uncomfortable in ways I couldn't fully articulate in the moment. I told Emma I needed to think about it, that it was a sweet offer, but a big decision. The truth is, I don't want Emma to walk me down the aisle. I've planned to walk myself down the aisle, as a statement of independence and self-determination. I'm not property being given away by a father figure. I'm an adult woman choosing marriage on my own terms. The tradition of being given away has always made me uncomfortable, and I've been clear with Tom that I'm walking solo. But even if I were open to having someone walk with me, it wouldn't be Emma. We're not that close. She's not a daughter to me. She's my fiancé's child who I'm friendly with. Having her in such a prominent, symbolic role would feel false, like we're performing a relationship we don't actually have. I explained this to Emma as gently as I could, said I appreciated the offer but that I'd planned to walk alone, that it wasn't about her but about my own feelings about wedding traditions. Emma's face fell. She said she'd thought this could be our moment, a way to show we're really becoming a family, not just tolerating each other in Tom's house. That last comment stung because it suggested Emma feels like we're just tolerating each other, which maybe we are, but hearing it said aloud was painful. I told her that we're building a relationship at our own pace, that it doesn't need to be symbolized in my wedding ceremony, that family isn't created through grand gestures, but through daily, lived experience. Emma got upset and went to her room. Later, Tom came to me saying Emma had told him about our conversation and was hurt by my rejection. He asked if I'd reconsider, said it would mean a lot to Emma, and would be a nice gesture to include her prominently in the ceremony, since she's giving up being the only person in her dad's life. I held firm, told Tom, this is my wedding too, not just his, and I get to decide how I enter the ceremony, that I'm not going to manufacture a closeness with Emma that doesn't exist just for symbolic purposes, that she can be involved in other ways, a reading, helping plan, standing up with us, but walking me down the aisle feels dishonest to what our relationship actually is. Tom got frustrated, said, I'm being rigid about my statement walk, when I could use it as an opportunity to build a bridge with Emma. That she's 16, lost her mother, is trying to connect with me, and I'm shutting her down over wedding symbolism. That a step-parent who truly cared about their stepchild would find ways to make them feel included and valued, especially at such a significant family moment. I said, a step-parent who respects boundaries doesn't force intimacy that isn't there. That Emma and I will continue building whatever relationship we're going to have, but it won't be rushed or performed for wedding optics. Tom said, I'm prioritizing my political statement about patriarchal wedding traditions over Emma's feelings. That this would be remembered as the moment I rejected his daughter's attempt at connection.
that I'm setting the tone for our family going forward, and right now, that tone is cold and exclusionary. Emma has been distant since our conversation, polite but withdrawn. Tom's family has somehow heard about it, and several members have reached out saying I should reconsider, that it would be a beautiful gesture. AITA for refusing to let my stepdaughter walk me down the aisle? The responses to my post have been more mixed than I expected, split roughly 55% NTA, not the asshole, and 45% YTA, you're the asshole. The NTA crowd says it's my wedding and my choice about how I enter the ceremony, that I shouldn't be pressured into false intimacy with Emma. The YTA crowd says I'm being needlessly rigid, that a kind step-parent would find ways to include Emma even if it means adjusting my plans, that this is about more than just wedding symbolism. The YTA responses have really gotten to me, particularly the ones from people who grew up with step-parents. Several commenters said they'd felt rejected by step-parents who kept them at arm's length, who treated inclusion as optional rather than essential. One person wrote, "When my stepmom found ways to exclude me from her and my dad's wedding, it told me I wasn't really part of their new family." That feeling never went away. That comment haunts me because I don't want Emma to feel excluded from our family. But I also don't know how to reconcile Emma's desire for closeness with my own feelings about what our relationship actually is versus what she apparently wants it to be. Tom and I have had several difficult conversations about this since my post. He's hurt and frustrated, says he thought I'd grown to care about Emma more than I apparently do. That framing bothers me because I do care about Emma. I want her to be happy. I'm invested in her well-being. I enjoy our time together. But caring about someone and having the kind of deep connection that would make walking down the aisle together feel authentic are different things. Tom says I'm splitting hairs, that if I care about Emma, then I should be willing to make this gesture that clearly means a lot to her. That Emma asking to walk me down the aisle is her way of trying to deepen our relationship, and my refusal is telling her I don't want that deeper relationship. Maybe he's right. Maybe I don't want that deeper relationship, at least not forced on a timeline that works for Emma, rather than developing organically. I like our current equilibrium, friendly, respectful, pleasant. Emma wanting to accelerate us to a mother-daughter type closeness feels premature and uncomfortable. I've been thinking about why Emma's request makes me so uncomfortable. Part of it is definitely about my wedding vision and not wanting to compromise on something I've imagined a specific way. But there's also something about Emma's framing of the gesture that bothers me. She said her mom would have wanted someone to be there for me, as if she's standing in for her deceased mother to fill a maternal role at my wedding. That positioning troubles me. I'm not looking for a maternal figure. I'm 37. My parents are dead. I've long since processed their absence from my life events. Emma offering to fill that role feels like she's projecting her own need for maternal connection onto me, imagining I need something I don't actually need, then positioning herself as the solution. But maybe that interpretation is uncharitable. Maybe Emma is genuinely trying to connect, and I'm overthinking her motivations, because accepting the offer would require vulnerability and closeness I'm not ready for. My therapist has been helpful in working through this. She's pointed out that I have a pattern of keeping people at a distance, of being uncomfortable with emotional intimacy that feels rushed or forced. That Emma's request triggered my defenses because it requires a level of emotional openness I'm not comfortable with, especially in such a public and symbolic way. She asked me, "If Emma were your biological daughter asking this, would you feel differently?" And honestly, yes, I would. If I'd raised Emma from birth, or even from young childhood, if we'd built a relationship over years of daily caregiving and bonding, having her walk me down the aisle would feel natural and meaningful. But we don't have that history. She's been in my life for 3 years,
most of which we spent negotiating boundaries and figuring out how to share Tom without Emma feeling replaced. We're friendly acquaintances who live together, not mother and daughter. Tom says that's my fault, that I've kept Emma at arm's length from the beginning, that if I'd tried harder to build a closer relationship, we'd be in a different place now. That might be true, but it also wasn't my responsibility to force a relationship with a grieving teenager who didn't want a stepmother. I gave her space, respected her boundaries, didn't push for closeness she wasn't ready for. Except now Emma is ready for closeness, and I'm the one who's not, and that makes me look like the villain in this story. I've made a decision, and it's not one that makes me feel good, but it's the one I can live with. I'm going to let Emma walk me down the aisle, but not because I've had some emotional breakthrough where I suddenly see her as a daughter or feel like our relationship warrants that symbolism. I'm doing it because refusing has caused more damage to our family dynamic than I'm comfortable with, and because Tom has made it clear that my refusal is a deal-breaker level issue for him. Not that he'll call off the wedding, but that he sees my stance as revealing something fundamental about my character and my commitment to his daughter that troubles him deeply. Tom said yesterday, "If you can't find ways to include Emma and make her feel valued, I don't know how this family is going to work long term. She's not going anywhere. She'll be living with us for at least 2 more years, visiting after college, bringing grandchildren someday. If you're drawing hard boundaries about her role in our lives now, what does that look like in 5 or 10 years?" That scared me because he's right. My insistence on walking alone has become symbolic of larger issues about how I relate to Emma, and whether I'm willing to be flexible and inclusive when it comes to Tom's daughter. If I can't compromise on this, what else will I refuse to compromise on? How many moments will Emma feel excluded from because I'm prioritizing my comfort over her inclusion? So I told Emma yesterday that I'd reconsidered, that I'd be honored if she walked me down the aisle. She was overjoyed, hugged me for the first time ever, started talking excitedly about what she'd wear and how special it would be. And I felt nothing but dread and resentment. Dread at having to perform this intimate moment with someone I'm not genuinely intimate with. Resentment at being pressured into changing my wedding vision to accommodate Emma's emotional needs. But I smiled and said it would be wonderful, because that's what the situation required. I'm trying to reframe this in my mind as a gift to Emma rather than a sacrifice of my autonomy. Trying to see it as a meaningful gesture that might actually help build the closer relationship Tom thinks we should have. Trying to believe that maybe performing closeness can lead to actual closeness over time. But mostly I'm just resigned. Resigned to having my wedding entrance be something I didn't want, with someone I'm not genuinely close to, performing a relationship for the benefit of family harmony. That probably makes me sound cold and terrible, but it's honest. The AITA responses are so divided that they haven't helped me feel better about either decision, refusing or agreeing. Some people think I'm an asshole for initially refusing. Others think I'm an asshole for agreeing when I don't actually want to, that I'm being dishonest, and that Emma will eventually realize I did this out of obligation rather than genuine feeling. Maybe they're right. Maybe Emma will look back on wedding photos and realize I'm smiling through gritted teeth, that this moment she treasures was something I resented. That possibility makes me sad, but doesn't change the fact that refusing was causing immediate, visible damage to my relationship with both Emma and Tom. So this is my choice. Walk down the aisle with my stepdaughter, smile genuinely, try to be present in the moment, even though it's not what I wanted. Try to see it as an opportunity rather than an obligation. Try to grow into the relationship Emma wants us to have rather than protecting the distance I've been comfortable with. Tom is relieved and grateful. Emma is excited. I'm the only one who's conflicted, which probably means I'm the problem here, that I'm too rigid, too protective of my autonomy, too uncomfortable with the vulnerability that closeness requires. My therapist says that doing something you don't want to do for the sake of family harmony isn't always bad.
that compromise is part of building a family, that sometimes growth happens when we push ourselves out of our comfort zones. She also says I need to genuinely commit to this decision rather than silently resenting it, because Emma will pick up on any inauthenticity, and that will be more hurtful than if I'd just said no. So I'm trying to get excited about walking with Emma, about what it symbolizes, about the opportunity to make her feel valued and included. Trying to let go of my original vision and embrace this new one. Trying to be the stepmother Tom needs me to be, and Emma deserves, even though it doesn't come naturally to me. The wedding is in 6 weeks. I'm marrying a man I love, joining a family I'm still figuring out how to be part of, and I'll be walked down the aisle by a teenage girl who sees this as a profound moment of connection, while I'm still struggling to feel genuinely close to her. Maybe that will change. Maybe the act of walking together, of being physically and symbolically connected in that moment, will create the emotional reality it's supposed to represent. Maybe performing closeness will lead to actual closeness. Maybe I'll look back at this decision and be glad I prioritized Emma's feelings over my own preferences. Or maybe I'll always remember this as the moment I let family pressure override my own desires, where I compromised something important to me for the sake of keeping peace, where I said yes when I wanted to say no, and smiled through something I resented. Either way, Emma will walk me down the aisle at my wedding to her father, and I'll spend the next 6 weeks trying to make peace with that decision, trying to find genuine meaning in a gesture I initially rejected, trying to become the person who actually wants this, rather than the person who's just going through the motions. Am I still the asshole? I don't know. I was the asshole for refusing, apparently. Maybe I'm the asshole now for agreeing without genuine enthusiasm. Maybe there was no version of this where I wasn't the asshole, because the situation itself was designed to make me choose between my own preferences and Emma's emotional needs. And choosing myself was always going to make me the villain. So I chose Emma. Or rather, I chose family harmony and Tom's approval, and avoiding being the stepmother who rejected her stepdaughter's vulnerable offer. And I'm trying to make that choice feel right, even though mostly it just feels like resignation. AITA for revealing my family has been secretly teaching my deaf daughter to exclude me from conversations using sign language. I'm a 33-year-old hearing mother who just discovered my deaf parents and sister have been teaching my 7-year-old deaf daughter advanced ASL, specifically to have private conversations that exclude me, while deliberately keeping me at a beginner level so I can't understand what they're saying about me. My daughter Lily was born profoundly deaf. I'm hearing, as is my husband, but my parents are both deaf and my sister is deaf. They were initially thrilled that Lily is deaf, excited to have another deaf family member who can be part of deaf culture. I've been learning ASL since Lily's diagnosis at 6 months old. It's challenging, but I'm committed to communicating with my daughter. My family offered to help teach me and to spend time with Lily practicing sign language. For the past year, I've noticed Lily's signing has become much more advanced than mine. She'll sign complex things to my parents and sister that I can't follow. When I ask what they're talking about, they say, "Just family stuff," or "Nothing important." Last week, I discovered they've been teaching Lily advanced ASL while deliberately giving me incorrect signs and keeping me at a basic level. They've been having detailed conversations about me in front of me, criticizing my parenting, my hearing status, saying I'll never truly understand Lily because I'm hearing. They coached Lily to keep these conversations secret from me. When I confronted them, they said they were protecting deaf culture, and that I'm not entitled to understand everything in their language. I've banned them from seeing Lily and enrolled both of us in formal ASL classes. My family says I'm discriminating against the deaf community and denying Lily her cultural heritage. Am I the? My name is Rachel. I'm 33 years old, hearing, and the mother of a 7-year-old deaf daughter named Lily. My family situation is unique. I'm hearing, but both my parents are deaf and my younger sister is deaf. I grew up in a bilingual household, exposed to both spoken English and ASL, American Sign Language, though I never became fluent in ASL as a child. When Lily was born, we noticed early that she wasn't responding to sounds. At 6 months, she was diagnosed with profound hearing loss, completely deaf in both ears. My husband and I were overwhelmed, but determined to give her every opportunity to thrive. My parents and my sister Maya were thrilled. That might sound strange, but in the deaf community, having a deaf child is often celebrated. My parents had been disappointed when I was born hearing. They'd hoped for a deaf child who could be part of their cultural world. When Maya was born deaf, they were overjoyed. And when Lily was diagnosed as deaf, they saw it as a gift. "She'll be part of deaf culture," my mother signed to me. "She'll never be isolated like hearing people who don't understand our world." I appreciated their perspective, though I also grieved the challenges Lily would face. But I was committed to learning ASL fluently so I could communicate with my daughter in her native language. I started taking ASL classes immediately. But it's a complex language, not just hand shapes, but facial expressions, body language, spatial grammar. It's like learning any foreign language as an adult. Possible, but difficult. My family offered to help. "We'll teach you," my father signed, "and we'll spend time with Lily, helping her develop her signing." For the first few years, this arrangement seemed perfect. My parents and Maya would visit regularly, spending hours signing with Lily. I'd practice with them, learning new signs, slowly building my vocabulary. Lily's signing developed rapidly. By age 3, she was signing in complete sentences. By age 5, she was having complex conversations with my parents. By age 6, I noticed I was struggling to keep up with her. "Mommy, watch," she'd sign to me with simple gestures. Then she'd turn to my mother and sign something elaborate that I couldn't follow. My mother would respond with equally complex signing, and they'd have a conversation I couldn't understand. "What are you talking about?" I'd ask. "Just family stuff," my mother would sign slowly, dumbing it down for me. I assumed my signing skills just weren't progressing as quickly as Lily's, which made sense. She was immersed in ASL, while I was learning as a second language as an adult. But then I noticed something odd. When I used signs I'd learned from ASL classes, my family would sometimes look confused. They'd correct me. "That's not how you sign that." But the signs I'd learned in class were correct. I'd checked them in ASL dictionaries, verified them with my instructor. Yet my family insisted I was doing them wrong and showed me corrected versions. I trusted them. They were native signers. Surely they knew better than my beginner ASL classes. For the past year, the gap between Lily's signing and mine has widened dramatically. She's 7 now, and when she signs to my parents or Maya, I catch maybe 20% of what she's saying. The conversations are fast, complex, filled with idioms and cultural references I don't understand. And increasingly, when they're signing, they'll look at me and I'll catch my name sign. They're talking about me, right in front of me, and I can't understand what they're saying. "What are you saying about me?" I'd ask. "Nothing, just discussing Lily's education," my mother would respond in simplified signs. But their expressions, their body language, something felt off. They'd sign something, glance at me, and Lily would giggle. They were sharing jokes about me that I couldn't understand. Last week, everything came to a head. I was picking Lily up from my parents' house where she'd spent the afternoon. She ran to me, excited. "Mommy, Grandma taught me new signs." She started signing something complex. I recognized a few words but couldn't follow the full meaning. "Can you sign slower?" I asked. She tried again, still too fast and advanced for me. My mother intervened, signing to Lily. Then she turned to me. "She's just excited about a story we read." But Lily's expression suggested it was something more. She kept signing to my mother, and they'd exchange meaningful looks. On the drive home, Lily was quiet. Finally, she signed, "Mommy, why don't you understand me?" "I'm still learning, sweetie. Your signing is very advanced." Grandma says you'll never understand me because you're hearing. My heart sank. What else does Grandma say? She says hearing people can't be part of deaf culture, that you'll never really know who I am. Lily, that's not true. I'm your mother. I love you and I'm learning your language, but you're not good at it. Grandma and Aunt Maya say you do signs wrong. They laugh about it. They laugh about my signing? She looked guilty. I'm not supposed to tell you. It's our secret. What else is a secret? The things we talk about. Grandma says it's okay to talk about you because you don't understand anyway. She says you're not really part of our family because you're hearing. I felt sick. I drove home in silence, my mind racing. That evening, after putting Lily to bed, I did something I'd never done before. I contacted an ASL interpreter who I'd met through Lily's school. I told her what was happening and asked if she'd be willing to observe a family interaction. I think my family is deliberately keeping me from understanding ASL. I need someone who's fluent to tell me if I'm being paranoid or if something's actually wrong. She agreed to help. The next weekend, my family came over for dinner. I'd told them I was having a friend join us. I introduced the interpreter as a coworker who was interested in deaf culture. My family welcomed her enthusiastically, always happy to meet other signers. During dinner, my parents, Maya, and Lily were signing among themselves. I pretended to understand bits and pieces, nodding along, but the interpreter was watching carefully. After they left, the interpreter looked grim. Rachel, we need to talk. What were they saying? They were talking about you extensively. Your mother said you're typical hearing, thinks she can understand deaf culture but never will. Your father said you're trying to force hearing values on Lily. Maya called you that hearing woman who got lucky having a deaf daughter. They said that? In front of Lily? Lily participated. She said you don't understand her, and that Grandma says it's okay because hearing people are different. What else? They were coaching Lily on how to exclude you from conversations, teaching her which topics to only discuss in ASL when you're not paying attention. Your mother told Lily that as she gets older, she'll understand that hearing family members can never be real family to deaf children. I felt like I'd been punched. But I'm her mother. They're engaging in linguistic gatekeeping, deliberately keeping you from fluency so you remain an outsider. Is my signing actually wrong? They keep correcting me. That's part of it. I watched you sign. You're doing fine for an adult learner. But they were correcting you with wrong signs or regional variants that aren't standard, or obsolete signs that haven't been used in years. They're deliberately teaching you incorrectly so you can't communicate effectively. Why would they do that? Some members of the deaf community have strong feelings about hearing people, especially hearing parents of deaf children. They may see you as a threat to Lily's deaf identity. By keeping you linguistically separate, they ensure you remain an outsider and they remain her real cultural family. I confronted my parents that evening, asked the interpreter to come with me for support. You've been teaching me wrong signs. You've been having conversations about me in front of me, knowing I can't understand. You've been coaching Lily to exclude me. My mother was defiant. Deaf culture belongs to deaf people. You're hearing. You don't have a right to understand everything we say in our language. Lily is my daughter. I have a right to communicate with her. Lily is deaf. She belongs to deaf culture. You're just her hearing mother. You'll never truly understand her. You've been deliberately sabotaging my ASL learning so I can't talk to my own child. My father joined in. You should have given Lily to a deaf family. Deaf children need deaf parents who understand them. Hearing parents always fail deaf children. I'm not failing her. I'm learning her language. I'm committed to her success. Maya signed. You're learning hearing-centered ASL. You'll never learn true deaf culture because you're not deaf. Stop trying to appropriate our culture. It's not appropriation. I'm learning to communicate with my daughter. You're colonizing her deaf identity, trying to make her part of your hearing world instead of letting her be fully deaf. The interpreter intervened. What you're doing is linguistic abuse. You're deliberately excluding a mother from communicating with her child. That's harmful to the child and to the family. My mother dismissed her. You're an interpreter. You make money off hearing people. You're not really part of deaf culture either. I left with Lily. Made a decision that night. I enrolled both Lily and myself in formal ASL classes through the local Deaf Services Center, classes taught by deaf instructors who weren't my family. I wanted legitimate ASL education, not the sabotaged version my family had been giving me. I also banned my parents and Maya from unsupervised contact with Lily. They could see her only in my presence, and only after family therapy with a counselor who understood deaf culture but wouldn't condone parental alienation. The reaction was explosive. My parents filed for grandparent visitation rights, claiming I was denying Lily access to deaf culture. Maya posted on social media about hearing parents who isolate deaf children from deaf community. Deaf advocacy groups I'd never heard of started commenting on the situation, most siding with my family. Hearing parents are the biggest threat to deaf children. This is cultural genocide, denying a deaf child access to her deaf family. Typical hearing colonizer behavior. But other voices emerged too. Deaf parents with hearing children, hearing parents of deaf children, CODAs, children of deaf adults, like me who'd grown up between both worlds. What your family did is abuse. Deaf culture doesn't include excluding parents from communication. I'm deaf and this appalls me. Parents have a right to communicate with their children regardless of hearing status. As a CODA with a deaf child, I'm horrified. Bilingual families require respect, not gatekeeping. I posted in a deaf parenting support group. AITA for banning family members who deliberately kept me from learning ASL to exclude me from my deaf daughter's life. The responses were split. From some deaf community members, YTA, you're hearing. You'll never fully understand deaf culture. Your family was protecting Lily's deaf identity from hearing influence. But from many others, NTA, linguistic gatekeeping is abuse. Parents need to communicate with children. Your family was sabotaging your relationship with your daughter. From deaf parents, NTA, I'm deaf with hearing children. I'd never prevent them from learning ASL or exclude them from family conversations. That's cruel. From interpreters and educators, NTA, what they did is recognized as a form of parental alienation in deaf education communities. The hearing versus deaf divide in responses was stark. But many deaf respondents, especially parents and educators, agreed my family had crossed a line. 3 months later, Lily and I are both in intensive ASL classes, real classes with proper instruction. My signing is improving rapidly. Turns out I learn fine when I'm actually taught correctly. Lily is confused and hurt. Why can't I see Grandma? Grandma was teaching you to keep secrets from Mommy. That's not okay. But she was just teaching me to sign. She was teaching you to exclude me. Families don't do that. We communicate together. She's in therapy now, working through the conflicting messages she received, that I'm her mother, but also an outsider, that she should include me, but also that hearing people can never understand. My relationship with my parents and Maya is destroyed. They maintain they did nothing wrong, that protecting deaf culture from hearing intrusion is their right. The deaf community remains split. Some advocacy groups have blacklisted me as a hearing colonizer. Others have reached out in support, condemning linguistic gatekeeping. Am I for banning family members who deliberately sabotaged my ASL learning and coached my daughter to exclude me? I don't think I am. Lily deserves a mother who can communicate with her. I deserve to understand my daughter. Family communication shouldn't be weaponized. My family claims they were protecting deaf culture, but excluding a parent from communicating with their child isn't cultural protection. It's alienation. They taught me wrong signs so I'd fail. They had conversations about me that I couldn't understand. They coached Lily to see me as an outsider in my own family. That's not cultural pride. That's abuse disguised as advocacy. Some say I'm being too harsh, that I'm denying Lily access to deaf culture and family. But I'm not denying her deaf culture. I'm teaching her proper ASL in legitimate classes. I'm connecting her with deaf community members who believe in inclusive families. I'm protecting her from people who would teach her to exclude her own mother. Am I the asshole? Not to Lily. Not to ethical deaf educators. Not to inclusive deaf community members. Only to those who believe hearing parents have no place in deaf children's lives. And I can live with that. Because my daughter needs a mother who can understand her. And I refuse to be deliberately kept from that understanding. Lily is deaf. I'm hearing. We're family. We'll learn to communicate together, without gatekeepers sabotaging that process. That's not cultural appropriation. That's parenting. And anyone who disagrees can stay away from my daughter. Am I shorta for exposing that my family has been teaching my nonverbal autistic son fake sign language to keep him dependent on them? I'm a 29-year-old father who just discovered my parents and sister have been teaching my 6-year-old nonverbal autistic son deliberately incorrect sign language for 2 years, so he can only communicate with them, keeping him dependent while making me look incompetent. My son Oliver is 6 years old and has nonverbal autism. He doesn't speak, but has been learning to communicate through sign language and an AAC device. His development team recommended teaching the family ASL so Oliver could communicate his needs. 2 years ago, my parents and sister offered to help teach Oliver sign language, since they claimed to know ASL from a class my mother took years ago. I was grateful. I was learning ASL myself through formal classes, but having family support seemed helpful. Oliver learned quickly with them, but I noticed his signs didn't match what I was learning in my classes. When I'd try to use proper ASL with Oliver, he'd look confused. When he'd sign to me what my family taught him, I couldn't understand. My family said I was learning textbook ASL, while they taught him practical signing, and that Oliver's autism meant he needed modified signs. Last week, Oliver's speech therapist said she's concerned because Oliver's signing doesn't match any recognized sign language system, and he can only communicate with my family, not with therapists or teachers. I hired an ASL interpreter to observe. She confirmed my family has been teaching Oliver completely made-up signs that only they understand. When confronted, they admitted they wanted Oliver to remain dependent on them for communication, so they'd always be necessary in his life. I've reported them to authorities and banned all contact. My family says I'm overreacting to their attempt to maintain a special bond with Oliver. Am I Theatha? My name is Marcus. I'm 29 years old, and I'm the father of a 6-year-old son named Oliver. Oliver is amazing, smart, creative, affectionate, and also autistic. Specifically, he has nonverbal autism, which means he doesn't use spoken language to communicate. Oliver was diagnosed at age 3. The lack of speech wasn't concerning at first. Some kids are late talkers. But by age 3, with no words and limited attempts at communication, we sought evaluation. The diagnosis was autism spectrum disorder with significant language delays. The developmental team explained that Oliver might never use spoken language, but that didn't mean he couldn't communicate. They recommended augmentative and alternative communication, AAC, specifically sign language and a communication device with pictures and text that Oliver could use to express himself. We started immediately, got Oliver a AAC tablet device, started teaching him basic sign language, worked with speech therapists, occupational therapists, and special education teachers. Oliver thrived with these tools. By age 4, he was using his device to request things and starting to learn basic signs. The development team emphasized that everyone in Oliver's life needed to learn his communication systems. If only one person knows his signs or uses his device, Oliver will be limited to communicating with that person. The goal is functional communication across all settings. I enrolled in ASL classes at the community college. I wanted to be fluent so Oliver and I could have rich conversations, not just basic, needs-based communication. My parents, Oliver's grandparents, offered to help. "We'll teach Oliver sign language too," my mother said. "I took ASL classes years ago when I worked with deaf students. I remember a lot of it." That would be amazing. The more people who can sign with him, the better. My sister Ashley also offered to help. "I'll learn with Oliver. We can practice together." Having family support felt like a blessing. Raising a child with significant communication challenges is isolating. Having family who wanted to learn Oliver's language meant he'd have more people to talk to. For the past 2 years, my parents and Ashley have spent significant time with Oliver. They'd take him for afternoons, weekends, overnight visits. They'd come to our house and spend hours practicing signs with him. Oliver was learning. He'd sign to my parents and Ashley enthusiastically. They'd understand him and respond in sign. It looked like successful communication. But I noticed something troubling. The signs Oliver used with them didn't match what I was learning in my ASL classes. When Oliver would sign something to me that my parents taught him, I couldn't understand it. When I'd use proper ASL signs with Oliver, he'd look confused. "Why doesn't Oliver understand me when I sign?" I asked my mother. "You're learning textbook ASL. We're teaching him practical signing, more intuitive gestures that work better for autistic children." "But I want to use standard ASL so Oliver can communicate with anyone who knows sign language." Oliver's autism means he processes things differently. Modified signs work better for him. You're confusing him by using formal ASL. My ASL instructor disagreed. "There's no such thing as modified ASL for autism. ASL is ASL. If you're teaching signs that don't match the standard language, you're creating a private language system that limits communication. My family says Oliver needs different signs because of his autism." That's not accurate. Autistic children can learn standard ASL just like any other children. In fact, it's crucial they learn standard signs so they can communicate with the broader deaf and signing community. But my family insisted their method was better. "We know Oliver. We know what works for him. Your classes are teaching you signs that are too complex." I tried to defer to them. They'd been working with Oliver longer on signing than I had. Maybe they were right. Then, last week, Oliver's speech therapist called with concerns. "Marcus, I need to talk to you about Oliver's signing." "Is something wrong?" "I've been documenting the signs Oliver uses during our sessions. They don't match ASL. They don't match any recognized sign language system. Not SEE, Signed Exact English, not PSE, Pigeon Signed English, not even home sign systems I've seen." "What do you mean?" "The hand shapes, movements, and placements Oliver uses don't correspond to real signs. When I try to use proper ASL with him, he doesn't understand. When he signs to me, I can't interpret what he's trying to say." "But he communicates fine with my parents and sister." "That's part of my concern. Oliver can only communicate through signing with your family members. He can't sign with me, his teachers, his other therapists, or peers in his special needs classroom. That's a major limitation." "My family said they're teaching him modified signs for autism." "There's no such thing. Either you're teaching recognized sign language that others can understand, or you're teaching a private language system that isolates the child to only communicating with people who know that system." "So what should I do?" "I recommend hiring an ASL interpreter to observe Oliver communicating with your family. If they're teaching non-standard signs, we need to intervene immediately. Every month Oliver spends learning fake signs is a month he's not learning real communication." I hired an ASL interpreter through Oliver's speech therapy clinic. A certified interpreter named Patricia, who specializes in pediatric communication. I invited my parents and Ashley over for a family meeting about Oliver's progress. Patricia observed silently while my family interacted with Oliver. They'd sign to him, he'd sign back. They'd understand each other perfectly. It looked like successful communication. After 45 minutes, I asked Patricia for her assessment. Her face was grim. "Can we speak privately?" We went to another room. "Marcus, your family is not teaching Oliver ASL or any recognized sign language." "What are they teaching him?" "A completely made-up system. The signs they're using don't exist in ASL, don't exist in any other sign language, and don't follow any linguistic patterns. They've created a private language that only they understand." "How is that possible? My mother said she took ASL classes." "She may have taken classes, but what she's teaching Oliver isn't ASL. Every sign I observed was incorrect. Some were vaguely similar to real signs, but with wrong hand shapes or movements. Others were completely fabricated." "Why would they do that?" "I don't know. But the result is that Oliver can only communicate with people who know this fake system, namely, your family. He can't communicate with you, with his therapists, with teachers, or with anyone else in the signing community." "Can he learn real ASL now?" "Yes, but you need to stop the fake signing immediately. Every interaction with your family reinforces incorrect signs and makes it harder for him to learn proper communication." I confronted my parents and Ashley that evening, showed them Patricia's assessment. "You're teaching Oliver fake signs, not ASL, made-up gestures that only you understand." My mother was defensive immediately. "We're teaching him what works for him." "You're teaching him signs that don't exist." Patricia confirmed it. "None of what you're signing is real ASL." Patricia is being pedantic. The signs communicate meaning. That's what matters. The signs only communicate meaning to you. Oliver can't talk to his therapists. He can't talk to his teachers. He can only sign with you. My father spoke up. "That's the point. We wanted to maintain a special bond with Oliver. If everyone can communicate with him, we're not special to him anymore." I felt sick. "You deliberately taught him fake signs to keep him dependent on you?" Ashley admitted it. "We wanted Oliver to need us. If he could communicate with everyone, he wouldn't need us specifically. This way, we're always important in his life." "You've been sabotaging his communication development for 2 years so you could be important?" My mother. "We're not sabotaging anything. He can communicate fine with us." "He can't communicate with anyone else. You've trapped him in a private language system that isolates him from everyone except you three." "We gave him a way to communicate. You should be grateful." "You gave him a fake language that makes him dependent on you. Real ASL would let him communicate with thousands of people. Your fake system limits him to 3 people." My father. "Children should be close to their grandparents. This ensures Oliver will always need us." By preventing him from having functional communication? By making sure he can't express himself to teachers, therapists, doctors, or anyone else? Ashley. "You're always busy with work and his therapies. We're the ones who spend real time with him. We deserve to have a special connection." A special connection built on sabotaging his communication development. That's not connection, that's control. I contacted Oliver's developmental pediatrician immediately. Explained the situation. For 2 years, family members had been teaching Oliver non-standard signs to keep him dependent on them for communication. The doctor was horrified. "That's a form of abuse. Communication is fundamental. Deliberately teaching a non-verbal child fake communication systems that limit his ability to interact with the world is harmful." What damage has been done? Oliver has spent 2 critical years learning signs that don't work with anyone except your family. He should have been learning functional ASL during this time. His language development has been stunted by people who prioritized control over his well-being. I filed a report with Child Protective Services, detailed how my family had deliberately taught Oliver non-functional communication to keep him dependent on them. CPS investigated and agreed. Teaching a nonverbal child fake sign language to maintain control is a form of developmental abuse. It limits the child's ability to communicate needs, express emotions, and interact with the world. The investigation revealed the extent of the damage. Oliver could not communicate with speech therapists who knew ASL. He could not communicate with special education teachers. He could not communicate with other signing children in his classroom. He could not communicate with me, his father, despite my ASL fluency. He was entirely dependent on 3 family members for all signed communication. CPS recommended no unsupervised contact between Oliver and my parents' sister until they completed education on communication development and received clearance from Oliver's therapy team. My parents and Ashley were furious. We taught him to communicate. We gave him language. You taught him fake signs that only you understand. You trapped him in isolation. We gave him a special bond with us. You sabotaged his development to feed your egos. I immediately enrolled Oliver in intensive ASL therapy with a certified deaf educator. The educator assessed him. He's learned a completely non-functional system. We need to essentially start over with ASL basics. How long will it take? He's 6 years old. He's lost 2 years of language development. It will take time to unteach the fake signs and teach real ASL. But children are resilient. With intensive support, he can become functionally fluent in ASL. The process has been challenging. Oliver is confused. Signs he thought communicated meaning suddenly don't work. People he thought understood him, his teachers, therapists, other signing children, actually couldn't understand the fake system. Why don't my old signs work? He communicated through his AAC device. The old signs were special signs just for Grandma and Grandpa. Now we're learning signs that work with everyone. I want the old signs. The new signs are better because everyone can understand them. You'll be able to talk to more people. Family reaction was divided. Some relatives understood. They taught him fake signs on purpose? That's sabotage. Others defended them. They were just trying to bond with Oliver. It's not abuse to create special signs. But developmental specialists, autism advocates, and the ASL community were unanimous. Teaching fake signs to a nonverbal child is developmental abuse. Communication is a fundamental right. As a deaf educator, I'm appalled. Creating fake signs that limit communication is harmful and controlling. Nonverbal children deserve functional communication systems. Sabotaging that for bonding is unconscionable. I posted in an autism parenting support group. AITA for banning family who taught my nonverbal son fake sign language to keep him dependent on them. Every response supported me. NTA, they sabotaged your son's communication development. That's abuse. NTA, as parent of a nonverbal child, this is horrifying. Communication is everything. NTA, they trapped your son in linguistic isolation for their own egos. Ban them permanently. 3 months later, Oliver is making progress with real ASL. He's learning proper signs, starting to communicate with his teachers and therapists, making connections with signing peers. But 2 years of critical language development were lost. 2 years he could have been building functional communication were wasted on a fake system designed to control him. My relationship with my parents and Ashley is destroyed. They maintain they did nothing wrong and were just creating a special bond. But they weren't bonding. They were isolating, trapping a nonverbal child in a communication system that only 3 people understood. AITA for reporting them and banning contact? I don't think I am. Oliver deserves functional communication. He deserves to express himself to the world, not just to 3 people who deliberately limited his language development. Some relatives say I'm overreacting, that my family meant well. But meaning well doesn't excuse sabotaging a disabled child's development. Teaching fake signs to maintain control isn't bonding, it's abuse. Am I the asshole? Not to Oliver, not to his therapy team, not to developmental specialists, not to the ASL community. Only to people who think keeping a non-verbal child linguistically isolated is acceptable if it makes grandparents feel special. And I can live with that. Because Oliver deserves to communicate with the world, not just with people who sabotaged his development to keep him dependent. He's learning real ASL now. Slowly, he's finding his voice. And no one, not even family, gets to take that from him again. Am I the fine for refusing to donate my eggs to my sister after she outed me to our religious family? I'm 28, formerly FL, lesbian, and I've been out to my close friends and my older sister, Hannah, 32, formal female, for about 5 years. Hannah was the first family member I came out to, and she was supportive and loving, promised to keep my secret until I was ready to tell our very conservative religious parents. Our family is deeply evangelical, the kind where being gay is considered a sin that requires prayer and conversion therapy. I wasn't ready to lose my family, so I stayed closeted with everyone except Hannah and my chosen family. Hannah got married 3 years ago to her husband, Joel, and they've been trying to have children since then. After multiple failed IVF rounds, they discovered Hannah has severely diminished ovarian reserve, and her eggs are unlikely to result in successful pregnancy. Their doctor suggested using donor eggs, and Hannah immediately decided she wanted to use mine, so the baby would still be genetically related to her through me. She approached me about it 6 months ago, explained the situation, asked if I'd consider donating eggs. I was sympathetic but hesitant. Egg donation is intense, invasive, requires hormone treatments, surgical retrieval, has health risks. It's not a small ask. I told her I needed time to think about it. Over the next few weeks I did research, talked to my girlfriend, Lena, 30, formal female, about it, consulted with my therapist. I ultimately decided I wasn't comfortable with it. The medical process was concerning, but more than that, I didn't want biological children out there, even if Hannah would be raising them. The idea of my genetic offspring being raised in our conservative religious family, potentially being taught that people like me are sinful, made me deeply uncomfortable. I told Hannah my decision gently, explained my reasoning, said I was sorry, but I couldn't do it. She was devastated, started crying, begged me to reconsider, said this was her only chance at having a biological child, that using my eggs would make the baby family in a way a stranger's eggs wouldn't. I held firm, but said I'd support her in finding another donor or pursuing other paths to parenthood. Hannah got increasingly desperate over the following weeks, would bring it up every time we talked, send me articles about the safety of egg donation, have Joel call me to plead their case. I remained sympathetic but consistent in my no. This went on for about a month, until I finally told her firmly that she needed to stop asking, that my decision was final, and bringing it up repeatedly was damaging our relationship. 2 weeks after that conversation, my phone started blowing up with calls and messages from family members. My parents, aunts, uncles, cousins, all furious and heartbroken. Turned out Hannah had told everyone I was gay, framed it as something they needed to know because I was refusing to help her have a baby because of my lifestyle choices. She told our parents that I'd rejected her egg donation request because I didn't want children to be raised in a Christian home, that my homosexual lifestyle had made me hate our family's values, that she'd tried to keep my struggle with sin private, but needed their prayers because I was choosing pride over family. My parents called sobbing, saying they'd always feared the world would corrupt me, that they'd failed as parents to keep me on the right path. My dad said I needed to come home for intensive prayer counseling. My mom said she was mourning the daughter she'd lost to sin. Extended family members sent messages about praying for my soul, offering to connect me with conversion therapy programs, saying I was destroying Hannah's chance at motherhood because of my selfish lifestyle. I was completely blindsided and devastated. Hannah had weaponized my coming out, used my sexuality against me to manipulate family sympathy, violated the trust I'd placed in her when I was vulnerable. She'd essentially outed me as punishment for not giving her my eggs. I confronted her, asked how she could do this to me. She said she was desperate, that she'd thought if the family knew the real reason I'd refused, they'd pressure me to reconsider, that she was fighting for her future child and would do whatever it took. When I pointed out she'd destroyed my relationship with our family, she said I'd done that myself by choosing my lifestyle over family. I told her we were done, that what she'd done was unforgivable, that she'd outed me in the cruelest possible way, and I wanted nothing to do with her. She started crying, said I was abandoning her in her time of need, that I was proving I didn't care about family by choosing my hurt feelings over her desperate desire for a child. Now the entire family is against me. They think I'm the asshole for refusing to donate eggs to my sister when she's struggling with infertility, and that my anger at being outed is further proof of my pride and refusal to repent. Hannah is painting herself as the victim, the struggling sister who just wanted help having a baby and instead got rejected by her sinful sibling. Am I the for refusing to donate eggs and cutting off my sister after she outed me to our religious family? The response to my post has been overwhelmingly NTA, I'm not the asshole, with about 95% of commenters saying Hannah's actions were inexcusable and that outing someone, especially to a hostile religious family, is one of the worst betrayals possible. The 5% who think I'm TA mainly argue that family should help family with fertility struggles, or that I shouldn't have come out to Hannah if I wasn't prepared for the information to potentially spread. That minority opinion bothers me more than it should. The suggestion that I'm somehow responsible for Hannah betraying my trust because I trusted her in the first place feels like victim blaming, but it's gotten into my head. Should I have known better than to trust her with something this vulnerable? Should I have anticipated she might weaponize it if she ever wanted something from me badly enough? The overwhelming support from the majority of commenters has been validating, but hasn't solved my actual problem. My family now knows I'm gay, and they're not just unsupportive, they're actively hostile. My parents have been sending me daily texts about praying for my deliverance, links to conversion therapy programs, testimonials from ex-gay people who found Jesus. My dad called my workplace asking to speak to my supervisor about his concern for my mental state, which was humiliating. Extended family members have been flooding my social media with Bible verses about homosexuality, comments on my photos with Lena saying they're praying we'll both find our way back to righteousness, messages to my friends warning them that I'm living in sin. It's harassment, but it's framed as loving concern for my soul, which makes it harder to address directly. Hannah has been the worst about the continued harassment. She's leading the family charge to pray me back to Christ, has organized a prayer circle specifically for my salvation, posts vaguely on social media about the pain of watching a loved one choose sin. She's positioning herself as the heartbroken sister trying to save me, while I'm the stubborn sinner refusing help. The cruel irony is that she's using my outing, which she orchestrated as punishment, as proof that she loves me and wants what's best for me. She told mutual family friends that outing me was an act of love, that keeping my secret was enabling my sin, that bringing it to light was giving the family a chance to intervene and save me. That framing has worked with our family. They've thanked Hannah for her courage in revealing my struggle, praised her for prioritizing my soul over her own comfort. She's the hero, and I'm the villain in the family narrative she's constructed. Meanwhile, Hannah is still pressuring me about egg donation through family intermediaries. She's telling people that if I really loved her and wanted to make amends for hurting the family, I'd help her have a baby. That donating eggs would be a way to show I still value family, despite my lifestyle choices. My parents have actually called to say that helping Hannah have a child would demonstrate that I'm not completely lost to sin, that I still have love and generosity in my heart, that it might be a step toward healing my relationship with God and family. They're framing egg donation as a potential redemption arc, like my biological contribution to Hannah's child would somehow offset my gayness. The manipulation is transparent, but also insidious. They're connecting my refusal to donate with my sexuality, making it seem like both are evidence of my selfishness and rejection of family values. If I were straight and refused, would they be this upset? Or is my refusal worse because it's coming from the queer daughter who's already disappointing them? Lena has been incredibly supportive, but also worried about my mental health. She's watched me spiral as the harassment has intensified, seen how much the family rejection is affecting me, despite my attempts to act like I don't care. She's encouraged me to block everyone, cut all contact, protect my peace. But that feels impossibly hard when it's my entire family, everyone I grew up with, all the people I loved for 28 years before they knew I was gay. My therapist has been working with me on grieving the family I thought I had, while accepting the family they actually are. She points out that Hannah's betrayal was a reveal, not a transformation. The sister who would out me for revenge was always who she was. I just didn't see it until she wanted something from me and I said no. But here's what I keep coming back to. If I had said yes to egg donation, none of this would have happened. Hannah wouldn't have outed me. My family wouldn't know I'm gay. My life would be unchanged. So, in a sense, my refusal to donate did cause this cascade of consequences. That doesn't make Hannah's actions my fault, but it does make me wonder if I miscalculated the stakes of saying no. Several commenters pointed out that this is exactly what Hannah wanted me to think, that outing me was designed to make me feel like I caused this by refusing, to manipulate me into reconsidering through guilt and family pressure. That giving in now would reward her betrayal and teach her that blackmail and outing are effective strategies. Those commenters are right. Intellectually, I know they're right. But emotionally, I'm exhausted and hurting, and starting to wonder if it would just be easier to give her the eggs, make the family happy, buy back some peace and acceptance, even if it's conditional. I did something I'm not proud of, and that Lena is furious about. I contacted Hannah and told her I'd reconsider donating eggs if she admitted to the family that she'd outed me as manipulation, and apologized publicly for violating my trust. Hannah's response was immediate and cutting. I have nothing to apologize for. I told the family the truth about your lifestyle because they needed to understand why you were refusing to help me. If you'd said yes to donating, none of this would have been necessary. You brought this on yourself. That conversation crystallized something for me. Hannah genuinely believes she did nothing wrong. In her mind, outing me was a justified response to my refusal, a necessary evil in her quest for motherhood. She doesn't see it as betrayal because, in her moral framework, my being gay is a bigger wrong than her outing me. She was simply exposing my sin, not betraying my confidence. I realized then that there's no version of this where Hannah takes accountability or our relationship repairs. She's shown me exactly who she is, someone who will weaponize vulnerable information to get what she wants. Someone who values her desires over my safety and dignity. Someone who believes the ends justify any means when it comes to achieving her goals. I told her definitively that I would never donate eggs to her, that our relationship was over, and that she'd destroyed any chance of rebuilding trust. Her response was to tell me I'd live to regret choosing my pride over family, that my bitterness about being exposed was preventing me from doing the right thing, that I'd end up alone and miserable while she built a beautiful family. The mask had fully dropped. This wasn't about desperation or grief anymore. This was vindictiveness, punishment for my refusal, deliberate cruelty designed to hurt me for not giving her what she wanted. I blocked Hannah on everything. Then I blocked my parents, my religious extended family, anyone who'd been participating in the harassment or pressure. Lena helped me do a full social media lockdown, report the harassment, document everything in case legal action becomes necessary. The silence after years of enmeshed family contact is disorienting and occasionally lonely. But it's also peaceful. No more daily texts about praying away my gayness. No more manipulation disguised as concern. No more Hannah weaponizing my vulnerability. I've been processing this with my therapist as a kind of death, grieving the family I thought I had while accepting they never really existed. The loving, supportive family I imagined was conditional on my conforming to their values. The sister I trusted was only trustworthy as long as I gave her what she wanted. Those relationships were real to me, but not reciprocal, and that's a painful thing to accept. Some mutual friends who know both of us have reached out trying to mediate. They say Hannah is genuinely struggling with infertility and desperation made her act badly, that I should consider forgiving her and maybe helping with egg donation to heal the rift. They're framing this as two sisters who both made mistakes and need to find middle ground. But there's no middle ground between "you violated my trust and outed me to a hostile family as revenge for not giving you my biological material," and "I said no to a major medical procedure and bodily autonomy violation." These aren't equivalent wrongs. Hannah's desperation doesn't excuse what she did. I'm also increasingly angry at the friends and family who are focusing on Hannah's pain while ignoring mine. Her infertility is tragic, genuinely, but my outing was traumatic. Her desire for biological children is understandable, but my refusal to donate eggs was completely reasonable. Why is her suffering centered while mine is dismissed? The answer, I think, is that in our religious family's framework, infertility is a tragedy that deserves sympathy, while being gay is a choice that deserves correction. Hannah's pain is legitimate suffering. Mine is self-inflicted consequence of sin. That worldview makes it easy to prioritize her needs over my
boundaries. But I don't live in that worldview anymore. I've built a life with Lena, with chosen family who love me as I am, with community that doesn't require me to be straight to deserve dignity and respect. Losing my biological family hurts, but keeping them would require losing myself. That's not a trade I'm willing to make, not even for peace. The AITA judgment was overwhelmingly that I'm not the asshole, and I'm holding on to that. Because some days, when the loneliness hits or when I see Hannah's social media posts about her continued fertility journey and the family rallying around her, I question whether I'm being stubborn or protecting myself, whether my boundaries are healthy or just pride that's costing me my family. But then I remember that Hannah outed me, deliberately, calculatedly, as punishment and manipulation. That's not something desperation or grief excuse. That's a fundamental violation of trust that can't be repaired with apologies or time. She chose to weaponize my sexuality because I wouldn't give her my eggs. Those are her choices, not mine. I'm 28, queer, estranged from my biological family, building a life that's authentically mine. Hannah is 32, struggling with infertility, supported by family who enable her manipulation because it aligns with their values. We're both dealing with hard things, but only one of us betrayed the other's trust. Only one of us weaponized vulnerable information as revenge. Only one of us is demanding bodily autonomy from the other as payment for acceptance. I said no to egg donation because I didn't want to donate eggs. That's sufficient reason. That Hannah responded by outing me doesn't change the validity of my no. That my family sees my refusal as evidence of sin doesn't obligate me to change my mind. Bodily autonomy isn't conditional on approval or acceptance. My eggs are mine. My sexuality is mine. My life is mine. Hannah doesn't get to control any of those things, no matter how desperately she wants a biological child. So no,
I'm not the asshole for refusing to donate eggs and cutting off my sister after she outed me. I'm just someone who said no and is dealing with the consequences of standing firm when someone tried to manipulate me into compliance through betrayal and family pressure. That's not being an asshole. That's surviving abuse and choosing myself. And I'd make that choice again, painful as it is.
Am I they for exposing my stepmother's fake cancer diagnosis at a family intervention?
I'm 33.F, and my father, Robert, 61 male, has been married to my stepmother, Gloria, 58 female, for 12 years. My relationship with Gloria has always been strained. She came into my life when I was 21, right after my parents' messy divorce, and I never really accepted her as family. She tried hard initially, but I was cold and distant, protective of my mom and resentful of the affair that preceded my parents' split. Over time, we settled into polite coexistence with underlying tension. 6 months ago, Gloria announced to the family that she'd been diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer. She was emotional and scared. My dad was devastated, and I felt terrible for my previous coldness toward her. Whatever our history, cancer is serious and frightening. I apologized for being distant over the years, told her I wanted to support her through this, that past resentments didn't matter when facing something this serious. Gloria seemed touched by my change in attitude. We started talking more. I'd check in on her regularly, bring her meals, offer to drive her to appointments. She'd tell me about her treatment schedule, the side effects she was experiencing, how exhausting chemotherapy was. She wore headscarves sometimes, said she'd started losing hair. She'd talk about the fear of dying, the importance of family, how going through cancer had given her perspective on what really matters. My dad was her primary caretaker, organizing his life around her treatment schedule. He'd take days off work to drive her to appointments, would come home exhausted and worried. He aged visibly over those 6 months, the stress and fear taking a physical toll. He'd talk about how brave Gloria was, how strong, how determined to beat this. The whole family rallied around Gloria. My half-siblings, her kids from a previous marriage, 25 male and 28 female, were devastated and attentive. Extended family sent cards and gifts. Friends organized meal trains and support networks. Gloria was the center of a community of care and concern. Everyone focused on helping her through this horrible diagnosis. Last month, something odd happened. I was at their house dropping off groceries and accidentally saw Gloria's phone screen when a text came through. It was from someone saved as Dr. Richardson, and the message said, "Next acting session Tuesday at 3. Don't forget to practice the emotional beats we discussed." Acting session? I was confused and honestly didn't think much of it initially. Maybe Gloria was taking an acting class as some kind of therapy or distraction from cancer. But it nagged at me. A few days later, I was helping organize my dad's home office and found medical bills. I shouldn't have looked, but I did. There were bills for routine checkups, dental work, a dermatology appointment. Nothing related to oncology, chemotherapy, or breast cancer treatment. Nothing from the cancer center Gloria
Claimed to be going to. I started to feel sick. I logged into the insurance portal. I still had the login information from when I'd helped my dad with paperwork years ago, and searched for claims related to Gloria. 6 months of medical claims, none of them cancer-related. No oncology appointments, no chemotherapy, no radiation, no breast cancer treatment of any kind. Gloria wasn't being treated for cancer because Gloria didn't have cancer. I confronted my dad privately, showed him what I'd found. He was defensive at first, said there must be an explanation, that I was invading Gloria's privacy by looking at medical records. But I showed him the lack of insurance claims, asked him if he'd ever actually gone with her to chemotherapy. He admitted he hadn't. Gloria had said the treatments were long and boring, that she'd rather he not waste his time sitting in waiting rooms, that she'd have a friend drive her. We confronted Gloria together. At first, she tried to explain away the insurance discrepancies, claimed she was paying out of pocket for treatment because she wanted privacy. But when I mentioned the text about acting sessions, she broke down and admitted the truth. Gloria had been faking cancer for 6 months. There was no diagnosis, no treatment, no chemotherapy. She'd made up the entire illness because she felt invisible in the family, wanted attention and care, wanted people to appreciate her. She said she'd been planning to announce that she was in remission soon, to let everyone celebrate her recovery and move on. My dad was completely shattered. Asked her how she could do this, lie about something so serious, let him reorganize his entire life around caring for her through a fake illness. Gloria kept saying she was sorry. She hadn't meant for it to go this far. She just wanted to feel important and loved. The initial confrontation with Gloria was devastating for my dad, but what came next was somehow worse. Gloria begged us not to tell the rest of the family, said she'd tell them she'd gotten a miraculous early remission, that she'd make sure everyone knew the cancer was gone. She kept crying and apologizing, saying she understood she'd made a horrible mistake, but that publicly exposing her would destroy her life. My dad, despite being absolutely destroyed by the betrayal, seemed inclined to go along with this. He's a private person who hates family drama, and I think he was already thinking about damage control. He said maybe we could quietly tell people the cancer was gone and deal with the lying privately within our marriage. I refused to go along with that plan. I was furious, not just about Gloria faking cancer, but about what she'd put my dad through, what she'd put all of us through. 6 months of worry and reorganized lives and emotional energy poured into supporting someone through a crisis that didn't exist. The meals I'd made, the conversations I'd had suppressing my own emotional needs to be supportive, the guilt I'd felt about our strained relationship, all of it based on a lie. I told my dad that Gloria needed to tell the family the truth, that letting her pretend she'd gone into remission was compounding the lie and denying everyone closure on the emotional trauma she'd caused. Dad said it wasn't my decision to make, that this was between him and Gloria, that I needed to respect his choice about how to handle his marriage. But I couldn't. The whole family had been manipulated and lied to in a profound way. Gloria had faked a life-threatening illness for attention. That's not something you just quietly sweep under the rug with a fake remission story. So I told them I was calling a family meeting, that Gloria needed to confess to everyone, or I would expose her myself. Gloria begged me not to, said it would destroy her relationship with her kids, that she'd never be able to face people again. Dad said I was being vindictive and cruel, that destroying Gloria's reputation wouldn't undo the lie, but would cause unnecessary pain to everyone. I insisted. Told them they had 24 hours to tell the family or I would. They didn't tell the family, so I did. I called a family gathering, said Gloria had an important update about her health that everyone needed to hear together. My half-siblings came, various aunts and uncles, close family friends who'd been part of Gloria's support network. About 20 people total. Gloria looked terrified when she realized what was happening. My dad looked angry and resigned. I stood up and told everyone the truth. Gloria never had cancer. She'd faked the diagnosis, faked the treatment, manipulated all of us for 6 months for attention and sympathy. I presented the evidence, the insurance records showing no cancer treatment, the text about acting sessions, Gloria's own admission of the truth. The room exploded. Gloria's kids were screaming at her, asking how she could do this. Friends were stunned and angry. People were crying, some out of rage at being manipulated, others out of shock. My dad sat quietly looking devastated while Gloria sobbed and tried to apologize. Several people got up and left immediately, saying they couldn't even look at Gloria. Others stayed to yell at her about specific sacrifices they'd made during her cancer, time and money and emotional energy they'd devoted to supporting her through a lie. One of Gloria's friends had rearranged her work schedule for months to drive Gloria to fake chemotherapy appointments. She was crying,
asking how Gloria could let her do that, let her believe she was helping save a friend's life when it was all theater. My half-brother's girlfriend had postponed their wedding because they didn't want to compete with Gloria's health crisis for family attention and resources. They'd pushed their entire wedding back a year for a fake cancer diagnosis. The collateral damage of Gloria's lie was staggering once people started sharing what they'd sacrificed
or rearranged to accommodate her supposed illness. Gloria kept apologizing, saying she never meant to hurt anyone, that she'd gotten in too deep and didn't know how to get out of the lie, that she'd been depressed and invisible and just wanted to feel cared for. Her explanations made people angrier, as if her desire for attention justified the massive manipulation. My dad finally spoke up and said everyone should leave, that this was a family matter that would be dealt with privately. Most people left, but the damage was done. Gloria's reputation was destroyed, and her relationships with her children were possibly irreparable. After everyone left, my dad turned on me, said I'd humiliated Gloria publicly when we could have handled this privately, that I'd caused unnecessary pain to everyone by exposing her in such a dramatic way, that whatever Gloria had done, public humiliation wasn't the answer, and I'd been cruel and vindictive. I said Gloria had humiliated herself by faking cancer for 6 months, that she'd manipulated an entire community of people who cared about her, that I'd simply told the truth, which she'd refused to do herself. Dad said, truth-telling can be weaponized, that I'd chosen the most harmful possible way to reveal Gloria's lie, that I could have pushed for her to tell everyone herself in a less dramatic setting. Maybe he's right. Maybe I could have given Gloria more time to confess on her own terms. But I also think she never would have told the truth willingly. She wanted to pretend she'd gone into remission and let everyone celebrate her fake recovery while she privately knew she'd manipulated them all. The fallout from exposing Gloria has been extensive and complicated. My dad and Gloria are separated. Dad is staying with friends while trying to figure out if their marriage can survive this. Gloria is apparently in intensive therapy, though I don't know specifics since I've cut contact with her completely. Gloria's children aren't speaking to her. My half-brother said he doesn't think he can ever trust his mother again, that faking cancer is so beyond normal deception that he doesn't know who she is anymore. My half-sister is angrier, saying Gloria's fake illness made her reevaluate their entire relationship, wondering how much of Gloria's past behavior was manipulation versus genuine. Extended family is split on whether I did the right thing. Some think I was correct to expose the lie, that everyone deserved to know they'd been manipulated, that Gloria needed to face consequences for her actions. Others think I was unnecessarily cruel, that I could have let Gloria tell people privately, or just quietly backed away from the situation without causing a public spectacle. One aunt said something that stuck with me. What Gloria did was terrible, but what you did was also terrible. 2 wrongs don't make a right, and now everyone is traumatized twice, once by the fake cancer, once by the dramatic public. Exposure. That criticism bothers me because maybe it's valid. I was angry when I called that family meeting. I wanted Gloria to face consequences and feel the shame of her actions in front of everyone she'd deceived. Was that justice or revenge? Both, probably. My mom, who I'm close with, says I did the right thing, but wishes I'd been less public about it. She thinks Gloria deserved to be exposed, but that I could have told family members individually, rather than gathering everyone for a dramatic reveal. That the public humiliation aspect went beyond necessary truth-telling into punishment. My girlfriend thinks I did what needed to be done, that Gloria was never going to confess voluntarily, and everyone deserved to know the truth. She says people who fake serious illnesses for attention deserve public humiliation as a deterrent and consequence. My therapist has been less judgmental, but has asked me to examine my motivations. Did I expose Gloria because it was the right thing to do? Or because it felt good to finally have moral high ground over my stepmother after years of complicated resentment? Probably both, which makes me uncomfortable.
The friends who'd organized meal trains and support systems for Gloria are the ones I feel worst about. They put genuine time and effort into caring for someone going through cancer, and finding out it was all performance art is devastating in a different way than family being lied to. Some of them have thanked me for exposing Gloria, saying they needed to know. Others have said they wish they'd never found out, that they were happier believing they'd helped someone through cancer rather than knowing they were manipulated. One friend said, "I felt good about myself for being there for Gloria. Now I just feel stupid. You didn't just expose her lie, you took away our ability to feel good about being compassionate." That's a perspective I hadn't considered, that exposing Gloria's lie didn't just hurt Gloria, it damaged other people's sense of themselves as caring friends who'd risen to support someone in crisis. My dad and I aren't speaking much. He's hurt and angry that I forced the public exposure, says I destroyed his marriage even though Gloria's lie is what actually destroyed it. He says I could have pushed him to handle it privately, given him time to process and decide whether the marriage was salvageable before making it a public scandal. He might be right. Maybe I should have respected his request to handle it privately, even though I suspected Gloria would never voluntarily confess and people deserved to know the truth. But I also think my dad was enabling Gloria's lie by being willing to cover it up with a fake remission story. That he was prioritizing protecting Gloria over being honest with family who'd been manipulated. That his desire to avoid drama was actually prolonging the deception. Gloria has sent me a letter, which I haven't responded to, where she apologizes and tries to explain. She writes about feeling invisible as a stepmother, about struggling with depression, and feeling like no one cared about her unless she was in crisis. She says faking cancer was wrong, but was born from genuine mental health struggles and loneliness. Her explanation doesn't excuse what she did, but it does complicate it. If Gloria was genuinely mentally ill and crying out for help in a destructive way, does that change how I should have handled the situation? Should I have been more compassionate, given that her behavior likely stemmed from psychological issues? I don't know. Mentally ill people can still cause real harm, and the harm Gloria caused was significant. Faking cancer for attention is manipulative and cruel, regardless of underlying mental health issues. The AITA responses were about 70% NTA, not the asshole, and 30% ESIA, everyone sucks here. The NTA crowd says Gloria deserved exposure, and everyone had a right to know they'd been manipulated. The ESIA crowd says Gloria was obviously wrong, but I chose an unnecessarily cruel method of exposure that caused more harm than necessary. I'm somewhere in between those positions. I think I was right to expose Gloria's lie. People deserved to know they'd been manipulated. But I also think I did it in the most painful, public, humiliating way possible. Not just to reveal truth, but to punish Gloria for the lie and for our complicated history. So, was I the asshole? Yes and no. Gloria was definitely an asshole for faking cancer. I was possibly an asshole for how I chose to expose her. My dad was possibly an asshole for being willing to cover it up. Everyone behaved badly in different ways, and now we're all dealing with the consequences. I'm 33, estranged from my stepmother and barely speaking to my father, sitting with the knowledge that I destroyed someone's reputation and family relationships by telling the truth in the cruelest possible way. Gloria is 58, exposed as someone who faked cancer for attention, separated from her husband and estranged from her children. Neither of us is in a good place. Neither of us behaved admirably, and I have to live with that complexity. That I was both right and wrong, justified and cruel, honest and vindictive. Sometimes the truth is a weapon, and I wielded it with precision and anger. That it needed to be told doesn't mean I needed to tell it the way I did. But I did. And here we all are, dealing with the aftermath of Gloria's massive lie and my public exposure of it. Two wrongs don't make a right, but sometimes they make a mess.
and we're all sitting in it now. Am I they for reporting my husband to immigration after discovering he only married me for a green card? I'm 35 million F, and I've been married to Dimitri, 38 million male, for 4 years. We met 6 years ago through mutual friends at a concert, hit it off immediately, started dating within weeks. He was charming, attentive, romantic, everything I'd been looking for after a string of failed relationships. He was originally from Russia, here on a work visa, but that didn't concern me. We fell in love, or so I thought, and got engaged after dating for a year. Throughout our engagement and marriage, Dimitri was a good husband on the surface. He was affectionate. We had fun together. He helped around the house. We had an active social life. There were small things that bothered me, like how he was weirdly secretive about his phone and computer, how he'd sometimes have whole conversations in Russian that he wouldn't translate, how he seemed more concerned about the green card timeline than about our actual relationship milestones. But I told myself I was being paranoid, that cultural differences explained some behaviors, that not every marriage is perfect. We went through the green card process together, interviews and paperwork and legal fees I mostly paid. He got his conditional green card 2 years into our marriage, then his permanent green card 6 months ago after we filed to remove conditions. Last month, I was using Dimitri's laptop because mine was being repaired. He'd left his email open. I wasn't snooping initially, but I saw a message preview in Russian that caught my attention because I recognized my name in the Cyrillic text. I used Google Translate to read it. It was an email to his friend back in Russia, dated from 3 months before our wedding. Dimitri wrote about how he'd secured his ticket to permanent residency by getting engaged to me, how I was convenient because I was financially stable and eager to settle down, how he'd have to play the devoted husband for at least 3 years to get the green card without suspicion. I felt sick reading it, but I kept digging. Found more emails, spanning our entire relationship. Messages to friends joking about the things you do for a green card. Messages to his ex-girlfriend back in Russia about how he still loved her and would bring her to the US once he had his citizenship. Messages discussing how long he needed to stay married to me before divorcing wouldn't look suspicious to immigration. There were emails from after our wedding talking about how boring I was, how tedious it was to maintain the charade, how he couldn't wait to be done with this phase of his life. Messages making fun of my attempts at romance, my gifts, my expressions of love. Everything I thought was real about our marriage was a performance he was actively mocking with friends and family back home. The most damaging evidence was a timeline document he'd created, outlining his immigration strategy. Year 1-2, maintain good, husband appearance, pass green card interviews. Year 2-3, get conditional green card, begin gradually creating distance. Year 3-4, get permanent green card, establish independent finances. Year 4-5, divorce, bring Katya, his ex, to US on fiancé visa, marry her. We were at year 4. Right on schedule for his plan, he'd been increasingly distant, spending more time at work, showing less interest in our relationship. I'd thought we were going through a rough patch. Turns out he was just moving to the next phase of his multi-year con. I confronted him with the emails. At first, he tried to deny it, said I was misunderstanding, that the translations were inaccurate. When I showed him the timeline document, he finally admitted it. Said yes, he'd originally approached our relationship as a green card strategy, but he'd come to care about me over time, that his feelings had evolved even if they started dishonestly. I didn't believe him. Even in his confession, he was calculating, trying to figure out what version of the truth would best manage the situation. He begged me not to do anything rash, said we could work through this, go to counseling, save our marriage. But there was no marriage to save because it was never real. I filed for divorce immediately. My lawyer asked if I wanted to report the immigration fraud to USCIS, said that green cards obtained through fraudulent marriages can be revoked.
I wrestled with it for a week, feeling guilty about potentially getting Dmitry deported. Then I read through those emails again, saw how much contempt he had for me, how thoroughly he'd used and manipulated me, and I filed the report. I provided USCIS with copies of all the emails, the timeline document, our financial records showing I'd paid for almost everything, witness statements from friends who'd noticed Dmitry seemed disengaged. The evidence was overwhelming. Dmitry is now facing deportation proceedings. His green card has been revoked, pending investigation into marriage fraud. He's furious with me, calling me vindictive and cruel, saying I'm destroying his life over hurt feelings. His friends in the US are harassing me, saying I'm a racist who can't handle my marriage failing, so I'm taking it out on an immigrant. The aftermath of reporting Dmitry has been more complicated than I anticipated, and the responses to my AITA post have left me even more conflicted. The voting is split about 65-35, with the majority saying NTA, I'm not the asshole, because he committed fraud and deserves consequences. But 35% say I'm TA, the asshole, for potentially ruining his life when I could have just divorced him and moved on. The minority opinion has gotten into my head more than I expected. Several commenters pointed out that immigration enforcement is harsh, that deportation can be devastating, that even if Dmitry used me, involving the government in revenge is extreme. Some said that plenty of marriages start for practical reasons and develop real feelings later, that maybe Dmitry was telling the truth about caring for me, even if his initial motivations were mercenary. One commenter said something that's haunted me. You're not just deporting him, you're potentially putting him in danger, depending on his political situation in Russia. You have no idea what he might be returning to, or why he was so desperate to stay in the US. Immigration status is literally life or death for some people, and you're wielding it as a weapon because you're hurt. That criticism stings because I honestly don't know much about Dmitry's life in Russia, or why he wanted to leave. He always said he came for work opportunities and liked American culture, but I never dug deeper. What if there were safety reasons? What if returning to Russia puts him at risk? Am I responsible for that potential harm? I've been doing a lot of soul-searching about my motivations. Was I reporting immigration fraud because it was the right thing to do? Or was I punishing Dmitry for breaking my heart? If he'd just divorced me without the years of documented contempt, would I have reported him? Probably not. So, am I using immigration law as a weapon, as his friends claim? My therapist has been helpful in working through these questions. She points out that Dmitry made choices, that he committed fraud knowing the potential consequences, that I'm not responsible for the outcomes of his illegal actions. She also validates that I was profoundly harmed by years of deception, that this wasn't just a marriage that didn't work out, it was a calculated con that violated my trust and exploited my emotions for immigration benefit. But she's also challenged me to examine whether reporting him was about justice or revenge. And honestly, it was probably both. I wanted him to face consequences for what he did to me. I wanted him to feel some fraction of the betrayal and loss I felt. I wanted there to be accountability beyond just a divorce. Is that wrong? Several commenters who identified as immigrants or children of immigrants said my actions hurt their community, that involving ICE or USCIS in personal disputes makes immigrants less safe, that this is how xenophobia gets weaponized, even against people with legitimate claims. They argued that, regardless of what Dmitry did to me personally, using immigration enforcement as revenge is ethically wrong because of the broader implications. That perspective makes me deeply uncomfortable because I don't want to be someone who harms immigrants or contributes to systems of xenophobia and deportation. But Dmitry actually did commit fraud. This isn't a case of me falsely accusing an immigrant to harm them. The fraud was real and documented. Does the fact that immigration enforcement is often unjust mean that reporting actual fraud is still wrong? I've learned more about the green card process and marriage fraud since all this started. Apparently, it's a huge problem, enough that USCIS has extensive procedures to investigate suspicious marriages. The interviews we went through, the evidence we had to provide about our relationship, all of it is designed to catch exactly what Dmitry did. The system exists because people like him exploit people like me for immigration benefit. But I've also learned that marriage fraud cases are incredibly hard to prove, that most don't result in deportation, that sometimes genuine marriages get caught up in investigations and people get deported despite having real relationships. The system is blunt and imperfect and can harm innocent people. Am I comfortable being part of that system even when my case is legitimate? Dmitry's lawyer has reached out trying to negotiate. Says if I withdraw my report and testify that our marriage was genuine, Dmitry won't contest the divorce and will leave me alone, essentially offering me a clean break in exchange for letting the fraud go unpunished. The lawyer framed it as a generous offer, considering I'm the one who broke up the marriage by snooping in his email. That framing is infuriating. I didn't break up the marriage by discovering it was fake. He broke up the marriage by faking it in the first place. But it does force me to ask, what do I actually want here? Do I want Dmitry deported, or do I just want him gone from my life? If I can get the divorce and move on without the immigration piece, is that better for everyone? My friends are split on advice. Some say absolutely don't withdraw the report, that Dmitry deserves every consequence and might do this to someone else if he gets away with it. Others say withdrawing might be the compassionate choice, that I've made my point, that extending the immigration consequences is unnecessary cruelty at this stage. I did something I'm not proud of. I hired a private investigator to look into Dmitry's situation in Russia, trying to understand if deportation would actually put him in danger. Partly because some commenters made me worry I might be sending him into genuine harm, partly because I wanted to know if his desperation to stay in the U.S. was about safety or just comfort and opportunity. The PI found that Dmitry comes from a middle-class family in Moscow. No political persecution, no danger. He has family there, owned an apartment there before coming to the U.S., has professional connections. His desperation to stay in America wasn't about escaping danger. It was about economic opportunity and preference for American lifestyle. Returning to Russia would be inconvenient and disappointing for him, but not dangerous. That information made me feel less guilty about the deportation report. He wasn't a refugee or asylum seeker fleeing persecution. He was someone who wanted a better life in America and was willing to con someone to get it. The stakes weren't life or death. They were comfort and preference. But then the PI found something else. Dmitry has apparently done this before. Not in the US, but in Germany. About 8 years ago, before I knew him, he'd been in a relationship with a German woman that ended abruptly around the time he would have been eligible for permanent residency there. The PI couldn't confirm it was a fraud situation, but the pattern was suspicious. I provided this information to USCIS as well. If Dmitry has a history of using relationships for immigration benefit, that's relevant to his case. It also made me feel less guilty because it suggests I'm not his only victim, that he might do this again if he gets away with it. Dmitry found out I'd hired a PI and is now even more furious. Sent me a long email about how I'm obsessed with destroying him, that I can't handle rejection so I'm trying to ruin his entire life, that my actions are proving I'm unhinged and vindictive. His lawyer called my lawyer, threatening harassment charges for having him investigated. My lawyer says that's nonsense, that I have every right to investigate my spouse's background, especially in the context of a fraud case. But it did make me feel stalkerish and obsessive. Am I taking this too far? At what point does pursuing justice become vengeance? The immigration investigation is ongoing. Dmitry's deportation hearing is scheduled for 2 months from now. He's desperately trying to find another immigration path, apparently looking into asylum claims, which is absurd given he's not fleeing persecution, employment sponsorship, anything to avoid deportation. Meanwhile, our divorce is proceeding.
It's contentious because Dmitry wants me to pay him spousal support, claiming he became financially dependent on me during our marriage. The irony of him demanding money from me after admitting he married me for immigration benefit is not lost on anyone. My lawyer says he has no case, but he's fighting it anyway. I've been rereading some of those emails, trying to stay angry enough to get through this without weakening. There's one exchange that particularly sticks with me. His friend asked if he felt bad about using me, and Dmitry responded, "She's not a victim. She's a stepping stone. She gets a husband she wanted. I get the residency I need. Fair trade, except she doesn't know the terms." That mindset, that I'm not a victim because I got something I wanted, a husband, even though the whole relationship was a lie, is so deeply manipulative. It's like saying someone who buys a fake Rolex isn't a victim because they got a watch. The fraud is the point. The deception is the harm. But some days, usually late at night when I'm alone in our apartment that now just feels empty, I wonder if I'm making this worse for myself by pursuing the immigration angle. If I'd just divorced him quietly, I'd be healing and moving on by now. Instead, I'm enmeshed in investigations and hearings and lawyer meetings, constantly reliving the betrayal. The AITA commenters who said I should have just divorced him and moved on might be right about what would be better for my mental health. Revenge is consuming. Pursuing justice requires constant engagement with the person who hurt you. Maybe letting Dmitry keep his green card and just getting him out of my life would have been the wiser choice. But then I think about the next woman. If Dmitry gets away with this, what's to stop him from doing it again once he gets citizenship? He's attractive, charming, knows how to play the devoted boyfriend. Some other woman looking for love could end up exactly where I am now, used and discarded once he's gotten what he needed from her. That's what ultimately keeps me from withdrawing the report. Not revenge, but prevention. Dmitry has shown a pattern of using relationships for immigration benefit. If he faces no consequences, he'll likely continue. If he gets deported and his green card is permanently revoked, he can't victimize another American woman this way. My final update on this situation. The deportation hearing happened last week. I testified about discovering the emails, the timeline document, the evidence of fraud. Dmitry's lawyer tried to argue that marriages can start transactionally and become genuine, that initial motivations don't invalidate the relationship that developed. But the judge wasn't buying it. The evidence was too extensive. The timeline document showing he'd planned to divorce me right around now, the emails expressing contempt throughout our marriage, the financial dependence, all of it painted a clear picture of fraud. Dmitry's green card was revoked. He has 60 days to leave the U.S. voluntarily or face forced deportation. He's been barred from re-entering on any visa for 10 years minimum, possibly permanently, depending on whether they pursue criminal fraud charges. I feel relieved, vindicated, sad, and guilty all at once. Relieved because it's over. Vindicated because a judge agreed this was serious fraud. Sad because 4 years of my life were a lie. Guilty because whatever Dmitry did, deportation is harsh and life-altering. The AITA question of whether I'm the asshole for reporting him remains complicated. He committed fraud and I reported it. That's justice. But I reported it partly out of revenge, wanting him to hurt like I hurt. And that's less noble. Both things are true. I was wronged and I wanted revenge. The fraud was real and my motivations were mixed. Dmitry is a victim of deportation, and I'm a victim of marriage fraud. I'm trying to make peace with the complexity, accept that sometimes you can be both right and not entirely pure in your motivations, that justice and revenge aren't always separable, that you can be hurt by someone and still feel ambivalent about the punishment they face. I reported my husband for immigration fraud because he committed immigration fraud. That I also wanted him to suffer doesn't make the fraud less real or my report less valid. I'm 35 years old, divorced,
healing from a 4-year relationship that was never real. Dmitry is 38, being deported, facing consequences for fraud he admits he committed. We're both dealing with the results of his choices and mine. And I have to believe that holding someone accountable for using you, even when accountability is harsh, is not being an asshole. It's just being someone who refused to let fraud go unpunished, whatever the cost. Am I therefore refusing to forgive my parents for rehoming my dog while I was in a coma? I'm 31 Univelf, and this situation has completely destroyed my relationship with my parents. I need outside perspective because my family thinks I'm being unreasonable and cruel, but I feel like what they did is unforgivable. 2 years ago, I was in a serious car accident. I was in a coma for 6 weeks, then spent another month in the hospital recovering. During that time, I was obviously unable to care for myself or make decisions about my life. My parents, Sharon and Dennis, both 63, had my medical power of attorney and were handling all my affairs. Before the accident, I lived alone with my dog Boomer, a 7-year-old golden retriever I'd had since he was a puppy. Boomer wasn't just a pet. He was my companion, my emotional support, my best friend. I'd gone through a difficult divorce, job loss, depression, and Boomer had been there through all of it. He slept in my bed, went everywhere with me, was literally the most important relationship in my life. When I woke from the coma, I was disoriented and scared. One of my first questions was about Boomer. My parents looked uncomfortable. My mom said gently that they'd made arrangements for Boomer while I was incapacitated, that he was being taken care of, and I shouldn't worry about it right now. I should focus on recovery. I assumed they meant he was being temporarily fostered by a friend or staying with them. I was too weak and medicated to push for details. But as I got stronger and started asking more specifically about when I could see Boomer, my parents kept being vague and evasive. Finally, about 3 weeks after waking up, I demanded the truth. My dad sat me down and told me they'd rehomed Boomer permanently, that during my coma, they'd decided I wouldn't be able to care for a dog during my recovery period, that the medical bills were extensive, that I'd be in rehabilitation for months, that it wasn't fair to Boomer to warehouse him waiting for an uncertain timeline. So, they'd found him a wonderful family through a rescue organization. A family with kids and a yard, where Boomer would be happy and active. They'd signed away my ownership rights, and Boomer was legally no longer my dog. I was devastated. Started crying so hard I could barely breathe, begging them to tell me where he was so I could get him back. They refused, said it was already done, that Boomer had been in his new home for 5 weeks already, and it would be cruel to uproot him again. That I needed to focus on my recovery and let Boomer go. I spent the next month in rehabilitation, absolutely heartbroken. The knowledge that Boomer was out there somewhere, probably confused about where I'd gone, wondering why I'd abandoned him, was more painful than any of my physical injuries. I'd dream about him, wake up reaching for him, then remember he was gone. My parents kept saying they'd done what they thought was best, that I couldn't have cared for a dog in my condition, that rehoming him was the responsible choice. They acted like I should be grateful they'd handled it, like they'd done me a favor by making a difficult decision while I was incapacitated. Once I was well enough, I hired a lawyer to try to get Boomer back. But legally, my parents had the right to make decisions about my property while I was incapacitated, and they had medical power of attorney. They'd surrendered ownership of Boomer legally. The new family had adopted him properly, bonded with him, and had no obligation to return him. I was able to find out through the rescue organization where Boomer had gone. Drove by the house once just to see if I could catch a glimpse of him. Saw him in the backyard playing with kids, and it broke my heart all over again. He looked happy, which somehow made it worse. I've been out of the hospital and living independently again for 18 months now. Physically recovered, back to work, doing well by most measures. But I can't forgive my parents for what they did. They gave away the most important living being in my life while I was unconscious,
and couldn't advocate for myself or for him. I've told them I don't want a relationship with them anymore, that what they did was a fundamental betrayal of trust, that they had no right to permanently rehome my dog without even trying temporary solutions first. They could have boarded him, asked friends to foster him, hired a dog walker, and kept him in my apartment. Instead, they made the permanent decision to give him away. My parents think I'm being ridiculous and holding an unreasonable grudge. They say they made a practical decision during a crisis, that I'm being selfish and immature by cutting them off over a dog, that they were dealing with the possibility of my death, managing my medical care, handling my finances and apartment, and they couldn't also be responsible for a large dog with significant care needs. My mom cries every time we talk, says she can't believe I'd choose a dog over my parents, that she's lost her daughter over an animal. My dad is angry, says I'm being ungrateful and dramatic, that they saved my life by being there through my medical crisis, and this is how I repay them. The responses to my post have been mixed, but leaning NTA, I'm not the asshole, which has been validating but also hasn't made me feel better about the situation. About 70% of commenters think my parents made an unforgivable decision and I have every right to cut them off. The other 30% think I'm being unreasonable, that my parents were in an impossible situation and made the best decision they could, that I'm punishing them for trying to help. Reading through hundreds of responses has forced me to think more deeply about several things I've been avoiding. First, multiple commenters asked about the practical realities of my situation at the time. What were my parents actually dealing with? I've been so focused on my anger and
grief that I haven't fully considered their perspective.
Here's what I know from talking to friends and reviewing records. I was in a coma for 6 weeks with uncertain prognosis. Doctors couldn't say if I'd wake up, and if I did, what my cognitive and physical state would be. My parents were commuting 2 hours each way to the hospital daily, managing my medical decisions, dealing with insurance, handling my apartment and bills. Boomer was alone in my apartment for the first few days after the accident before my parents thought to check on him. A neighbor had been feeding him, but he'd been scared and confused. My parents brought him to their house initially, but they both work full-time, and their home isn't set up for a large, active dog. Boomer was used to walks multiple times a day, runs in the park, constant companionship. My mom has mobility issues and couldn't handle Boomer on walks. He's strong and pulls, needs someone physically capable of managing him. My dad was overwhelmed with work, hospital visits, and managing my life from a distance. They kept Boomer for about 2 weeks before deciding they couldn't continue. Several commenters asked why they didn't explore temporary fostering. According to my mom, they did try. Contacted friends of mine, but most couldn't take a long-term commitment with an unknown timeline. The few who could foster short-term wanted a defined end date, which my parents couldn't provide given my uncertain prognosis. Boarding would have cost $50 to $70 per day, which adds up to $1,500 to $2,100 per month. My parents were already managing my medical bills, my rent, my regular expenses. They didn't think they could afford indefinite boarding on top of everything else, especially not knowing if I'd even survive or be able to care for Boomer again. The rescue organization apparently told them that Boomer would be happier in a permanent home than in boarding limbo for potentially months, that he was a young, active dog who needed stability and attention, not warehousing. My parents made the decision to rehome him, believing it was in Boomer's best interest. Learning these details has complicated my anger. I still think they made the wrong choice, but I can see now that it wasn't casual or malicious. They were overwhelmed, terrified I might die, trying to manage an impossible situation with limited resources and no good options. But here's what I can't get past. They made a permanent decision about something precious to me without exhausting every possible alternative. They didn't wait until I could wake up and participate in the decision. They didn't tell the rescue organization to find a foster home with the possibility of return. They permanently, irrevocably gave away my dog
just 5 weeks into my coma. Several commenters pointed out something I've struggled with. My parents didn't just make a practical decision about pet care during a crisis. They made a judgment about my future capability and what my life would
Look like after recovery. They decided I wouldn't be able to care for Boomer, that my recovery would be so extensive and difficult that keeping him was impossible. That judgment feels like they didn't believe in my ability to bounce back, to recover, to return to the life I'd had before. It feels like they gave up on the possibility of me being whole again, and Boomer was part of that future they decided wasn't realistic. My therapist has been helpful in unpacking this. She points out that my parents were traumatized too. They almost lost their child. They were making decisions in a state of grief and terror, trying to manage a crisis they'd never prepared for. Expecting perfect judgment from people in that state isn't realistic. But she also validates that the impact of their decision on me is real and significant. That regardless of their intentions or state of mind, they permanently separated me from a being I loved. And that loss has affected my grief and recovery. That I'm allowed to be angry, even if I also understand they were in an impossible situation. The question becomes, is understanding their position the same as forgiving them? Can I acknowledge they were overwhelmed and scared, while also maintaining that what they did was unforgivable? Or is withholding forgiveness just perpetuating everyone's suffering without purpose? I've been in therapy working through the layers of trauma from the accident, the coma, the recovery, and the loss of Boomer. My therapist says I'm experiencing complicated grief, mourning both the life I had before the accident and the companion who was supposed to be part of my healing. The accident took my sense of safety, my physical capabilities for a time, months of my life. But my parents took Boomer. And somehow, that loss feels more personal, more violating, because it was a choice made by people who were supposed to protect what I valued. Several commenters shared their own stories of losing pets during medical crises or deployments. One person said their family rehomed their cat while they were in psychiatric hospitalization, and they still haven't forgiven them 15 years later. Another said their parents gave away their dog during a difficult divorce, and it destroyed their relationship permanently. But others shared different experiences. One person said their sister rehomed their dog during the person's cancer treatment, and they eventually understood it was necessary and forgave. Another said their parents made a similar decision during military deployment, and while it hurt, they rebuilt the relationship by acknowledging the pain on both sides. I don't know which story is mine yet. I'm still too hurt and angry to know if forgiveness is possible, or even what I want. I did something I probably shouldn't have. I reached out to Boomer's new family, found them through the rescue organization's records, sent a carefully worded message explaining I was his original owner, that I'd been in an accident and coma, that my parents had rehomed him without my input. Asked if I could visit, just to see him once. The family, understandably, was wary. They'd adopted Boomer properly, loved him, and didn't want to disrupt his life. But they were also compassionate. After some back and forth, they agreed to let me visit once, supervised, with the understanding that I wasn't trying to take him back. Seeing Boomer again was one of the most emotionally intense experiences of my life. He recognized me immediately, went absolutely crazy with excitement, whining and jumping and licking my face. The kids in the family were sweet, clearly loved him, and he seemed bonded to them. But his reaction to me was different, deeper. The recognition of someone he'd known and loved and lost. I spent 2 hours with him, playing in their yard, just being near him again. The family was kind, let me have privacy with him, didn't rush the visit. When it was time to leave, Boomer tried to follow me to my car. I had to get in quickly and drive away while he stood in the driveway watching me, confused. That night I cried harder than I had since waking from the coma, because seeing him confirmed what I'd known. He hadn't forgotten me. He was still my dog in some fundamental way,
and we'd both been robbed of our relationship by a decision made without my consent. I called my parents the next day, told them I'd seen Boomer, that his reaction proved he still knew me and loved me, that their decision had permanently separated two beings who belonged together, that it wasn't just a practical pet care decision, but the destruction of a profound bond. My mom broke down crying, said she'd had no idea I'd go see him, that it was cruel to Boomer to confuse him like that I was making it harder on everyone by not letting go. My dad was angry, said I was being manipulative and using Boomer to punish them, that I needed to move on and stop defining myself by the loss of a pet. Their reactions made me realize something. They don't actually understand what Boomer meant to me. To them, he was a dog, beloved, but still just a pet. They can't comprehend that for me, he was family, a primary attachment relationship, a being whose loss is as significant as losing a human relationship. That disconnect makes forgiveness harder. They're asking me to forgive them for something they don't even fully understand they did. They think I'm overreacting to the rehoming of a pet. I feel like they stole a family member while I was unconscious. My therapist suggested writing a letter to my parents explaining exactly what Boomer meant to me, trying to bridge that understanding gap. I've written several drafts, trying to articulate that Boomer wasn't just a dog. He was my primary companion through the hardest years of my life, my emotional anchor, my reason to get up in the morning. But I keep getting stuck on one question. Does it matter if they understand? Will my parents suddenly say, "Oh, now
We get it. If we'd known he meant that much to you, we never would have rehomed him."
Or will they just continue to think I'm overreacting and use my explanation as evidence that I was too emotionally dependent on a pet? Some commenters have suggested that maybe my parents made the right practical decision even though it hurt me emotionally. That keeping Boomer in boarding or unstable foster situations for months while I recovered would have been cruel to him. That the family he's with now gives him a good life. That I'm angry about the right decision made at the wrong time in the wrong way. I've considered this. Maybe in a practical sense, Boomer is better off. He has kids to play with, a yard, a stable home. But that doesn't address the violation I feel about not being part of the decision. If I'd woken up and we'd had a conversation about the reality of my recovery and what was best for Boomer, maybe I could have participated in choosing his new home, saying goodbye, accepting the loss as necessary. Instead, I woke up and he was just gone. No goodbye, no choice, no say. That lack of agency in a decision that affected me so profoundly is what I can't forgive. I'm writing this update 6 months after my original post. I'm still not speaking to my parents regularly. We've had a few stiff, formal interactions at family events, but the warmth is gone from our relationship. They're hurt and confused. I'm still angry and grieving. The family with Boomer has been incredibly kind. They've let me visit twice more, understanding that I need to see him even though it hurts. Boomer's reaction is the same every time. Recognition, joy, confusion when I leave. I'm starting to wonder if these visits are helping me or making it harder to move forward. My therapist says I'm in a stuck place, unable to fully grieve and accept the loss because I keep hoping for some resolution that makes it feel less unfair. That maybe I need to actually let go of Boomer, to stop visiting, to close that chapter before I can heal. But the thought of never seeing him again feels unbearable. As for my parents, I don't know if forgiveness is possible. They've never fully apologized, never acknowledged that they made a decision that wasn't theirs to make. They continue to frame it as a necessary, practical choice during a crisis, not as a fundamental violation of my trust and my bond with a being I loved. So here I am, almost 2 years post-accident, physically recovered but emotionally stuck. Living without Boomer, estranged from my parents, angry about a decision I can't undo and they won't fully acknowledge was wrong. The AITA judgment was mostly NTA, which validates my feelings but doesn't solve the problem. Because even if strangers on the internet agree my parents were wrong, it doesn't give me back my dog. It doesn't repair my relationship with my parents. It doesn't make any of this hurt less. I'm learning to live with irresolvable grief, with anger that has nowhere to go, with a loss that feels both enormous and invisible because it's just a dog to most people. I'm building a new life, considering adopting another dog eventually, trying to move forward. But I don't know if I'll ever truly forgive my parents for making a permanent decision about something I loved while I was unconscious and unable to fight for what mattered to me. Maybe that makes me unforgiving and harsh. Maybe that makes them practical and overwhelmed people who did their best in an impossible situation. Maybe both things are true, and we just have to live with the complicated, painful reality that sometimes there are no good choices and everyone gets hurt. AITA for revealing my family has been secretly feeding my rescue dog foods that trigger his trauma. I'm a 25-year-old who just discovered my family has been deliberately giving my rescued dog specific foods that trigger his severe trauma responses because they think his behavioral issues are made up for attention and want to prove rescue dogs are too damaged to be worth adopting. My dog Cooper is a 4-year-old border collie I rescued from an abusive situation 8 months ago. His previous owner used food as punishment, withholding meals for days, then forcing him to eat spoiled food, specifically rotting meat and moldy bread. Cooper developed severe food-related trauma. He can't be around the smell of spoiled meat or mold without having panic responses. Shaking, vomiting, hiding, complete shutdown. My family thinks I'm enabling Cooper and that rescue dogs with behavioral issues should be put down rather than rehabilitated. For the past 3 months, when I've brought Cooper to family gatherings, someone has been deliberately bringing rotting meat or moldy food and leaving it where Cooper can smell it. Each time, Cooper has a severe trauma response, and I have to take him home. They've been documenting his reactions and sharing them online as proof that rescue dogs are dangerous and unstable. When I found their social media posts, they admitted they've been triggering Cooper on purpose to make me realize rescue dogs aren't worth the effort. I reported them for animal cruelty and banned them from our lives. They say I'm overreacting to their attempt to help me see reality. Maithiava? My name is Riley. I'm 25 years old, and 8 months ago, I adopted a rescue dog named Cooper. Cooper is a 4-year-old border collie who came from an abusive situation that left him with significant behavioral issues, particularly around food. Cooper's previous owner was prosecuted for animal cruelty. The details that came out during the trial were horrifying. The owner would withhold food from Cooper for days as punishment for normal dog behaviors. Then, when he did feed Cooper, it would be spoiled meat that had been left to rot, or moldy bread that should have been thrown away. If Cooper refused to eat the spoiled food, he'd be beaten. If he ate it and got sick, he'd be punished for that too. By the time animal control removed Cooper, he weighed 30 pounds, half what a border collie his size should weigh. He had infections from eating contaminated food. He was terrified of humans. He associated food with punishment and pain. The rescue organization that took him in spent months rehabilitating him. They worked with a veterinary behaviorist to help Cooper learn that food could be safe, that humans could be kind, that eating didn't have to mean suffering. When I met Cooper at the rescue, he was still skittish, but making progress. He'd learned to trust a few specific people. He could eat regular meals without panicking, though he still had triggers. The rescue was honest about his needs. Cooper has food-related trauma. He cannot be exposed to the smell of rotting meat or moldy food. It causes severe panic responses. He needs a patient owner who understands trauma-informed care for animals. I have experience with animal rehabilitation. I've volunteered at shelters, fostered dogs with behavioral issues, studied animal behavior in college. I knew Cooper would be challenging, but I also knew he deserved a chance. For the first few months, Cooper thrived in my home. I fed him high-quality food on a consistent schedule. Never used food as punishment or reward. We focused on positive reinforcement through play and affection instead. Gradually, his anxiety decreased. He started playing with toys. He'd wag his tail when I came home. He was healing. But he still had triggers. The smell of spoiled meat would send him into a panic, shaking, vomiting, hiding in corners, completely shutting down. Same with moldy food. Those specific smells brought back his trauma in ways that would take hours to calm him from. I explained this to my family when I first brought Cooper to meet them. Cooper is a rescue from an abusive situation. He has food-related trauma. Please don't leave any spoiled food around where he might encounter it. The smell alone can trigger a severe panic response. My family's reaction was mixed. My younger sister Emma loved Cooper immediately, was gentle with him, understood his needs. My father was supportive. He'd had rescue dogs before and understood behavioral rehabilitation. But my mother and my older brother Tyler were skeptical from the start. My mother, "Why would you adopt a dog with problems when you could get a normal puppy? Cooper deserves a home. He's not broken, he's traumatized. There's a difference." Tyler was more blunt. "Rescue dogs with this level of damage should be put down. They're never going to be normal. You're wasting your time and energy on a lost cause." He's not a lost cause. He's made incredible progress. "He's got triggers and trauma responses," Tyler said mockingly. "Dogs don't have PTSD. You're anthropomorphizing and enabling bad behavior." Dogs absolutely can have PTSD. It's documented. Cooper's behavioral issues are responses to abuse, not inherent problems. My mother sided with Tyler. "I think you're making his problems worse by coddling him. Dogs need discipline, not therapy." I stopped trying to convince them. Just asked them to respect Cooper's triggers and not expose him to spoiled food smells. For the first few months, family gatherings seemed fine. Cooper would come with me, stay quietly in the corner I'd set up for him with his bed and toys, gradually relax as he realized these gatherings were safe. Then 3 months ago, things started going wrong. At a family barbecue, Cooper suddenly went into a panic response, shaking, vomiting, trying to hide. I couldn't figure out what triggered it. I took him home early, spent hours calming him down. 2 weeks later, at my mother's birthday dinner, it happened again. Same severe response, trembling, vomiting, complete shutdown. This time I noticed a smell, something rotten. I looked around and found a garbage bag in the corner of the garage that contained what looked like meat that had been left to spoil for days. "Why is there rotting meat in the garage?" I asked my mother. "Oh, that must have been forgotten. I'll throw it out." It seemed like an accident. But then it happened again, and again. Every single family gathering for 3 months, Cooper would have a trauma response. And every time, I'd eventually notice a smell. Spoiled meat hidden somewhere nearby, or moldy food left where Cooper could encounter the scent. After the 5th incident, I started to suspect it wasn't accidental. The pattern was too consistent. Every gathering, without fail, there was spoiled food somewhere Cooper would encounter it. Last week, I finally got confirmation. My sister Emma called me, upset. "Riley, I need to tell you something. Tyler and Mom have been doing something to Cooper on purpose." "What do you mean?" "They've been bringing rotting meat to family gatherings, leaving it where Cooper will smell it. They think his trauma responses are fake, and they're trying to prove he's a dangerous dog." "They're triggering him on purpose?" "Yes, and they've been recording it. Tyler posts the videos on social media. I just found his account." She sent me the link. Tyler had created a social media account focused on the truth about rescue dogs. The account had dozens of posts, but several featured Cooper. Video of Cooper at the barbecue, shaking and vomiting, with caption, "This is what happens when people rescue damaged dogs. Completely unstable. One smell of normal meat and he loses it. These animals should be put down, not placed in homes." Another video from my mother's birthday. Cooper hiding under a table, trembling. Caption,
rescue dog having another episode. My sister insists he has trauma and needs understanding. I say he's dangerous and unpredictable. This is why shelters should euthanize dogs with behavioral issues instead of pawning them off on unsuspecting adopters. Another post with a photo of Cooper mid-panic. Update: still triggering episodes to prove these dogs can't be rehabilitated. Sister gets mad every time but won't admit she wasted effort on an animal that should have been put down. How many episodes before she admits defeat? The comments were full of people agreeing with Tyler, sharing their own opinions about rescue dogs being too damaged, suggesting Cooper was dangerous and should be euthanized. I felt sick. My family had been deliberately triggering Cooper's trauma for 3 months. Not accidentally, not ignorantly, deliberately. They'd been bringing rotting meat to gatherings, hiding it where Cooper would smell it, then recording his panic responses to use as propaganda against rescue dogs. I confronted Tyler immediately, called him and played one of his videos back to him over the phone. Why are you deliberately triggering Cooper's trauma? I'm proving a point. You're wasting your time on a broken dog. Cooper isn't broken. He has trauma from abuse. And you're re-traumatizing him to prove some twisted point? He shouldn't be in a home. Dogs that damaged should be euthanized. I'm documenting that reality. You're torturing an abuse victim. You're bringing rotting meat to gatherings specifically to trigger his trauma responses. If the smell of bad meat causes him to shut down like that, he's not a safe animal. What if a kid brought old food around him? He's unpredictable. He's not unpredictable. His triggers are specific and manageable. You're creating situations that would never naturally occur just to make him panic. I'm creating real-world scenarios. Real-world scenarios don't involve people deliberately bringing rotting meat to gatherings. You're abusing him. Tyler was unmoved. I'm proving he shouldn't have been adopted in the first place. You'll thank me when you finally admit I was right. I confronted my mother next. She was defensive. We were trying to help you see that Cooper is too damaged to be a family pet. He's not getting better. He's still having these reactions. Because you're causing them. You're deliberately exposing him to his specific trauma triggers. If he has that severe a reaction to bad smells, he's not suitable for normal life. We were demonstrating that. By torturing him? By bringing rotting meat to gatherings specifically to traumatize him? We weren't torturing anyone. We were testing his stability. You don't get to test my dog by deliberately triggering his trauma. My father hadn't known about the scheme. When I told him, he was furious with my mother and Tyler. You've been deliberately upsetting Cooper? Making him have panic attacks for some kind of point? That's cruel. But my mother and Tyler insisted they were right. Rescue dogs with this level of behavioral problems shouldn't be adopted out. They're liabilities. We were proving that Riley made a mistake. I consulted with an animal welfare lawyer and the rescue organization where I'd adopted Cooper. Both confirmed that what my family had done was likely illegal animal cruelty. The lawyer explained, deliberately exposing an animal to stimuli you know will cause severe distress, especially when that animal has documented trauma, constitutes animal cruelty in most states. The fact that they were doing it repeatedly and documenting it actually strengthens a criminal case. I filed a police report detailing the 3 months of deliberate trauma triggering, provided Tyler's social media posts as evidence, and gave statements from the rescue organization about Cooper's documented history and triggers. I also reported Tyler's social media account for animal abuse content. Most platforms have policies against content showing animal suffering, especially when that suffering is deliberately caused. The rescue organization was appalled. They added Tyler and my mother to their "Do Not Adopt" list and shared the information with other rescues in the region. People who deliberately harm animals to prove ideological points shouldn't have access to vulnerable animals. The police took the report seriously. Deliberately causing distress to an animal with known trauma is animal cruelty under our state laws.
The fact that Tyler had documented it with videos and captions describing his intent made the case straightforward. Tyler and my mother were charged with animal cruelty, multiple counts, one for each documented incident. My father cooperated with the investigation, providing information about family gatherings where the triggering had occurred. Their defense was that they weren't physically harming Cooper, just exposing him to smells. The prosecutor countered. The defendants knew that exposure to these specific stimuli would cause severe psychological distress to an animal with documented trauma. They did it repeatedly and intentionally over 3 months. That's animal cruelty, regardless of whether they physically touched the animal. Animal behaviorists testified about trauma in rescue animals, explaining how deliberately triggering trauma responses causes psychological harm. Cooper's veterinarian testified about his documented history and the severity of his reactions. Most damning was Tyler's own social media account. His posts explicitly described deliberately triggering Cooper's episodes to prove rescue dogs should be euthanized. It was a documented pattern of intentional animal cruelty. The jury convicted on all counts. Tyler received 6 months in jail, 200 hours community service at an animal shelter, where he'd learn about animal welfare, probation, and a permanent ban on owning animals. My mother received probation, community service, fines, and also a ban on animal ownership. Tyler's social media account was permanently banned from multiple platforms for animal abuse content. The family fallout was severe. Tyler was furious. "I'm going to jail because you couldn't handle people questioning your decision to adopt a damaged dog? You chose a broken animal over your own brother. You tortured my dog for 3 months to prove an ideological point. You made him relive his abuse repeatedly. You deserve consequences." My mother was crying. "We were trying to help you see reason. You've ruined your brother's life over a dog. You ruined your own lives by committing animal cruelty, multiple times, deliberately." Some extended family sided with Tyler and my mother. My uncle. "They went too far, but jail time seems excessive for just exposing a dog to bad smells. They deliberately triggered severe trauma responses in an abuse victim. For 3 months. That's not just exposing him to smells. That's psychological torture." But other relatives were horrified. My aunt. "They did this on purpose? For months? To make a dog with abuse history have panic attacks? That's sick." My sister Emma was firmly on my side. "What they did was cruel and calculated. I'm glad you reported them." I posted on Reddit. AITA for reporting my family for animal cruelty after they deliberately triggered my rescue dog's trauma for 3 months to prove rescue dogs should be euthanized. The responses were overwhelmingly supportive. NTA. They committed animal abuse repeatedly and documented it. They deserve criminal consequences. NTA. What they did is psychologically torture an abuse survivor. The fact that it's a dog doesn't make it less cruel. NTA. They weren't making a point. They were being sadistic. Animals with trauma deserve protection, not more abuse. A few dissenting voices. ESH. Your family was wrong, but getting your brother jailed over a dog seems extreme. But most people understood. Deliberately causing suffering to an animal with known trauma is serious animal cruelty that deserves legal consequences. The moral questions linger. Was I wrong to involve criminal justice rather than just cutting contact? My family argues this should have been handled privately, that jail time for Tyler is disproportionate to what he did. But Tyler didn't make a mistake. He conducted a 3-month campaign of deliberately triggering severe trauma responses in an abuse survivor. He documented it. He shared it publicly as propaganda. He showed no remorse. Even during trial, he maintained he was proving a point about rescue dogs. That level of calculated cruelty toward a vulnerable animal deserves more than me just being upset about it. 3 months after the conviction, Cooper is doing better. We haven't attended any family gatherings since the exposure. His trauma triggers remain, but he's not being deliberately exposed to them anymore. He's making progress in behavioral therapy. My relationship with Tyler is destroyed. He blames me for his criminal record and jail time. My mother barely speaks to me. My father is torn between his wife and his principles. He knows what they did was wrong, but struggles with the consequences they're facing. Emma remains supportive. You protected Cooper. That's what matters. But some relatives will never forgive me for getting family members criminally convicted. AITA for reporting my family's deliberate animal cruelty to authorities instead of handling it privately? I don't think I am. When people deliberately harm vulnerable animals, especially abuse survivors, to prove ideological points, that deserves legal consequences. Tyler and my mother chose to torture Cooper. They chose to document it. They chose to share it publicly. Those choices resulted in criminal convictions. Cooper deserved protection from people who would deliberately re-traumatize him, even when those people were family. The fact that they're family doesn't excuse animal cruelty. It doesn't mean they deserve privacy while committing crimes against a vulnerable animal. Tyler went to jail for animal cruelty. My mother has a criminal record. Family relationships are destroyed, but Cooper is safe. And my family learned that animal abuse has consequences, even when the victim is just a rescue dog and the abuser is family. Am I the asshole? Not to Cooper, not to animal welfare advocates, not to the jury that convicted them. Only to family members who think proving a point about rescue dogs justified deliberately traumatizing an abuse survivor. And I can live with that. Because protecting animals from cruelty, even family-inflicted cruelty, is always the right choice. I'd do it again, every time, without hesitation, because Cooper deserves safety, healing, and a life free from people who would torture him to win an argument. And that's worth any family relationship I might lose.
Am I for telling my adoptive parents I want to meet my birth mother after they kept her letters from me?
I'm 23F, and I was adopted as an infant by my parents, Margaret and Paul, both 58. They've raised me lovingly, given me every opportunity, been wonderful parents in almost every way. I've always known I was adopted. They were open about it, never made it a secret or shameful thing. I had a happy childhood and genuinely loved them. Growing up, I'd occasionally ask about my birth mother. My parents would give me basic information. She was young, not ready to be a parent, made the difficult choice to place me for adoption so I could have a better life. They said it was a closed adoption, that my birth mother wanted privacy, that there was no contact information or way to reach her. I accepted this, didn't push, appreciated the life my adoptive parents had given me. Last month, I was helping my parents clean out their attic in preparation for downsizing. Going through boxes of old papers, tax documents, memorabilia. In a box labeled Important Documents, underneath old mortgage papers and insurance policies, I found a stack of letters addressed to me in handwriting I didn't recognize. There were 47 letters, spanning from the year I was born to 3 years ago. All from my birth mother, whose name I learned was Caroline. Letters for my first birthday, my 5th birthday, my 10th, my 16th, my 18th, my 21st. Letters about her life, her thoughts, her hopes for me. Letters expressing love, explaining her choice, telling me about my biological heritage, giving me medical history information. Letters she'd sent to my adoptive parents with the explicit request that they be given to me when I was old enough. Letters my parents had kept from me for my entire life. I was shaking as I read them. Caroline's words were beautiful, heartbreaking, full of love and loss. She wrote about thinking of me every day, hoping I was happy, respecting the adoption but wanting me to know I was loved and thought about. She included photos of herself, medical information, family history. Everything I'd wondered about over the years was in these letters, information my parents had kept from me. The most recent letter was from 3 years ago, when I was 20. Caroline wrote that she was leaving her contact information in case I ever wanted to reach out, but that she understood if I never did, that she respected my choice and my life with my adoptive family. She included her phone number, email address, and mailing address. I confronted my parents immediately, asked them why they'd kept these letters from me, why they'd lied about the adoption being closed, why they'd denied me information about my biological mother for 23 years. My mom started crying, said they were protecting me, that Caroline was unstable when she placed me for adoption, that they were worried about her intentions, that they thought constant contact would confuse me and
Make me question where I belonged.
they'd decided it was better to let me bond with them fully without the interference of biological family. My dad said they'd made a judgment call as my parents, that they had the right to decide what was best for me, that the letters were addressed to me but sent to them as my guardians, so technically they had the discretion to withhold them if they thought it was in my best interest. I was furious. Told them they'd stolen 23 years of potential relationship with my birth mother, that the letters included medical history I had a right to know, that they'd lied to me repeatedly, telling me Caroline wanted no contact when she'd actually been reaching out consistently. They'd made a choice that wasn't theirs to make about my relationship with my biological family. My mom begged me not to contact Caroline, said it would be disruptive to our family, that Caroline might have moved on and wouldn't want to hear from me, that I was risking our relationship by pursuing this. My dad said I was being ungrateful, that they'd raised me and loved me, and now I was throwing that away to chase after someone who'd given me up. I told them I was going to contact Caroline, that I deserved to know where I came from, that they'd violated my trust in a fundamental way by keeping these letters from me. I said our relationship would need serious repair after this betrayal, that I needed space to process what they'd done. I reached out to Caroline via email, told her I'd just discovered her letters, that I'd never known she'd been trying to reach me, that I'd love to meet her if she was still open to contact. She responded within hours, overjoyed and emotional, saying she'd hoped for this moment for 23 years. We're planning to meet next month. My adoptive parents are devastated, saying I'm choosing Caroline over them, that I'm punishing them for trying to protect me. Extended family is divided, some saying my parents overstepped terribly, others saying they made a difficult parenting decision and I should respect it. Am I for pursuing a relationship with my birth mother after discovering my adoptive parents kept her letters from me for my entire life? The responses to my post have been overwhelmingly NTA, I'm not the asshole, which has been validating but also hasn't resolved the guilt I'm feeling about hurting my adoptive parents. About 90% of commenters think what my parents did was unforgivable, a violation of my rights and autonomy. The remaining 10% think my parents made a questionable but understandable choice, and that I'm being ungrateful by pursuing Caroline when my adoptive parents gave me everything. The responses have forced me to think more deeply about several aspects of this situation I've been avoiding. First, many commenters asked about the legality and ethics of what my parents did. Several people who work in adoption said that withholding letters from a birth parent in an open or semi-open adoption is potentially illegal, depending on the adoption agreement. Others said that even in closed adoptions, if correspondence is sent for the adoptee, the adoptive parents are ethically obligated to preserve it, even if they choose not to share it immediately. I've been looking into the specific terms of my adoption. It turns out it was actually a semi-open adoption, not closed as my parents always told me. The agreement specified that Caroline could send correspondence through the adoption agency, and that my adoptive parents would preserve those letters and share them with me when age appropriate. The problem is, my parents got to define age appropriate indefinitely. When I was 5, they decided I was too young. At 10, still too young. At 16, 18, 21, they just kept deciding the time wasn't right. The letters piled up unopened in a box in their attic while they told me Caroline wanted no contact. That's not protecting me. That's controlling information that was mine to have, rewriting the narrative of my adoption to suit their comfort level, lying to me about my birth mother's wishes and actions. Several commenters pointed out that this is a form of adoption trauma, that adoptive parents who withhold information from adoptees cause psychological harm that can last a lifetime. Second, I've been grappling with my parents' motivations. Were they truly trying to protect me, as they claim? Or were they protecting themselves, their position as my parents, their fear that I might love Caroline and it would diminish my love for them? I found a letter Caroline sent when I was 3 years old, asking if she could send birthday gifts, requesting photos, hoping for annual updates. The adoption agreement allowed for these things, but my parents never told me about her requests, never gave her photos or updates, essentially ghosted her while keeping her letters in a box. That doesn't feel like protection. That feels like jealousy, insecurity, fear that Caroline's presence in my life in any form would threaten their position. They wanted me to be completely theirs, with no competing maternal relationship or even knowledge that someone else loved me and wanted to know me. My therapist, who I started seeing after discovering the letters, says this is actually a common pattern in adoptive families. That some adoptive parents struggle with the reality that their child has another mother, another family, another biological history. That they cope with this insecurity by erasing the birth family from the narrative, treating the adoption as if the child spontaneously appeared as theirs. She's been helping me understand that I can love both my adoptive parents and want to know Caroline. That these relationships aren't in competition unless people make them that way. But she's also validated that what my parents did was a serious betrayal. That withholding information about my origins and my birth mother's love for me has affected my sense
of identity and self.
Third, I've been thinking about what I actually want from Caroline and from my adoptive parents going forward. I met Caroline last week. It was intense, emotional, beautiful, and complicated. She's kind, thoughtful, looks like me in ways that startled both of us. We talked for hours about her decision to place me for adoption, about her life since, about the letters she'd written hoping I'd someday read them. She showed me photos of my biological grandparents who died before I could meet them, told me about medical history that explained some of my own health issues, shared stories about my biological father who she lost touch with years ago. She answered every question I'd ever had about where I came from, who I looked like, what genetic traits I inherited. But she was also careful to honor my adoptive parents, kept saying she didn't want to interfere, that she understood they raised me and I was their daughter, that she was grateful to them for giving me opportunities she couldn't have provided. She wasn't trying to replace them or compete with them, just wanted to know me and be known by me. That generosity of spirit made me angrier at my adoptive parents. Caroline was trying to respect everyone's role and relationship. My parents were trying to erase her existence and monopolize my love. She was thinking about what was best for me. They were thinking about what was most comfortable for them. Since meeting Caroline, my relationship with my adoptive parents has been strained and distant. I've seen them twice for brief, tense visits. They ask questions about Caroline in this pointed way, like they're gathering evidence that she's unstable or unworthy. They make comments about how I seem different, colder, less like their daughter. My mom said something last week that really hurt. We gave you everything. We raised you, loved you, sacrificed for you. And now you're treating us like we don't matter because you found someone who shares your DNA. Is that all family means to you? Blood? I tried to explain that it's not about blood, it's about the fact that they lied to me for 23 years. That they kept letters that contained love and information I had a right to know about. That they made a unilateral decision to erase half of my biological and emotional heritage because it made them uncomfortable. But they don't seem to hear that. To them, this is about me choosing Caroline over them, about me being ungrateful for their sacrifices, about me hurting them by pursuing a relationship they'd tried to prevent. They can't
or won't understand that this isn't about replacing them. It's about healing from the betrayal of discovering they'd been controlling information about my identity for my entire life. I did something that's caused even more family drama. I asked my parents to give me any other correspondence from Caroline they might have kept. Turns out there were also photos she'd sent over the years, a baby blanket
She'd made for me, birthday cards, Christmas cards, all kept in that same box, never given to me.
There was also correspondence from the adoption agency trying to facilitate contact as I got older, asking my parents if they'd share Caroline's letters with me when I turned 18, reminding them of the terms of the semi-open adoption. My parents had responded each time saying they'd decided it wasn't in my best interest, that they'd share the information when they felt I was ready. When I was ready. As if my readiness was theirs to determine. As if my connection to my birth mother was something they got to gatekeep indefinitely. I've been reading through everything, constructing a timeline of Caroline's attempts to reach me and my parents' blocking of those attempts. It's damning. For 23 years, Caroline tried to maintain the connection the adoption agreement allowed for. For 23 years, my parents shut her out while telling me she wanted no contact. I confronted them with this evidence, asked them to explain how this was protection and not control, how lying to me about Caroline's wishes was in my best interest, how denying me information about my medical history and biological family was anything other than prioritizing their own comfort over my needs. My dad got angry, said I was twisting their actions to make them look bad, that every decision they made was out of love, that I couldn't understand because I'm not a parent, that they were trying to give me a stable childhood without confusion about who my real parents were. That phrase, real parents, is something I've been thinking about a lot. My adoptive parents raised me, yes. They're my parents in every functional sense. But Caroline is also my parent, the woman who gave birth to me, who thought about me every day, who tried for 23 years to reach me. Both relationships are real. My parents' need to be the only real parents led them to erase Caroline's existence and steal years of potential relationship from both of us. My mom has been trying a different approach, guilt. She keeps talking about how hard adoption was, how they'd tried for years to have biological children, how they'd finally been blessed with me, how terrifying it was to love someone who might someday want to find their other mother and reject them. She's trying to make me understand her fear, her insecurity, her need to feel like I was completely theirs. And I do understand it intellectually, but understanding her fear doesn't make what she did okay. Lots of adoptive parents have those fears, and they don't lie to their children for decades. They get therapy, they work through their insecurity, they trust that there's enough love to go around. Several commenters on my original post, who were themselves adoptive parents, said they couldn't imagine withholding letters from their children's birth families, that they actively facilitate those connections because it's what's best for their kids, even when it's emotionally hard for them, that parenting means putting your child's needs above your own comfort, which my parents failed to do. I've been in contact with Caroline regularly now. We talk on the phone weekly, text, share photos. I've met her sister, my biological aunt, and her mother, my biological grandmother. They've welcomed me warmly, respectfully, always careful not to overstep, but clearly happy I exist and want to know them. Caroline has apologized repeatedly for placing me for adoption, even though I've told her I don't blame her. She was 17, alone, trying to do what was best for me. She made an impossible choice with limited options. I don't hold that against her. But I do hold it against my adoptive parents that they used her sacrifice to erase her, took advantage of her vulnerable position to monopolize my love and identity. My extended family on my adoptive side is split. Some relatives think my parents made a terrible mistake and should apologize fully. Others think I'm overreacting, that my parents did their best with good intentions, that I should forgive them and move on. My adoptive grandmother said something cruel. "You always wondered where you came from. Now you know, and look how much trouble it's causing. Maybe your parents were right to keep it from you." That attitude, that knowing my origins is causing trouble, rather than the lies being the problem, is pervasive in my adoptive family. They don't want to acknowledge that my parents' deception was the issue. They want to blame Caroline's reappearance, my desire for connection, the disruption to family harmony. They want me to go back to not knowing, to being grateful for what I had without questioning what was kept from me. But I can't unknow what I know now. Can't pretend the letters don't exist, that Caroline didn't try for 23 years to reach me, that my parents didn't actively prevent a relationship they had no right to block. And I can't forgive them without them actually acknowledging what they did wrong. That's where we're stuck. My parents want forgiveness without admission of wrongdoing. They want me to understand their fear and insecurity and accept that as justification. They want to maintain that they made the right choice, just maybe should have told me sooner. But I need them to say, "We were wrong. We let our fear and insecurity lead us to lie to you for 23 years. We violated the terms of your adoption and your rights as an adoptee. We stole years of potential relationship with Caroline from you. We're deeply sorry, and we understand if you need time and space to process this betrayal." They won't say that. They keep defending, justifying, asking me to understand them while not understanding how much they hurt me. And without that acknowledgement, I don't know how to rebuild trust or relationship. So, I'm moving forward with Caroline while keeping my adoptive parents at arm's length, building a new relationship while grieving the loss of unconditional trust in the world.
Old one. Discovering who I am genetically, medically, physically, while processing that my adoptive parents tried to keep me from ever having that knowledge. The AITA judgment was overwhelmingly that I'm not the asshole, and I'm holding on to that. Because some days, when my mom cries about how I'm treating them, when my dad says I'm ungrateful, when extended family suggests I'm overreacting, I start to doubt myself. Start to think maybe they did just make a difficult parenting decision and I'm being too harsh. But then I remember 47 letters kept in a box, 23 years of lies, medical history I didn't know that could have been important, photos of grandparents I'll never meet now, a whole half of my identity that my parents tried to erase because it made them uncomfortable. And I know I'm not overreacting. I'm responding appropriately to a profound betrayal, even if my parents can't or won't acknowledge it as such. I'm 23 years old and just now learning where I came from, who my birth mother is, what my biological heritage looks like. Most adoptees who want this information get it by 18, if not sooner. My parents stole 5 additional years from me, minimum, and 23 years total from my relationship with Caroline. That time can never be recovered. Those years of connection are just gone. Stolen by people who were supposed to protect my interests, but protected their own instead. So no, I'm not the asshole for pursuing this relationship. I'm not the asshole for being angry about the lies. I'm not the asshole for requiring genuine accountability before considering forgiveness. And I'm not the asshole for insisting that my adoptive parents' love and sacrifices, real as they were, don't excuse them from lying to me for my entire life about something fundamental to my identity and sense of self. Am I them for revealing my parents secretly DNA tested my girlfriend's baby and told her it wasn't mine? I'm a 29-year-old man who just discovered my parents secretly obtained DNA samples from my girlfriend's newborn daughter to run a paternity test, got results showing I'm the father, but then lied to my girlfriend, saying the test proved I wasn't the father, so she'd leave me, because they don't approve of her being a single mother from a previous relationship. My girlfriend Maya and I have been together for 2 years. She has a 5-year-old son from a previous relationship. When we got together, she was already pregnant from a brief relationship that ended before she knew about the pregnancy. She told me up front she was expecting, and I decided to stay. I fell in love with her and wanted to be there for both kids. My parents hated this. They thought I was wasting my life on someone else's children, and that Maya was trapping me. They spent 2 years trying to break us up. 3 months ago, Maya gave birth to her daughter, Chloe. I was there for the delivery. I've been doing night feedings. I'm fully committed to being this baby's father, regardless of biology. 2 weeks after Chloe was born, Maya got a message from an anonymous account with a lab report showing DNA test results proving I'm not Chloe's biological father. The message said, "Thought you should know the truth about your boyfriend." Maya confronted me in tears, showing me the test. I had never ordered any DNA test. When I investigated, I discovered my parents had taken samples from Chloe during a hospital visit and had the test run. The results actually showed I am the father. But they falsified the report they sent to Maya to make it look like I wasn't, hoping she'd dump me. I exposed everything to Maya and our families. My parents are banned from our lives. They're saying I'm overreacting to their concern, and I've destroyed our family over a misunderstanding. Am I there? My name is Marcus. I'm 29 years old, and until 3 months ago, I thought I knew who my parents were. I thought they were good people who wanted the best for me. I was wrong. I met Maya 2 years ago at a friend's birthday party. She was beautiful, funny, easy to talk to. We hit it off immediately. On our second date, she told me something important. I need to be honest with you. I have a 4-year-old son, and I'm 3 months pregnant. The pregnancy is from a relationship that ended before I knew I was expecting. I understand if this is too much for you. I took a few days to think about it. This was a lot. A woman with a child, pregnant with another child from someone else. Did I want to sign up for that at 27? But I kept thinking about Maya. How she made me laugh. How honest she'd been. How clearly she loved her son. I called her back. I'd like to keep seeing you if you're okay with that. We took things slowly. I met her son, Jackson, gradually. Got to know him. Watched Maya's pregnancy progress. Supported her through morning sickness and doctor's appointments. By the time her due date arrived, I was fully invested. I loved Maya. I cared about Jackson, and I was ready to be there for this baby. My parents were horrified. "You're raising another man's children?" my mother said. "What about your own future kids?" "These will be my kids," I told her. "If Maya and I stay together, Jackson and this baby will be mine in every way that matters." "But they're not yours biologically. Don't you care about that?" "No, I don't." My father was more direct. "She's trapping you, getting you attached to her kids so you can't leave. You're wasting the best years of your life on someone else's family." "It's my life. These are my choices." They didn't accept it. For the next 1.5 years, they made their disapproval clear. They'd make comments about Maya already having baggage, or how I was playing house with someone else's kids. They'd send me articles about men who raised children that weren't biologically theirs and later regretted it. At family gatherings, they were cold to Maya and Jackson. My mother would ask pointed questions. "Do you ever wonder what your own biological children would have been like?" My father would suggest I keep my options open, since Maya and I weren't married. Maya tried to brush it off, but I could see it hurt her. Jackson once asked her why Marcus's grandma and grandpa didn't seem to like them. She told him some people take time to warm up, but I could hear the pain in her voice. 3 months ago, Maya went into labor. I drove her to the hospital, held her hand through 14 hours of labor, and was there when Chloe was born. The moment I saw that baby, I felt this overwhelming love, this tiny person who Maya and I would raise together. My parents came to visit at the hospital. They cooed over Chloe, took photos, seemed more positive than they'd been in months. "She's beautiful," my mother said. "Congratulations." I was relieved. Maybe they were finally accepting our family. I was so naive. 2 weeks after we brought Chloe home, Maya was in the nursery changing Chloe's diaper when her phone buzzed. A message from an account she didn't recognize. No profile photo, generic username, clearly created just to send this message. The message contained an attachment, a PDF of lab results from a paternity testing company. The summary line read, "Probability of paternity, 0%. Alleged father Marcus Chen is excluded as the biological father of the tested child." Maya's hands were shaking when she showed me. Did you have Chloe tested without telling me?" "What? No. I've never ordered a paternity test. I don't even know how." "Then where did this come from?" I looked at the document more carefully. The sample collection date was listed as 2 weeks ago, the day my parents had visited the hospital. My stomach dropped. I think my parents did this. Why would they do a paternity test? Because they've been trying to break us up since we got together. They probably thought if they could prove Chloe isn't mine, you'd leave me, or I'd leave you. Maya started crying. "But the test says you're not the father. That means the timing. I thought I'd only been with you when I got pregnant, but maybe I was wrong about the dates. Or maybe—" "Maya, stop. We need to verify this. This could be fake. My parents could have falsified this." "Why would they falsify a DNA test?" "To break us up." We spent the next week investigating. I called the testing company listed on the document. They confirmed they'd run a test with samples submitted 2 weeks ago, but they couldn't provide details without proper authorization. I confronted my parents directly, showed up at their house with the document. "Did you have Chloe DNA tested?" My mother looked guilty. My father looked defiant. "Yes," my father said. "We needed to know the truth. You're raising this child, claiming her as yours, but you don't actually know if she's yours. That's not your decision to make. You took DNA samples from a baby without the mother's consent?" "We're trying to protect you," my mother said. "You need to know what you're getting into." "What does the actual test say? Is this report real?" My father hesitated. "The report we sent Maya is real." "But is it accurate?" "Show me the actual lab results you received." "We don't have to show you anything." "Show me the results or I'm cutting you out of my life permanently." They looked at each other. My mother went to a desk drawer, pulled out papers, handed them to me. I looked at the first page. The header read, "Probability of paternity, 99.9%. All right, that father Marcus Chen is not excluded as the biological father of the tested child." I stared at the document, then at my parents. "This says I am the father." "That's what the lab sent us," my father admitted. "But the report you sent Maya says I'm not the father. You falsified the results." "We didn't falsify anything, we just highlighted certain information. You created a fake document saying I'm not Chloe's father when the real test proves I am. You did this to manipulate Maya into leaving me." My mother started crying. "We thought if she believed you weren't the father, she'd realize this relationship was a mistake. She'd leave and you could find someone appropriate." "Someone appropriate? I love Maya, and Chloe is my daughter, biologically and in every other way. You lied to her, traumatized her, tried to destroy our relationship based on a lie you created." "We're your parents. We're looking out for your best interests." "My best interest is being with the family I love. Get out of my life. Both of you. You're never seeing Chloe or Jackson again." I left with the real test results. When I got home, Maya was feeding Chloe, tears still on her face. She'd been crying on and off for days, devastated by the belief that she'd somehow gotten the timeline wrong, that she'd accidentally deceived me about Chloe's paternity. "Maya, look at this." I showed her the real lab results. "This is what my parents actually received from the lab. It says I am Chloe's father. 99.9% probability. They lied to you. They created a fake document to try to break us up." She stared at the paper. They lied about a DNA test? They made me think I'd lied to you about when I got pregnant. They made me think Chloe wasn't yours. They did that on purpose? Yes. Why would anyone do that? Because they don't want me with you. They've never wanted me with you. They think I'm wasting my life raising someone else's children, even though these are my children. So they took DNA samples from our newborn without permission, ran a test, got results proving I'm the father, and then lied to you saying the opposite. Maya looked at Chloe sleeping in her arms. They did this to a 2-week-old baby. They violated her. They violated all of us. I know. I'm so sorry. I told them they're cut off from our lives. Good. We filed a police report. Taking DNA samples from a minor without parental consent is illegal. Falsifying medical documents is illegal. What my parents did crossed multiple legal lines. The police investigated. My parents admitted to taking the samples. They'd asked a nurse to let them hold Chloe, had swabbed her cheek, and submitted the sample claiming they had parental authorization. They admitted to receiving results showing I was the father. They admitted to creating a modified document to send to Maya showing I wasn't the father. We were trying to help our son, my mother told police. We didn't think he understood what he was getting into with this relationship. The police filed charges: obtaining DNA samples without consent, falsifying medical documents, harassment, possibly fraud. My parents hired a lawyer who tried to minimize it as family matters, but the prosecutor disagreed. The defendants obtained biological samples from a minor without authorization, submitted them for testing under false pretenses, received results, and then created fraudulent documents to manipulate the child's mother. These are serious crimes regardless of familial relationship. The fallout was extensive. Extended family took sides. My aunt, my mother's sister, was horrified. They did what? They faked a paternity test? That's psychotic. But my grandmother, my father's mother, defended them. They're just worried about you. You overreacted by involving police. They violated my daughter and traumatized Maya with lies. That deserves police involvement. Some cousins supported me. Others thought I was being too harsh, that parents sometimes make mistakes, that criminal charges were excessive. The online response was interesting. I posted a simplified version on Reddit. AITA for pressing charges against my parents after they secretly DNA tested my girlfriend's baby and lied about the results to break us up. Responses were split. NTA. They committed multiple crimes: obtaining DNA without consent, falsifying medical documents, harassment. They deserve prosecution. ESH. Yes, what they did was wrong, but pressing criminal charges against your own parents is extreme. This should have been handled as a family matter. YTA. Your parents were concerned about you raising another man's child. They went about it wrong, but their intentions were protective. Criminal charges are vindictive. NTA. They didn't just lie, they created fake medical documents and traumatized a new mother. That's not concern, that's manipulation and abuse. I thought about whether I'd overreacted. Some people, including some family members, argued that my parents had been misguided but well-intentioned. They weren't trying to hurt anyone, they were trying to save me from what they saw as a bad situation. But intentions don't excuse actions. They violated my infant daughter. They obtained biological samples without permission. They lied to Maya in a way that caused genuine trauma. She spent days believing she'd somehow deceived me, that she'd gotten timelines wrong, that she'd trapped me with a baby that wasn't mine. The psychological impact on Maya was severe. She told me weeks later, I kept questioning my own memory, wondering if I'd been with someone else and forgotten, wondering if I was losing my mind. Your parents made me doubt my own reality. That's gaslighting. That's abuse. And it was calculated. They'd seen an opportunity when Chloe was born to try to destroy our relationship, and they'd taken it. The criminal case proceeded. My parents pleaded guilty to reduced charges, obtaining DNA samples without authorization and filing false documents. They received probation, community service, fines, and restraining orders keeping them away from Maya, Jackson, and Chloe. Their reputation in our community was destroyed. People found out what they'd done, faked a paternity test to break up their son's relationship. The judgment was harsh. Friends distanced themselves. Their church was uncomfortable with the situation. My mother called me crying. "We just wanted what was best for you. We didn't think you'd react this way. You've destroyed our lives over trying to help you. You destroyed your own lives by committing crimes against my family. And you didn't try to help me. You tried to control me. We're your parents. Don't we get a say in your life decisions?" No. Not when I'm 29 years old with my own family. Not when your say involves violating my infant daughter and lying to her mother. My father was angrier. "You chose that woman and those kids over your own parents. I hope you realize what you've done to this family." I chose the family I built over the parents who tried to destroy it, yes. The moral questions haunted me. Was I wrong to press charges? My parents argued they'd been acting out of concern, however misguided. Some family members agreed. Criminal prosecution seemed extreme for what was ultimately a family conflict. But I kept returning to what they'd actually done. They took biological samples from my 2-week-old daughter without permission. That's a violation of her bodily autonomy and our parental rights. They submitted those samples for testing under false pretenses. That's fraud. They received results showing I was the father, then created a fake document saying the opposite. That's falsifying medical documents. They sent that fake document to Maya, intending to manipulate her into leaving me. That's harassment and emotional abuse.
These weren't mistakes made out of concern. These were calculated actions intended to destroy my relationship by any means necessary. And it wasn't just about me. They'd traumatized Maya, a woman who'd just given birth and was vulnerable. They'd violated Chloe, an infant who couldn't consent or defend herself. They'd destabilized Jackson's home by trying to break up his mother's relationship. The collateral damage of their concern was extensive. 3 months later, the situation has settled into a painful new normal. My parents are out of our lives. The restraining order means they can't contact us or come near our home. I've seen them once, at a family funeral, and we didn't speak. Maya is still processing the trauma. She's in therapy, working through the gaslighting and violation. She told me recently, "I'm getting better, but I still sometimes have these moments of doubt where I question my own memory. What they did messed with my head in ways I'm still unpacking." Jackson asked why he doesn't see Marcus's parents anymore. We told him an age-appropriate version. They made some bad choices and we needed space from them. He accepted it. Chloe is 5 months old now, healthy and happy, unaware that her grandparents tried to use her DNA to destroy her family. Extended family remains divided. Some relatives have chosen my parents' side and don't speak to me. Others have chosen my side and cut off my parents. Holidays are now carefully navigated to avoid forcing people to choose. I don't regret pressing charges. What my parents did was criminal, and they deserved legal consequences. But I do grieve the family I thought I had. I thought my parents loved me enough to accept my choices. I thought they'd come around when they saw how happy I was with Maya and the kids. I thought grandparent love would override their prejudices once Chloe was born. I was wrong on all counts. They loved their idea of my life more than they loved my actual life, and they were willing to commit crimes to force me back into the life they wanted for me. AITA for exposing my parents' fake paternity test and pressing criminal charges? Some people say yes. That family should handle things privately. That criminal justice system involvement was too harsh. That I should have just cut them off quietly without prosecution.
But I think when someone commits crimes against your infant child and her mother, prosecution is appropriate. When someone violates your family this egregiously, consequences beyond just cutting them off are warranted. My parents gambled that I'd never find out, or that if I did, family loyalty would keep me from doing anything about it. They lost that gamble. Now they have criminal records, restraining orders, and a destroyed relationship with their only child. Those are the natural consequences of their choices. And Maya, Jackson, Chloe, and I are building our life without them. It's not the family structure I imagined. I'd hoped my parents would be involved grandparents. But it's healthier this way. We're a family built on love, honesty, and choice. Not biology, not obligation, not manipulation. And that, I think, makes me not the asshole, even if it makes me the son who got his parents arrested.
Am I the 8 for exposing that my family has been secretly training my adopted son to reject me and call his foster parents his real parents? I'm a 31-year-old single father who just discovered my parents and sister have been secretly meeting with my 6-year-old adopted son's former foster parents for 8 months, coaching him to reject me as his father and encouraging him to call his foster family his real family, because they don't believe single men should adopt children. I adopted Leo when he was 4, after he'd been in foster care since birth. His foster parents, the Hendersons, were wonderful but couldn't adopt him due to age and health issues. They supported my adoption, we agreed to maintain contact, and they've been like grandparents to Leo. Leo and I have been thriving together for 2 years. But my family has never approved. They think single men shouldn't adopt, that Leo needs a mother, and that I'm playing house with someone else's child. 6 months ago, Leo started saying confusing things like, "My real mommy misses me," and asking why he can't live with the Hendersons. His behavior changed. He became withdrawn with me, resistant to affection, referred to me by my first name instead of Dad. Last week I discovered my mother has been arranging secret visits between Leo and the Hendersons without my knowledge, during which my family tells Leo that the Hendersons are his real parents, that I took him away from them, and that he should wish he could go back. When I confronted them, they said they were helping Leo understand his true family. I reported them to Child Services for parental alienation and filed for supervised visitation only. My family says I'm overreacting to their concern for Leo's well-being. Am I the A? My name is Marcus. I'm 31 years old, and 2 years ago I became a father through adoption. My son Leo is now 6 years old, and he's the best thing that ever happened to me. Leo came into my life when he was 4. He'd been in foster care since birth. His biological parents had severe addiction issues, and parental rights were terminated when he was 18 months old. He'd been with the same foster family, the Hendersons, since he was a baby. The Hendersons are a wonderful couple in their late 60s who'd fostered over 30 children during their lives. They loved Leo deeply and wanted to adopt him, but their age, they'd be in their 80s by the time Leo was a teenager, and Mr. Henderson's declining health made adoption impossible. The agency determined Leo needed a permanent home with younger parents who could commit to raising him to adulthood. I'd wanted to be a father for years. I'm financially stable, work from home as a software consultant, have a strong support system, and passed all the adoption requirements. When I met Leo, I fell in love immediately. He was shy, sweet, incredibly smart, and deserved a forever family. The Hendersons and I clicked. They saw how much I loved Leo, how committed I was to being his father. They supported the adoption enthusiastically. "We want Leo to have a dad who can be there for him long term," Mrs. Henderson told me. "You're perfect for him." We agreed to maintain contact after adoption. The Hendersons would be like grandparents to Leo. Visits every few weeks, phone calls, involvement in his life. It's been beautiful. Leo loves them. I'm grateful for the foundation they gave him, and they've been supportive of me as his father.
but my family has never been on board with the adoption. My parents and my sister Diane have been critical from the start. A single man adopting a child? That's unusual, my mother said when I first told them about Leo. It's not unusual. Single parents adopt all the time. But don't you think a child needs a mother, especially at his age? I can provide everything Leo needs.
Gender doesn't determine parenting ability. My father was more direct. This seems like you're trying to play house with someone else's kid. What happens when you meet a woman and want your own biological children?
Leo is my own child. Biology doesn't make a family.
Diane was the worst.
I just think it's weird. Single men who want to adopt always seem suspicious to me. What's your real motivation?
My motivation is being a father. That's it.
They've maintained this attitude for 2 years. At family gatherings, they'd make comments about how Leo must miss his foster parents, or how he'd probably be better off with a mother figure. They'd suggest I should reconsider the adoption, or at least get married so Leo has a mom. I'd push back, but they'd claim they were just concerned about Leo's well-being. For the first year and a half, Leo was thriving despite their attitude. He'd started calling me dad within weeks of the adoption. He'd tell people, "This is my dad," proudly. He was affectionate, happy, bonding with me beautifully. But about 6 months ago, things started changing. Leo began saying confusing things. "Mommy Henderson says she misses me." "Leo, Mrs. Henderson isn't your mommy. She was your foster mom. I'm your dad now." "But she was my mommy, before. She took care of you before the adoption, and we still see her. But now I'm your parent. Why can't I live with them again?" "Because you're adopted. You're my son now. This is your forever home." He'd get upset, withdrawn. Started calling me Marcus instead of Dad sometimes. Would say things like, "my real parents," when referring to the Hendersons. I thought it was normal adoption adjustment, working through complex feelings about family, belonging, identity. I talked to his therapist. All adopted kids should have therapy support. She said it could be normal processing, but to monitor the language and where it was coming from. Then his behavior toward me changed. He became resistant to affection, wouldn't hug me goodbye, would stiffen when I tried to tuck him in, started saying he didn't want to live with me. I was heartbroken and confused. We'd been doing so well. What changed? Last week I found out. Leo left his tablet unlocked. I don't usually check it, but he'd been acting so strangely I was worried. I saw messages between my mother and Leo. Messages I never approved, on a messaging app I didn't know he had. Messages from my mother. "Hi, sweetheart. Grandma loves you. We miss you so much. Do you miss Mommy and Daddy Henderson?" Leo's response. "Yes, I want to see them." My mother. "We can arrange that. Would you like to visit them this weekend? We won't tell Marcus. It can be our secret." Leo. "Yes, please." More messages showed my mother had been arranging secret visits between Leo and the Hendersons for months. Picking him up from school early, she was on his emergency contact list, taking him to visit the Hendersons, then dropping him back at home with me none the wiser. I scrolled further back, found messages where my mother coached Leo on what to say. "Remember, the Hendersons are your real mommy and daddy. Marcus is nice, but he's not really your parent. You were taken away from your real family." Messages where Diane participated. "Hey, buddy, we saw Mommy Henderson today. She misses you so much. She wishes you could come home to her. Don't you wish that too?" Messages coordinating with the Hendersons. My mother to Mrs. Henderson. "We can bring Leo by next Tuesday. He needs to spend time with his real parents." The Hendersons knew about this. They'd been participating in secret visits arranged by my family without my knowledge or consent. I felt sick. My family had been deliberately undermining my relationship with Leo, coaching him to reject me, encouraging him to view the Hendersons as his real parents, and me as just some guy who took him away. That's parental alienation. It's psychological abuse of a child. And it explained everything. Leo's changed behavior, his confusion about family, his withdrawal from me. I called the Hendersons immediately. "Did you know my family has been bringing Leo to see you without my permission?" Silence. Then Mrs. Henderson, "Marcus, we can explain. How long have you known about this?" "Your mother contacted us about 6 months ago. She said you were overwhelmed and needed help with Leo. She offered to bring him to visit more often." "Without telling me? You've been seeing Leo behind my back? We thought you knew. Your mother said she'd cleared it with you, but you were too proud to admit you needed help." "I never said that. She lied to you. And you never thought to confirm with me directly?" "We should have. We're so sorry. She made it sound like you were struggling and this was helping." "What else has she said during these visits?" Another long silence. "She talks about how you're not really Leo's parent, how we're his real family. She encourages Leo to call us mom and dad. We told her that wasn't appropriate, that you're Leo's father now, but she insisted." "And you went along with it?" "We didn't want to lose access to Leo. We love him. Your mother said if we didn't participate, she'd tell you we were trying to interfere and you'd cut us off. So you chose secret visits over honoring the adoption agreement we made?" Mr. Henderson got on the line. "Marcus, we were wrong. We should have contacted you immediately when your mother approached us. We let our desire to see Leo cloud our judgment. We're deeply sorry." Too late. The damage was done. My family had been coaching my 6-year-old son to reject me for 6 months, and the Hendersons had enabled it. I contacted my adoption agency and child services immediately, explained the situation, my family arranging secret visits, coaching Leo to reject me, encouraging him to view his former foster parents as his real parents.
The social worker was alarmed. That's parental alienation. It's a form of psychological abuse. It's also a violation of adoption agreements. No one should have contact with Leo without your knowledge and consent. What do I do? Document everything. We'll open an investigation. You may need to restrict your family's access to Leo until this is resolved. The Hendersons will also need to be evaluated. If they knowingly participated in alienation, that's a serious issue. I confronted my family that evening, showed them the messages. "You've been arranging secret visits between Leo and the Hendersons, coaching him to reject me, telling him I'm not his real father." My mother was defensive immediately. "We were helping Leo stay connected to his real family." "I'm his real family. I adopted him. The Hendersons were his foster parents, and we agreed on appropriate contact. You violated that agreement." "He needs his mother. You can't replace Mrs. Henderson." "I'm not replacing anyone. I'm his father. Mrs. Henderson is not his mother anymore. She's a family friend who we see regularly with my knowledge." Diane jumped in. "Leo was crying about missing the Hendersons. We were just trying to comfort him. By telling him I took him away from his real parents? By coaching him to call me by my first name instead of Dad? By arranging secret visits?" My father tried to calm things down. "We thought we were doing what was best for Leo. He seemed confused about his family situation." "He was confused because you confused him. He was fine until you started this alienation campaign." My mother started crying. "We just don't think a single man should be raising a small child. Leo needs a mother figure, and Mrs. Henderson is his mother." "No, she's not. I'm Leo's legal parent. Your personal beliefs about single fathers don't give you the right to psychologically abuse my son." I filed a formal complaint with Child Services detailing the parental alienation. But all the messages documented the timeline of Leo's behavioral changes and included statements from Leo's therapist about the harm this was causing. I also petitioned family court to modify custody arrangements.
my parents had grandparent visitation rights. Requested all visitation be suspended pending investigation, and if reinstated, only supervised visitation in therapeutic settings. The investigation moved quickly. Child Services interviewed Leo, my family, the Hendersons, Leo's therapist, and me. They reviewed all the messages and documentation. Leo's therapist provided damning testimony. Leo is experiencing severe confusion about family identity directly caused by adults telling him conflicting information. He's been coached to reject his adoptive father and view his former foster placement as his real family. This is classic parental alienation and is causing significant psychological harm. The Hendersons admitted their participation. We were wrong to go along with it. We should have contacted Marcus immediately. We let our love for Leo and our fear of losing contact with him cloud our judgment. My family maintained they were helping Leo. My mother: single men shouldn't adopt. Leo belongs with a mother figure. We were trying to give him what he needs. The investigator's report was clear. The grandparents and paternal family engaged in systematic parental alienation of the minor child. They arranged unauthorized contact with former foster parents, coached the child to reject his adoptive father, and deliberately undermined the adoptive placement. This constitutes psychological abuse and violation of adoption agreements. Child Services recommendations: suspend all unsupervised contact between Leo and paternal grandparents, extended family. If visitation resumes, only in therapeutic supervised settings. Terminate informal contact arrangement with former foster parents, Hendersons. Intensive family therapy for Leo and Marcus to repair attachment. Possible criminal referral for custody interference. Family court adopted these recommendations. My parents' grandparent visitation was suspended. They could only see Leo in supervised therapeutic visits if they completed parenting classes about adoption and alienation. The Hendersons' contact was terminated entirely. They'd violated the spirit of our agreement by participating in secret visits and alienation. I sent them a letter. You betrayed my trust and contributed to harming Leo. I need to protect my son, which means ending contact with people who undermined his adoption. Mrs. Henderson sent a heartbreaking response. We understand. We're devastated, but we know this is our fault. We hope someday you can forgive us. We love Leo, and we're so sorry we hurt him. The family response was explosive. My mother: you're keeping Leo from his real family. You're isolating him. I'm protecting him from people who psychologically abused him. My father: we're his grandparents. You can't just cut us off. You used your access to him to conduct a 6-month alienation campaign. Yes, I can cut you off. Diane: Leo is going to resent you for taking away everyone he loves. Leo loves me. I'm his father. You tried to destroy that relationship. Now you face consequences. Extended family split. Some relatives understood. They coached a 6-year-old to reject his adoptive father? That's sick. Others defended my family. They were just trying to help Leo maintain connections. But the strongest opinions came from the adoption community. I posted in an adoption support group, Am I the A for cutting off family members who conducted parental alienation against my adopted son? The responses were unanimous and fierce. NTA: what they did is adoption trauma on top of existing trauma. Protect your son at all costs. NTA: parental alienation is abuse. They don't get access to your child after abusing him. NTA: as an adoptee, I can tell you that this kind of messaging, your real parents are somewhere else, is incredibly damaging. You're doing the right thing. NTA: they weaponized his adoption trauma against him. That's unforgivable. Not a single person in the adoption community thought I was wrong, because they understood. Adoption trauma is real, attachment is fragile, and adults who deliberately undermine that attachment are causing serious harm. 3 months later, Leo is healing. Therapy is helping him process the confusing messages he received. He's calling me dad consistently again. He's re-engaging with affection. His therapist says the alienation was caught early enough that full attachment repair is possible. He asks about the Hendersons sometimes. When can I see them again? Not for a while, buddy. They made some choices that weren't good for you. We need to focus on our family right now. Are you my real dad? Yes. I'm your dad. Forever. No one can change that. Grandma said you took me away from my real family. Grandma was wrong. I adopted you, which means I chose you to be my son. You're exactly where you belong. He's starting to believe it again. My relationship with my family is destroyed. My mother sends emails begging to see Leo. My father calls saying I'm being cruel and vindictive. Diane posts on social media about grandparents' rights and being alienated from their grandson. The irony isn't lost on me. But I'm not budging. They had access to my son and they used it to abuse him. That's unforgivable. Am I the judge for cutting off family members who conducted parental alienation, including ending Leo's contact with his former foster parents? I don't think I am. Protecting an adopted child from people who undermine his attachment and identity is fundamental parenting. My family chose their ideology over Leo's well-being. They valued their belief that single men shouldn't adopt over the reality of a thriving father-son bond. The Hendersons chose secret visits over honoring our agreement. All of them contributed to 6 months of psychological abuse aimed at a vulnerable 6-year-old. They don't get access to him anymore, even if that means he loses people he loved, because the version of those relationships that existed was toxic, built on alienation and manipulation. Some people say I'm being too harsh, that families can work through conflicts, that I should allow supervised visits. But adoption is different. Adopted children already have complex feelings about belonging, family, identity. Adults who exploit those feelings for their own agendas cause lasting harm. My son was telling me I wasn't his real dad, was calling me by my first name, was asking to go back to his foster family. All because adults coached him to reject me. That's not a conflict to work through. That's abuse to stop. Am I the asshole? Not to Leo, not to adoption professionals, not to the adoption community, not to child services. Only to family members who think their beliefs about single fathers justify psychologically abusing a child. And I can live with that. Because Leo deserves a father who protects him, even from family, especially from family who would harm him to prove a point. He calls me dad again. That's all that matters. AITA for exposing my brother's fake military service at his wedding. I'm 29 millennial, and my older brother, Ryan, is 32 millennial. Growing up, Ryan and I were close, but as adults we've drifted apart due to what I can only describe as his pathological need for attention and admiration. He's always exaggerated his accomplishments, embellished stories to make himself look better, and positioned himself as the hero in every narrative. About 5 years ago, Ryan started telling people he'd served in the military. He'd mention it casually at parties, family gatherings, job interviews. He'd wear dog tags occasionally, had a military-style haircut, would reference his time in the service when discussing discipline or leadership. Our parents were proud, spoke glowingly about their son who'd served his country. Here's the thing. Ryan never served. I know this for a fact because we lived together during the years he claims he was enlisted. He worked at Best Buy, then at a marketing firm. There was no gap in his civilian life where military service could have occurred. He simply started claiming he'd served and built an entire false narrative around it. I confronted him about it once, privately, about 3 years ago. Asked him point blank why he was lying about military service. He got defensive, said he'd done ROTC in college. He hadn't, I checked. That he'd been in the reserves, also false. That I was misremembering his timeline. When I pressed, he got angry and told me to stay out of his business. said he wasn't hurting anyone and that people respected him more when they knew he'd served. I dropped it then because I didn't want family drama, but it bothered me. Stolen valor is serious. Real veterans struggle with PTSD, disability, employment issues after service. Ryan was co-opting their experiences for social clout and professional advantage. Over the years, Ryan's story became more elaborate. He claimed he'd done 2 tours in Afghanistan, that he'd seen combat, that he'd earned medals for bravery. None of it was true, but he told these stories with such conviction that people believed him. His girlfriend, now fiancée, Jessica, believes he's a veteran. She's told me how proud she is to be marrying someone who served, how brave Ryan is, how his service inspired her own charity work with veteran organizations. I've felt increasingly guilty about not exposing him. Jessica deserves to know she's marrying someone who's been lying to her about something fundamental. But every time I considered saying something, I talked myself out of it. It would destroy the family, make me look vindictive. Maybe I was wrong somehow, even though I know I'm not. Then came Ryan's bachelor party 3 weeks ago. He wore a military unit shirt, told elaborate combat stories to his friends, was drunk and basking in their admiration. One of his friends, Mike, is an actual veteran who served in Afghanistan. Mike was asking Ryan specific questions about his deployment, dates and locations, unit numbers. Ryan was making things up on the spot, and I could see Mike getting suspicious. After the party, Mike pulled me aside, said something didn't add up about Ryan's story, that the details were wrong, that the unit Ryan claimed to serve with didn't deploy during the years he said. Mike asked me directly, "Did Ryan actually serve?" I was put on the spot and I didn't lie. Told Mike that no, Ryan never served, that he's been making it up for years. Mike was furious. Said stolen valor is one of the worst things someone can do, that he was going to confront Ryan publicly. I begged Mike not to make a scene, said I'd handle it, that I'd talk to Ryan before the wedding. Mike reluctantly agreed to give me 1 week to get Ryan to come clean. I confronted Ryan again. Told him Mike knew, that the lies were falling apart, that he needed to confess to Jessica before the wedding. Ryan completely denied everything, said Mike must have misunderstood, that his service record was classified, that I was trying to sabotage his wedding out of jealousy. That's when I realized he was never going to admit it. He'd built his identity so completely around this lie that acknowledging the truth would shatter his entire self-image. The wedding was last Saturday. Beautiful venue, 150 guests, everyone celebrating Ryan and Jessica. During the reception, there's a tradition in our family where people give toasts, sharing stories about the couple. Ryan's best friend gave a toast about Ryan's bravery and service, his sacrifice for the country. What an honor it was to know a true American hero. I watched Jessica crying happy tears, watched my parents beaming with pride, watched Ryan accepting praise for sacrifices he never made. And I couldn't do it anymore. When it was my turn to give the brother of the groom toast, I stood up and said, "I want to share the truth about my brother. Ryan never served in the military. He's been lying about it for 5 years. He never deployed, never saw combat, never earned the medals he claims. He worked retail and marketing during the years he says he was enlisted. I have proof, and I'm sorry to do this at his wedding, but Jessica and everyone else deserves to know who they're celebrating." The room went dead silent. The aftermath was immediate and explosive. Ryan started yelling at me, calling me a liar, saying I was jealous and trying to ruin his wedding. Jessica looked absolutely stricken, confused, turning between Ryan and me trying to understand what was happening. My parents were frozen in shock. Mike, the actual veteran, stood up and backed me up. Said he'd already verified through military databases that Ryan had no service record, that he'd checked after our conversation because he was suspicious. Another guest, a veteran's wife, said she'd also been uncomfortable with some of Ryan's stories because the details never quite matched her husband's actual service experience. Ryan continued denying everything, loudly, but Jessica wasn't listening to him anymore. She was looking at him with this expression of dawning horror and betrayal. She asked him directly, in front of everyone, to show her his DD-214, the military discharge papers every veteran has. Ryan said he didn't have it with him, that it was in storage, making increasingly desperate excuses. Jessica told him if he was telling the truth, he could prove it right now by calling the VA or pulling up his service records. Ryan just kept saying I was lying, that Mike was confused, that this was all a misunderstanding. But he couldn't provide any actual proof, because there was none. Jessica left the reception, just walked out, still in her wedding dress, bridesmaids following. The wedding basically fell apart after that. Guests were uncomfortable, confused, whispering. My parents pulled me aside and screamed at me for ruining Ryan's wedding, for humiliating him publicly, for destroying the family over my jealousy of Ryan's accomplishments. I tried to explain that Ryan destroyed his own wedding by building his relationship on a fundamental lie, but they weren't listening. They're convinced I'm the villain here, that whatever issues Ryan might have with truth-telling should have been handled privately, not at his wedding reception. In the days since, the family has fractured. Jessica called off the wedding entirely, won't speak to Ryan. She's devastated that their entire relationship was built on him pretending to be someone he wasn't. She'd introduced him to her family as a veteran, volunteered with veteran organizations because of his service, built her image of him around this lie. Ryan is telling everyone I sabotaged his wedding out of jealousy and sibling rivalry, that I've always resented his success, that I invented this accusation to hurt him on his special day. Some extended family believes him, thinks I'm a terrible person for airing family issues at a wedding, even if there's some truth to it. But other people, including Mike and several veterans who were guests, have thanked me for speaking up. They've said stolen valor is serious, that Ryan was dishonoring actual service members, that he deserved to be exposed. One guest told me that her son died in Afghanistan, and hearing Ryan's fake stories all night was painful, that my revelation actually gave her relief that she wasn't honoring a fraud. My parents aren't speaking to me. They're humiliated that their son's lie was exposed so publicly, that they've been bragging about his service for years to friends and colleagues. They think I should have told them privately first, let them handle it within the family. They're particularly angry that Jessica called off the wedding and is saying publicly that Ryan lied about military service, which is affecting his job prospects and reputation. Ryan sent me a long message saying I destroyed his life, that Jessica was the love of his life, and I drove her away, that our relationship is over. He's still not admitting he lied, just saying that even if his memory of his service is different from mine, I had no right to humiliate him at his wedding. I'm starting to question whether I did the right thing. Yes, Ryan was lying and stolen valor is serious. But did it have to happen at his wedding? Should I have found another way to expose him that didn't destroy what should have been the happiest day of his life? Was there a version of this where I protected Jessica from marrying someone living a lie without publicly humiliating my brother in front of 150 people? My friends are split. Some say I'm a hero for exposing a fraud and protecting Jessica from marrying someone dishonest. Others say that regardless of Ryan's lies, doing it at the wedding was cruel and vindictive, that there were 1,000 better ways to handle this that didn't involve public humiliation at a major life event. I keep replaying it in my mind. The look on Jessica's face when she realized, the silence in the room, my parents' humiliation, Ryan's anger and desperation, Mike's grim satisfaction that a faker was exposed, the discomfort of guests who just wanted to celebrate a wedding and instead witnessed a family implosion. Could I have pulled Jessica aside before the wedding, sent her proof privately, told my parents first and let them handle it? Was there any version of exposing this lie that didn't result in maximum destruction? Or was the wedding actually the right time, because it was the last possible moment to prevent Jessica from legally binding herself to someone who'd been lying about something fundamental for their entire relationship? Was public exposure the only way to force Ryan to face consequences he'd been avoiding for 5 years? Am I the just for exposing my brother's fake military service at his wedding, or should I have found another way? The responses to my post have been overwhelming, and honestly, they haven't made me feel better about any of this. The voting is split roughly 60-40, with the majority saying, NTA, I'm not the asshole. Because stolen valor is serious, and Jessica deserved to know before marrying Ryan. The 40% saying, ITA, I am the asshole, focus on the timing and setting, arguing that regardless of Ryan's lies, destroying his wedding was cruel. Some responses have been really harsh on both sides. Veterans have thanked me, said I did the right thing, that Ryan deserved to be exposed and humiliated. Others have called me vindictive, said I clearly enjoyed destroying Ryan's special day, that I could have handled this 100 different ways that didn't involve public humiliation. Several people pointed out something I've been trying not to think about: the fact that I'd known about Ryan's lies for 3 years and only acted when put on the spot by Mike. If I really thought stolen valor was so serious, why did I wait years? Why did I let it get to the point of Ryan almost marrying Jessica under false pretenses? That criticism stings, because it's valid. I was a coward. I knew what Ryan was doing was wrong, but I didn't want to be the one to cause family drama. I kept telling myself it wasn't my business, that Ryan would eventually face consequences, that someone else would catch him. I was hoping the problem would resolve itself without me having to be the bad guy. But it didn't resolve itself. It escalated. Ryan's lies got bigger, more elaborate, more central to his identity. Jessica fell in love with a version of Ryan that included his fake military service. My parents built their image of their son around his supposed sacrifice for the country. The lie became so embedded that unraveling it was always going to be destructive. One commenter said something that's been haunting me. You're not the asshole for exposing him, but you're an asshole for waiting so long that the only way to stop it was to blow up his wedding. That hits hard because it's true. If I dealt with this years ago, Jessica might never have gotten involved with Ryan under false pretenses. The wedding would never have happened. The humiliation would have been contained to family, not broadcast to 150 guests, and now the broader community. I've been doing a lot of reflection on my motivations. Was I really protecting Jessica and honoring real veterans? Or was there a part of me that enjoyed finally having the moral high ground over my golden child brother, who's always been more successful and admired than me? Honestly, probably both. I do think stolen valor is serious. I do think Jessica deserved to know the truth before marrying someone whose entire persona was a fabrication. But I'd be lying if I said there wasn't some satisfaction in finally being the person calling out Ryan's bullshit, instead of always being told I'm jealous or difficult when I question his narratives. The family situation has somehow gotten even worse. Jessica reached out to me, thanked me for telling her the truth, even though the way it happened was awful. She said she'd had doubts about Ryan's stories before, little inconsistencies that didn't add up, but she dismissed them because she wanted to believe him. My revelation gave her permission to trust her instincts. She also told me something that made me feel worse. Ryan apparently has other lies she's discovering, now that the military service fraud has been exposed. He lied about his job title, his salary, his college achievements. The military service was just the biggest lie in a web of smaller deceptions. Jessica is devastated, questioning everything about their relationship. My parents are furious with me for this too, somehow, as if Ryan's pattern of dishonesty is my fault because I exposed it. They're in deep denial, still claiming Ryan must have served in some capacity I don't know about, that there's been a misunderstanding, that I'm being cruel by piling on with Jessica. Ryan has completely cut me off, blocked me on everything, told extended family I'm dead to him. He's apparently telling people that I've always been jealous of him, that I made up the military service lie to destroy his relationship, that Mike and I conspired against him. Some relatives believe him, which is infuriating but also kind of impressive, given that Mike independently verified through official records that Ryan never served. The community fallout has been significant. The wedding venue posted a vague statement on social media about not tolerating stolen valor after several guests complained. Someone shared the story in a local veterans group, and Ryan is now somewhat infamous in our town. He's facing actual consequences professionally too. His company is reviewing whether he lied on his employment application about military service. Part of me feels vindicated. Ryan is finally facing repercussions for years of lying. But another part of me feels horrible. I watched my brother's life implode at what should have been his happiest moment. Even if he deserved exposure for his lies, did he deserve the nuclear-level public humiliation? I keep thinking about different ways this could have gone. If I'd told Jessica privately before the wedding, she could have called it off quietly. Less dramatic, less humiliating for Ryan, but also easier for him to manipulate her or convince my parents I was lying. If I'd told my parents years ago, they might have pressured Ryan to stop or gotten him help, but they also might have just enabled him and told me to stay quiet for family harmony. The wedding toast felt like the only moment where the truth couldn't be buried or dismissed. With 150 witnesses, including actual veterans, Ryan couldn't lie his way out. The public nature of the exposure meant he had to face real consequences. But that doesn't mean it wasn't cruel. I've been seeing a therapist to process all of this. She's been asking me about my relationship with Ryan growing up, about family dynamics, about why I felt responsible for exposing his lies. We've unpacked a lot about birth order, achievement, parents' favoritism, my resentment of always being in Ryan's shadow. She asked me something difficult. If Ryan had been lying about something else, something that didn't involve stolen valor, would you have exposed him at his wedding? Or was the military service lie specifically triggering for you because it's universally condemned? I didn't have a good answer. Would I have stood up and announced at his wedding that he lied about his college GPA or his job title? Probably not. The military service lie gave me moral cover to do something I might have wanted to do anyway. Take Ryan down a peg publicly. That realization doesn't feel good. It means my actions weren't purely about protecting Jessica or honoring real veterans. There was ego involved, resentment, years of feeling less than compared to Ryan. The stolen valor was real and serious, but my choice to expose it at the wedding was about more than just truth and justice. So, where does that leave me? Was I right or wrong? I honestly don't know anymore. The thing about moral dilemmas is that sometimes everyone is partly right and partly wrong. Ryan was absolutely wrong to lie about military service for 5 years. I was probably right that Jessica needed to know before marrying him, but I was wrong to wait so long that a wedding toast was the moment of revelation. I think about Jessica a lot. She's collateral damage in whatever was happening between Ryan and me. She fell in love with someone who doesn't exist, was planning a life with a fraud, and found out in the most humiliating public way possible. Even if I saved her from a marriage built on lies, the way she learned the truth was traumatic. Update for those asking. Ryan is apparently in therapy now, according to a concerned aunt. Whether he's actually addressing his compulsive lying or just working on his reputation management, I don't know. My parents are still not speaking to me. Jessica is doing okay, has a good support system, is focusing on her career. Mike the veteran said he doesn't regret pushing me to act, that Ryan needed to face consequences, but he understands the complexity. As for me, I'm living with the consequences of my choice. Some relationships are irreparably damaged. I'm that person who caused a scene at a wedding, regardless of my reasons. I have to accept that protecting someone from a lie and publicly humiliating my brother at his wedding can both be true simultaneously. Would I do it again? I don't know. Ask me in 5 years when I have some distance from the immediate fallout. For now, I'm just trying to accept that sometimes there are no good choices, only choices with different types of consequences. I made mine. Ryan made his. We're both living with the results. AITA for refusing to let my infertile sister use my son's sperm without his knowledge. I'm 42-year-old Fail, and my sister, Lauren, is 38-year-old. We've always been close, navigated life's challenges together, supported each other through difficult times. Lauren married her husband, Brad, 7 years ago, and they've been trying to have children ever since. Multiple rounds of IVF, miscarriages, devastating diagnoses. Last year they discovered Brad has severe male factor infertility, essentially 0 viable sperm. Their options are sperm donation or adoption. I'm a single mother to my son, Tyler, who's 19, currently in his sophomore year of college. Tyler is brilliant, athletic, kind, everything you'd want in a kid. He's studying biomedical engineering, runs track, volunteers at a youth center. I'm incredibly proud of him, and Lauren has always been close with her nephew, was there for all his milestones growing up. 3 months ago, Lauren came to me with what she called a family solution to her fertility struggles. She said that rather than using an anonymous sperm donor, she wanted to use Tyler's sperm. That way, she reasoned, the child would be genetically related to our family, would have Tyler's intelligence and athletic ability, would truly be ours in a way an anonymous donor's child wouldn't be. I was immediately uncomfortable. Told her that was Tyler's decision to make, not mine, and that he was 19, barely an adult, probably hadn't thought about genetic children yet. Lauren said that's exactly why she was coming to me first. That as Tyler's mother, I could help convince him this was a good idea, that it would be a beautiful gift to his aunt who'd always loved him. I said I wouldn't pressure Tyler into something like this, that sperm donation has lifelong implications, creates genetic children he'd have some relationship with, raises complicated questions about his role in the child's life. Lauren got upset, said I was overthinking it, that Tyler would be a donor only, not a father, that it was a simple biological gift to family. I told her she needed to talk to Tyler herself if she wanted to pursue this, that I wouldn't be involved in convincing him either way. Lauren seemed hurt, but accepted this, said she'd approach Tyler directly once she'd thought about how to frame it. 2 weeks later, Tyler called me upset. Said Aunt Lauren had asked him to donate sperm, that it was weird and uncomfortable, that he'd said no but she'd kept pushing, that she'd told him how much it would mean to her, how he'd be giving her the gift of motherhood, how he was being selfish by refusing. Tyler felt guilty but also firm in his no, wanted my support in maintaining that boundary. I told him his decision was completely valid, that nobody is obligated to donate sperm even to family, that Lauren was wrong to pressure him. Tyler was relieved, said he felt bad but didn't want to be genetically related to his cousin, who'd also be his biological child. The whole thing felt too complicated and weird for him. I called Lauren and told her Tyler had decided no, that she needed to respect that decision and stop pressuring him. Lauren broke down crying, said I'd turned Tyler against her, that I could have helped her if I'd wanted to, that she was facing a childless future because her own family wouldn't help her. I sympathized with her pain, but held firm. Tyler's bodily autonomy wasn't something I could or would override to help Lauren become a mother. There are other sperm donors, other paths to parenthood. Using Tyler's sperm wasn't her only option. That's when things took a dark turn. Last month, Tyler came home from college for a weekend visit. He mentioned feeling tired, had what he thought was a bad cold. He'd been to the campus health center a few days earlier for what he thought was a routine physical because he was feeling run down. Waited in the exam room, A nurse he didn't recognize took blood samples and urine samples, told him they'd call with results if anything was abnormal. Something about his description nagged at me. I asked which clinic he'd gone to. Tyler said the nurse had told him to go to a specific off-campus clinic because the campus health center was backed up. He'd thought it was weird, but followed the instructions in the email that appeared to come from campus health services. I had a horrible sinking feeling. Asked Tyler if he'd provided semen samples at this appointment. He looked confused, said no, just blood and urine. But then he remembered the nurse had asked him to provide a sample in a private room, had given him materials and instructions. He'd thought it was weird, but assumed it was part of standard testing. I asked Tyler to contact the campus health center and verify they'd sent him to that clinic. He called right there, and they had no record of any email, any referral, any reason he'd need to go to an off-campus clinic. The email had been fake. I immediately called Lauren, asked her if she'd somehow arranged to collect Tyler's sperm without his knowledge or consent. The silence on the other end told me everything. Lauren finally admitted it. She'd been desperate, devastated by Tyler's refusal, convinced that if she could just get his sperm, she could create the family she'd always dreamed of. So, she'd hatched a plan with Brad to essentially steal Tyler's genetic material. They'd created a fake email that looked like it came from campus health services, directing Tyler to a specific clinic for testing. The clinic was legitimate, but Brad had a friend who worked there who owed him a favor. They'd arranged for Tyler to provide a semen sample under the guise of routine testing. Then the friend had diverted that sample to Lauren and Brad for their IVF procedure. I was horrified. This wasn't just boundary crossing or pressure, this was reproductive coercion. They'd tricked Tyler into providing genetic material he'd explicitly refused to donate. They'd violated his consent, his bodily autonomy, deceived him into creating biological children without his knowledge. Lauren was crying, saying she was sorry, that she'd been desperate, that she couldn't think of another way, that she and Brad had already used the sample for IVF, that she was pregnant, that their baby was growing inside her. Tyler's biological child, conceived through deception. I hung up and told Tyler everything. He was devastated, furious, felt violated. His aunt, who he'd trusted and loved, had essentially stolen his sperm to create a child without his consent. And now she was pregnant with his biological child, who would legally be his cousin, who he'd be expected to have a relationship with. Tyler wanted to go to the police. I supported that decision. We filed reports for fraud, reproductive coercion, potential violation of medical consent laws. The clinic was investigated for participating in the deception. Brad's friend who worked there was fired and faced potential criminal charges for his role. Lauren and Brad hired a lawyer who argued that while their methods were ethically questionable, they hadn't broken any specific laws. That Tyler had voluntarily provided the sample, even if under false pretenses, and that they'd used it for its intended biological purpose. Their lawyer claimed this was a civil matter at most, not criminal. The police disagreed. Reproductive coercion is being taken increasingly seriously. Tricking someone into creating genetic offspring through deception is a form of assault. Tyler had explicitly refused to donate sperm, and they'd circumvented that refusal through fraud. During all of this, Lauren miscarried at 9 weeks. The pregnancy that had been created through this violation ended naturally. I felt terrible for her loss, even while being angry about her actions. Grief and violation were happening simultaneously on both sides. But the legal case continued. The district attorney decided to prosecute based on the fraud and medical consent violations, regardless of the pregnancy outcome. Lauren and Brad were charged with conspiracy to commit fraud and violation of reproductive autonomy statutes. That's when my family got involved. My mother, Lauren's mother-in-law, various relatives started calling me, saying I was destroying Lauren's life over a misunderstanding, that Lauren had been suffering from infertility-related mental health issues and wasn't thinking clearly. That she'd lost the baby anyway, so what was the point of prosecution? That family forgives family, and I was being vindictive by supporting Tyler's legal case. I tried to explain that this wasn't a misunderstanding. Lauren and Brad had deliberately, with planning and forethought, tricked Tyler into providing genetic material he'd refused to donate. They'd involved a medical professional in their deception. They'd created an incredibly complicated situation where Tyler might have had a biological child being raised as his cousin without his knowledge or consent.
My mother said I was being dramatic, that people do things when desperate that they regret, that Lauren had already been punished enough by losing the pregnancy, that continuing with legal action was cruel and unnecessary, that it would permanently fracture the family. Several relatives stopped speaking to me, said I was choosing Tyler's pride over Lauren's pain, that I was making a federal case out of something that should have been handled privately within the family, that infertility had driven Lauren to desperate measures, but she didn't deserve criminal charges and potential jail time. Others supported me, said what Lauren did was unforgivable, that consent matters even in family contexts, that Tyler's right to control his own genetic reproduction couldn't be violated even by a grieving infertile sister. The case is ongoing. Lauren and Brad have pleaded not guilty, are claiming they believed Tyler had consented despite his verbal refusal, that they'd misunderstood the situation. Their lawyer is painting them as desperate prospective parents, driven to extreme measures by the pain of infertility, not criminals who violated someone's reproductive autonomy. Tyler is angry, hurt, feels betrayed by an aunt he trusted. He's in therapy processing the violation, the knowledge that he was tricked into potentially creating a child, the complicated grief around Lauren's miscarriage. He wants accountability, wants Lauren and Brad to face consequences for what they did. I'm caught in the middle. I love my sister, understand her pain around infertility, feel terrible about her miscarriage. But I also love my son, who was violated and deceived, whose bodily autonomy was completely disregarded. I can hold space for both truths. Lauren's infertility is tragic, and what she did to Tyler was unforgivable. AITA for supporting Tyler's legal case against my sister and refusing to pressure him to drop the charges? The responses to my post have been overwhelming and honestly more helpful than I expected. The voting is heavily NTA, I'm not the asshole, at about 85%, with most commenters horrified by Lauren's actions and supportive of Tyler pursuing legal consequences. The 15% who think I'm TA focus mainly on family loyalty and whether legal prosecution is proportionate given that the pregnancy ended. But the responses have forced me to think more deeply about several aspects of this situation I've been avoiding. First, several commenters pointed out something I knew but hadn't fully processed. If the pregnancy had continued, Tyler would have been in an impossible situation. He'd have a biological child being raised as his cousin, with no legal rights or responsibilities, but an undeniable genetic connection. Lauren and Brad had apparently planned to never tell him, to let him have a relationship with his cousin without knowing the child was biologically his. That's beyond unethical. That's creating a lifetime of lies and complicated dynamics. What if the child needed medical information? What if genetic testing revealed the relationship later? What if Tyler had future genetic children and they needed to know about this half-sibling for medical or personal reasons? The miscarriage, while tragic for Lauren, actually prevented a catastrophic long-term situation. Tyler wouldn't have been able to just walk away from a biological child even if he legally could. The emotional and ethical complications would have followed him forever. Second, I've been doing a lot of reflection on my own role in this. Several commenters asked why I didn't see this coming, why I didn't protect Tyler better after knowing Lauren was desperate, and I'd refused to help convince him. They're right that I probably should have warned Tyler to be cautious, to verify any medical communications, to be aware that Lauren might not accept his no.
I failed to protect my son because I wanted to believe my sister was reasonable, that she'd accept his boundary and move on to other options. I underestimated her desperation and willingness to violate consent. That's on me. I've apologized to Tyler for not anticipating this better, for not preparing him to protect himself from family members who might not respect his decisions. He's been gracious about it, says there's no way I could have predicted Lauren would go this far, but I still feel like I should have seen it coming. Third, the family dynamics have become even more complicated. My mother has essentially chosen Lauren over Tyler and me, which hurts but isn't surprising. She's always been the keep peace at all costs type, which usually means the person who's been wronged needs to forgive for the sake of family harmony. She's been calling me repeatedly, begging me to talk to Tyler about dropping the charges, saying that Lauren is genuinely remorseful, that she's suffering from depression after the miscarriage, that criminal prosecution could destroy her entire life, that yes, what she did was wrong, but she's been punished enough by losing the baby and facing family judgment. I've told my mother repeatedly that it's Tyler's decision, not mine, and that I support whatever he chooses, that I'm not going to pressure him to forgive someone who violated him just because that violation didn't result in the permanent consequences it could have. My mother accused me of being a vindictive person, hiding behind Tyler's trauma, that I've always been jealous of Lauren, that I'm secretly glad to have something to hold over her after years of her being the successful sister while I was a young single mother. That hurts, because there's maybe a tiny grain of truth to it, but it's not why I'm supporting Tyler's case. Some extended family has been more supportive. My cousin, who's a lawyer, looked at the case details and said, Tyler has a strong claim for civil damages in addition to the criminal case, that reproductive coercion cases are increasingly being taken seriously, that what Lauren did would be like someone poking holes in condoms or lying about birth control. The violation of consent around reproduction is fundamental. Several of Lauren's friends have reached out, trying to mediate, asking if there's any way to resolve this without criminal charges. They're portraying Lauren as a person who made one terrible mistake while suffering from infertility-related mental health crisis, who deserves compassion, not prosecution. I understand that perspective. Infertility is genuinely traumatic. The grief, the loss of control, the desperation, the way it can warp your thinking and decision-making. Lauren has suffered, is suffering. But suffering doesn't excuse violating someone else's bodily autonomy and reproductive rights. Tyler's therapist has been helpful in processing all of this. She's validated that what happened to him was serious, that his feelings of violation and betrayal are appropriate, that he has every right to pursue accountability through legal channels. She's also helped him think through what outcome he actually wants. That's something I've been wondering too. What does justice look like here? The pregnancy ended, so there's no child to consider in terms of custody or relationship. The criminal charges are mainly about accountability and deterrence, sending a message that reproductive coercion has consequences. Tyler says he wants Lauren and Brad to face real consequences, to have this on their record, to serve as a warning to others that you can't just take someone's genetic material without consent. He also wants an apology that acknowledges what they did was wrong, not just that they regret how things turned out. So far, Lauren has only apologized for the misunderstanding and how things happened. She hasn't actually acknowledged that she deliberately violated Tyler's consent, that she planned and executed a deception to obtain his sperm after he'd said no. She's framing it as a desperate mistake, not as the calculated violation it actually was. The legal process is slow and emotionally exhausting. Discovery has revealed text messages between Lauren and Brad discussing the plan, showing premeditation and awareness that what they were doing was wrong. Brad wrote at one point, "Are you sure we should do this? What if Tyler finds out?" And Lauren responded, "He won't find out until it's too late to matter. Once the baby exists, he'll come around." Reading that made me physically ill. My sister had planned not only to steal Tyler's sperm, but to present him with a biological child as a fait accompli, assuming that once the baby existed, he couldn't really object or pursue consequences without looking like a monster who rejected his own biological child. It was manipulation on top of violation, banking on Tyler's good nature and family loyalty to prevent him from taking action once confronted with an actual baby. Thank goodness the miscarriage happened, awful as that is to say. The clinic worker, who facilitated this, has already pleaded guilty to fraud and violation of medical privacy in exchange for testimony against Lauren and Brad. He's facing loss of his medical license and probation. His testimony will likely be damning, describing in detail how they approached him, what they asked him to do, how he helped execute the deception. Lauren's lawyer is now pushing for a plea deal, suggesting she plead to reduced charges in exchange for avoiding trial. The DA is considering it but wants substantial admission of guilt and acknowledgement of harm, which Lauren seems reluctant to provide. She wants to plead to lesser charges while maintaining she didn't fully understand the wrongness of her actions. I've told Tyler I'll support whatever decision he makes about a plea deal. If he wants to accept reduced charges in exchange for this being over, I understand. If he wants to go to trial to get fuller accountability, I support that too. This is his trauma to navigate, his consent that was violated, his decision about how to pursue justice. What I won't do is pressure him to drop charges or accept an apology that doesn't acknowledge the full scope of what Lauren did. That's what my mother wants, what various family members want. They want Tyler to forgive and forget so we can all move on and repair family relationships. But you can't repair relationships built on violation by pretending the violation wasn't that serious. Lauren needs to fully acknowledge what she did, face real consequences, and demonstrate genuine understanding of why it was wrong. Anything less is just rug sweeping to make other people comfortable. So here's where we are. Tyler is firm in pursuing legal accountability. Lauren is facing potential criminal charges and civil liability. Our family is fractured, with people taking sides. I'm supporting my son while grieving the loss of my relationship with my sister. And everyone wants me to fix it by convincing Tyler to back down. But I won't. Because at the end of the day, Tyler's bodily autonomy and right to control his own genetic reproduction is more important than family comfort or my sister's avoidance of consequences for her actions. That's not vindictive or cruel. That's basic respect for consent and accountability. The AITA judgment seems to be that I'm not the asshole, and I'm choosing to believe that. Not because internet strangers validated me, but because deep down, I know that protecting my son's right to control his own body and genetic material is more important than protecting my sister from facing consequences for violating that right. Update. Trial is set for next spring. Lauren has refused the plea deal because it required too much admission of wrongdoing. Tyler is prepared to testify. I'm prepared to support him through it, whatever the outcome. And I'm prepared to live with a permanently fractured family, if that's what protecting my son requires.
When my cousin lied that I was a thief to steal my job, I made sure she could never work there again. I'm 24, and my cousin Jenna, 26, just learned that framing family members has consequences. I need to explain our relationship before everything fell apart because it actually matters. Jenna and I grew up close. Our moms are sisters, and we lived 2 streets apart our entire childhood. We did everything together. Same schools, same friend groups, same family vacations. She was more like a sister than a cousin, but there was always this undercurrent of competition. Nothing major when we were kids, just the normal cousin stuff. Who got better grades, who had more friends, whose birthday party was better. It got more intense as we got older. In high school, she applied to all the same colleges I did. When I got into our state university and she didn't, she barely spoke to me for a month. After college, we both moved back to our hometown. I got a job at this luxury boutique called Maison, one of those high-end stores that sells designer clothes, accessories, handbags, jewelry. The kind of place where a scarf costs $400 and customers expect you to pour them champagne while they shop.
I'd been working there for 2 years, started as a sales associate, and worked my way up to senior sales consultant. The job paid well, base salary plus commission, and our clientele meant good commission. I was making about $65,000 a year, which is solid for retail in our area. About 6 months ago, Jenna asked me about the store. She'd been bouncing between jobs since graduation. Marketing coordinator here, social media manager there. Nothing lasting more than a year. She was living with our aunt because she couldn't afford her own place. "I've been thinking about getting into luxury retail," she said over coffee one afternoon. "The money's better than what I'm making now, right? If you're good at sales, yeah.
Commission can be really good.
Do you think Maison is hiring? We're always looking for part-time people. Holiday season's coming up. Could you put in a word for me? I'd be so good at this. I know fashion. I'm great with people." I hesitated. Not because I didn't think she could do the job, but because mixing family and work felt complicated. But she was my cousin. We'd grown up together. How could I say no? "Sure, I'll talk to my manager." I talked to Gabrielle, our store manager, that week. "My cousin's looking for work. She's got retail experience. She's personable. She knows the brands we carry. Would you be willing to interview her?" Gabrielle trusted my judgment. "If you're vouching for her, I'll give her a shot." Jenna's interview was 2 weeks later. I helped her prepare, told her what questions Gabrielle typically asked, what to emphasize about customer service philosophy, what to wear. I basically gave her the answers. She got hired, part-time. 25 hours a week to start. She'd work mainly weekends and a couple of weekday evenings. Her first few weeks were fine. She was enthusiastic, asked good questions, seemed to genuinely enjoy the work. Customers liked her. Gabrielle said she was doing well. Then things started to shift. Jenna began making small comments about how she should be working more hours, how it wasn't fair that part-timers didn't get the same commission structure as full-time staff, how some of us had it easier because we'd been there longer. I tried to explain how it worked. Everyone starts part-time. You build up your client base, prove you can hit sales targets consistently, then you move to full-time. That's how I did it. "Yeah, but you got promoted after like 8 months. I've been here 2 months and Gabrielle hasn't said anything about increasing my hours." Because 2 months isn't long enough to evaluate someone for full-time. Be patient. She didn't want to be patient. I started noticing she was taking some of my customers. In luxury retail, we work on a client book system. You build relationships with specific customers who come back and request you. Those are your clients, and there's an unspoken rule that you don't poach someone else's regulars. But Jenna started doing exactly that. If one of my clients came in on a day I wasn't working, she'd help them, which is fine. That's how it works. But then she'd try to get them to work with her going forward. "I'm here more weekends if that's easier for you." Or, "Let me give you my card in case you need anything when my name isn't available." I confronted her about it after my third client mentioned that, "Your cousin said she could help me more regularly." "I'm just building my client base," she said defensively. "That's what you told me to do. Build your own client base. Don't take mine." "I'm not taking anyone. I'm just being available when you're not." It escalated from there. She started making little comments to other co-workers about how I acted like I owned the store and how I was territorial about customers. She'd roll her eyes when Gabrielle praised my sales numbers. She started being short with me during shifts we worked together. Then the rumors started. About a month ago, I started hearing whispers. Nothing direct, just a weird vibe. Co-workers being careful around me. Gabrielle asking pointed questions about my sales processes. "You're still following protocol for gift card transactions, right? You're logging all your cash sales correctly?" I didn't understand what was happening until my coworker Marcus pulled me aside. "Hey, I don't know if you know this, but Jenna's been telling people you've been skimming money from cash sales." My stomach dropped. "What?" "She's saying she's noticed discrepancies in the register on days you work, that cash totals don't match sales receipts, that you've been pocketing the difference. She told me she doesn't want to report it because you're family, but she's concerned." That's insane. I've never stolen anything. I know. I don't believe it. But she's telling multiple people, and I think someone told Gabrielle. That explained the weird questions, the sudden scrutiny. I confronted Jenna in the back room after closing that night. "Are you telling people I'm stealing?" She looked shocked. "What? No. Who said that?" "I'm hearing it from multiple people, that you're spreading rumors about me skimming cash. I never used the word stealing. I just mentioned to a couple people that I've noticed some register discrepancies and I was worried. Because you're my cousin, and I didn't want you to get in trouble." "So you told co-workers instead of talking to me directly?" I was trying to figure out if it was a real pattern or if I was imagining things. "You're not imagining things because there's nothing to imagine. I don't steal." "Okay, good. Then there's nothing to worry about." But there was plenty to worry about, because 2 weeks later, I came into work for my opening shift and found HR waiting for me. Karen from corporate HR was sitting in Gabrielle's office. "We need to speak with you. There's been a report of theft." "I haven't stolen anything. We found these in your locker." Karen held up a plastic evidence bag containing 5 gift cards. Store gift cards, the kind we sell to customers, each one worth $500. "Those aren't mine. I've never seen them before. They were found during a routine locker inspection this morning." "Who found them?" "Your cousin Jenna reported suspicious activity and offered to help us investigate. She found these in your locker." "Of course she did. This is a setup. Jenna put those there." "That's a serious accusation. Why would she frame you?" "Because she wants my job. She wants full-time hours and more commission, and she thinks if I'm gone, she'll move up." Karen wrote something down. "We're placing you on unpaid suspension pending a full investigation. You're not to come to the store or contact any employees during this time. You'll need to leave your keys and ID badge." I was walked out of the store I'd worked at for 2 years like a criminal. Gabrielle wouldn't even look at me. I sat in my car in the parking lot for 20 minutes, shaking with rage. Then I called Leo. Leo worked for the security company that managed Maison's surveillance systems. We'd dated briefly a year ago. Nothing serious. Stayed friendly after we broke up. He still handled the camera maintenance for our store. "I need a favor," I said when he answered. "A big one." We met at a coffee shop that afternoon. I explained what happened. The gift cards, the suspension, Jenna planting evidence. "You want me to pull security footage," he said. "I need to see what happened in that back room. Jenna had to have put those cards in my locker. The cameras would have caught it. I could lose my job for giving you access to footage without company authorization. I'm not asking you to give me access. I'm asking you to look at it yourself. See if there's anything there. If there is, then we figure out how to get it to the right people legally." He was quiet for a long time. "You really think your cousin framed you?" "I know she did." "Okay, I'll look. But if there's nothing there, this ends." "There's something there." It took Leo 3 days to review the footage. He called me on a Friday evening. "You were right. I found it." My heart started pounding. "What did you find?" "Jenna came in 2 hours before the store opened on the day you were suspended. She had opening shift that day, so she had keys and the alarm code. She went straight to the back room, opened your locker. She must have watched you enter your combination at some point, and put something inside. 5 small rectangular objects that match the description of the gift cards. Do you have the footage? Yeah, multiple angles.
It's clear as day. Can you send it to me? That's where it gets tricky. I'm not supposed to distribute surveillance footage without authorization from my company and yours. If I just send it to you, I'm violating my contract. What if there was an official investigation and you were asked to preserve evidence? That would be different. If corporate HR or law enforcement requested the footage as part of an investigation, I'd be required to provide it. So I need corporate to request it. Officially, yes. We sat with that for a minute. Then Leo said, "But hypothetically, if someone were to make a formal complaint to corporate HR about false reporting and evidence tampering, and that complaint included specific dates and times that should be reviewed, corporate would probably request the footage, and I'd have to provide it." Hypothetically. Hypothetically. That weekend, I built my case. I wrote a detailed statement outlining everything: Jenna's pattern of competition with me, her frustration about not moving up faster, the rumors she'd spread about me stealing, the timeline of events leading to my suspension, and most importantly, the fact that she'd been the one to find the gift cards in my locker during a routine inspection that I'd never been informed about. I also documented something I'd noticed when I reviewed my own schedule. The gift cards that were supposedly found in my locker? According to the serial numbers Karen had mentioned, they'd been purchased from our store 3 days before they were found, on a day when I wasn't working. But Jenna was. I filed a formal complaint with corporate HR on Monday morning. Not with Karen, who'd handled my suspension. I went above her to the regional HR director. I sent a detailed email with my statement, the timeline, and a request that they review security footage from specific dates and times. I believe I was framed by my cousin Jenna, last name, as retaliation for perceived workplace competition. I am requesting a thorough investigation, including review of security footage from date, at approximately time, showing the back room and locker area. I believe this footage will show Jenna planting evidence in my locker. I am also requesting investigation into the origin of the gift cards found in my locker, as their purchase date and transaction records will show they were obtained on a day I was not working. I CC'd Leo's security company, which would force them to preserve the footage and provide it if requested. Then I waited. The regional HR director called me 2 days later. Her name was Patricia, and her voice was tense. "We've reviewed the security footage you referenced in your complaint. We've also reviewed transaction records for the gift cards in question. We need you to come to the store tomorrow morning for a meeting. Jenna has been asked to attend as well." So there was something on the footage. We'll discuss everything tomorrow. I barely slept that night. The meeting was at 9 a.m. in Gabrielle's office. Present were Patricia from corporate HR, Gabrielle, Karen, looking extremely uncomfortable, me, and Jenna. Patricia started. "We've completed our investigation into the theft allegations and subsequent complaints. After reviewing security footage and transaction records, we've determined the following facts." She pulled up a laptop and turned it to face all of us. On the screen was security footage, time-stamped from the morning I was suspended. The video showed Jenna entering the back room, looking around to make sure she was alone, walking directly to my locker, entering the combination, opening it, and placing 5 gift cards inside. The video was crystal clear, multiple angles, completely damning. This footage shows Jenna placing gift cards in my name's locker approximately 2 hours before my name's shift began, Patricia said. Transaction records show these gift cards were purchased 3 days prior during a shift when my name was not working, but Jenna was. Jenna's face had gone white.
That's not... I was just... We also have testimony from multiple employees that Jenna had been spreading rumors about my name, stealing for several weeks prior to this incident. This appears to be a coordinated effort to frame my name for theft in order to damage her employment status. She was actually stealing, Jenna said desperately. I just didn't have proof, so I had to plant evidence? Patricia's voice was ice. There's no scenario where that's acceptable. If you genuinely believe there was theft occurring, you report it to management. You don't fabricate evidence. Patricia turned to me. On behalf of the company, I apologize. You've been fully cleared of all allegations. You'll be reinstated immediately, with full back pay for the suspension period. We're also offering you a $5,000 settlement for the distress this caused, and a 10% salary increase as a gesture of goodwill. Then she turned back to Jenna. Your employment is terminated effective immediately for theft, false reporting, evidence tampering, and defamation of a coworker. You'll be escorted from the premises. You're also banned from all company locations. Security will walk you out. Jenna's eyes filled with tears. You can't. We're family. Tell them this is a misunderstanding. She looked at me desperately. I said nothing. Security escorted her out 5 minutes later. She was crying, pleading, saying it was all a mistake, that she'd just been trying to protect the company. Nobody believed her. That was 5 weeks ago. I'm back at work. The $5,000 settlement paid off my car loan. The 10% raise means I'm making over $70,000 now. Gabrielle apologized personally for not trusting me, said she should have investigated more thoroughly before suspending me. Most of my coworkers have been supportive. Marcus said, I knew something was off about that whole thing. I'm glad you proved it. Even people who'd been weird with me during the rumors came back with apologies. But the family situation is a disaster. Jenna apparently told everyone that I set her up and used my connections to get her fired over a misunderstanding. My aunt, Jenna's mom, called me 3 days after the firing, screaming, How could you do this to your own cousin? She made a mistake and you destroyed her career. She didn't make a mistake. She framed me for theft. She planted evidence in my locker. She was trying to help the company. She thought you were stealing. Then why did she buy gift cards and put them in my locker herself? The security footage shows everything. That footage could be edited. You probably had your little boyfriend manipulate it. The footage came from the security company, not from Leo. Corporate verified its authenticity. Jenna committed fraud. You humiliated her. She was walked out by security in front of everyone. She can't get another job in retail now because they'll all call Maison for references. That's what happens when you frame people for crimes they didn't commit. My aunt hung up on me. The family is completely divided. My mom supports me, says Jenna brought this on herself. My dad thinks I should have handled it privately and not involved corporate. You could have confronted her, given her a chance to confess, worked it out without destroying her career. She destroyed my career first, I said. Or she tried to. But you won. You got your job back. Did you have to make sure she lost hers? Other relatives are taking sides. Some think Jenna's actions were unforgivable. Others think I was vindictive for pursuing it so aggressively. My grandmother, both our grandmother, is heartbroken. You girls grew up like sisters. How did it come to this? Jenna has been posting on social media about toxic workplace environments and being betrayed by people you trust. She never mentions what she actually did, just positions herself as a victim of corporate politics. Some of our mutual friends who don't know the full story have been commenting support. A few have unfollowed me, probably assuming I'm the villain in whatever version Jenna told them. She's living with my aunt and uncle again. She's been applying for jobs, but Retail is apparently a no-go. Maison's corporate ban means she can't work at any of their locations, and word spreads in the luxury retail community. She's looking at going back to marketing or social media work. Last week, my uncle tried to broker a peace meeting. Jenna wants to apologize and explain herself. She thinks if you two could just talk, you'd understand she never meant for it to go this far. Go this far? She planted evidence to frame me for a crime. How much further could it go? She was desperate. She's not a bad person. She just made bad choices out of stress. She made calculated choices over several weeks. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment mistake. Will you at least hear her out? I said no. My therapist asked me how I feel about that decision. Honestly, I don't feel guilty about getting Jenna fired. She committed fraud. She tried to destroy my career and my reputation. If I hadn't pushed for that investigation, I'd be the one blacklisted from the industry right now. But I do feel guilty about the family fallout. Holidays are going to be awkward forever. My aunt and uncle are never going to forgive me. Jenna and I will probably never speak again. My grandmother cries every time someone brings it up. And I could have handled it differently. I could have confronted Jenna privately after I got the footage, given her a chance to confess and maybe negotiate a quiet resignation instead of a firing with cause. I could have resolved it without the public humiliation of her being escorted out by security. But would that have been justice? She tried to have me fired for theft. If she'd succeeded, I'd have a theft accusation following me for the rest of my career. She didn't just want me out of the store. She wanted me ruined. So I made sure she understood what that felt like. My best friend says I did exactly what I had to do. She tried to destroy you. You defended yourself. That's not revenge, that's consequences. But my sister said something that's been bothering me. There's a difference between clearing your name and making sure she burns. You could have gotten reinstated without pushing for her to be banned from every store location. That was about punishment, not protection. Maybe she's right. The corporate ban means Jenna can't work at any of Maison's 50-plus locations across the state. That's a significant limitation in her career options. I could have asked them to just fire her from our location, but I didn't. I wanted her to face the full consequences of what she'd done. I wanted to make sure she couldn't do this to anyone else. But maybe I also wanted her to hurt the way she'd hurt me. So here's what I can't figure out. Am I the asshole for pursuing the investigation to its full conclusion, knowing it would result in Jenna being fired and banned from the entire company? Or did she deserve every bit of what happened after she tried to frame me for theft?